Fixed various holes in the map. Oh, what kind of fix is that? Oh, I think people were able to use those holes to fire someone, maybe. Alright, let's begin it, bro. Let me minimize this. Let's do it. Okay, so luckily we got a match without the warm-up. I'm playing without the warm-up. I don't know if I lose, then what this guy is gonna say. What is it? Oh, okay. Looks like a sad music. I'm not sad, brother. I hope it doesn't give copyright. Where is the music? Music. There's music there.
कहाँ से भाई? सब इंडिया से ही हो?
हाँ भाई. Nice, nice. What's the next one?
ये आर्मरी पास क्या है? मैंने बहुत दिन बाद चालू किया है। नया क्या है?
कुछ नहीं है, नॉर्मल स्किन्स है ब्रो। It sounds like some Alan Walker. That's the last one, dopamine hit. Let's go. That's a good one, bro, but you need to get an ace to feel this. Otherwise, it's not good.
Why is everyone always talking? Ooh, I'm so empty. If I wanna lose control, would you let me, let me? I think I need a dopamine hit. Anything to make me feel alive. A promise in the morning I'll quit. I just wanna know if I survive. I think I need a dopamine hit. Anything to get me through the night. A promise in the morning I'll quit. Anything to get me through the
Bro, I think Skrillex should make music for Counter-Strike. अरे भाई, अरे हेलो भाई, मैप और रखो ना, मैप वो बढ़ाओ ना भाई। हेलो हेलो भाई, मैप बढ़ाओ, मैप। Ready bro, ready. Don't go, please, don't leave, please.
Starting up.
भाई मेरे फ्रेंड लिस्ट में तो बंदे खतरनाक है, ये आएगा ही नहीं।
उसको नेट के आ रहा हो भाई, रुको तो सही।
अरे कर दो स्टार्ट भाई यार, कहाँ जा रहा है?
अभी मना करके आया था एक बंदे को, वो बोला ठीक है, फिर मैं थोड़ी देर बाद आता।
क्या करो, स्टार्ट करो।
करो स्टार्ट भाई,
स्टार्ट करो।
अरे हाँ भाई, these all people have ratings and I'm just a noob player, bro. I have my own rating. Let's go. But I have learned new skills from Fortnite. So don't forget that. Okay, ban 2 maps. Which one? Which one? Bro, ban this and this. Oh, not this. Yeah, this ban it. A nuke, ban nuke, bro. Hopefully nuke doesn't come. Ready for Ancient and Mirage. एक और सीन है भाई, पावर कट नहीं होना चाहिए कोई भी। आज तो मौसम बढ़िया है वैसे।
कौन सा करना है?
अरे भाई बारिश बोल रहा है भाई महाराष्ट्र सरकार, बट बारिश तो हुई नहीं कोई। बट कुछ दिनों की बात है बस। भाई नो वार्म अप, लेट्स गो।
लॉन्ग देते हैं, अभी देते हैं लॉन्ग को।
कहाँ ए और बी? शॉर्ट
ले चलते हैं लॉन्ग, चलो मैं 2 प्लेसेस आ, मैं प्लेस छोड़ूंगा तो मैं तो घुसाऊंगा। बंदा को मैं फ्लैश मारा, घुसो बेंच पे लॉन्ग, घुसो, रुको मत कहीं। मिड से कुछ आ गया।
ऑरेंज खेलेंगे।
बॉयज लॉन्ग आ रहा तुम्हारे पीछे मिड डोर पे।
अबे भाई कितने लोग आ गए भाई। नाइस ब्रो, नाइस। Oh. I think this is the troll gang, bro. I think that these are all trollers, maybe making some TikTok. Okay. So I get one flash is enough. Hey, mid. Hi. Bro, where is this match going, bro?
भाई मिड से अभी कुछ कर रहे हैं, इनको मिड पे पकड़ लो ना, आ रहे हैं इनको, आने दो मिड पे, घसीट लो।
भाई पैसे ही नहीं है कि लेने के, गरीबी है हर जगह।
ये बीच है,
जाने का मतलब नहीं है, मिड में कुछ दे रहे हैं, इनको पकड़ना पड़ेगा।
अभी भी चलो बी ब्रो।
बहुत और तीन के दो। एक यूटी आउट करो।
आगे इधर अबे भाई तेरी मैं
पीछे क्यों देखा है
भाई
गोरा गोरा
ठीक
लुंडे,
है भाई
आगे देख के भगो।
अरे
ये
डब्ल्यू
स्मोक
के
है मेरे
दिया
पे, माय टाइम स्मोक कर, स्मोक है एंटी स्मोक है ना मेरे पे।
हाँ जी है ना
ना ना अभी मिड में पकड़ना है इनको, लॉन्ग जाने की तुमको, मिड आ रहे हैं, ये पुश कर रहे हैं मिड में तो दो।
आ गया मैं वन सीटी अबे अबे भाई भाई क्या था ये भाई बहुत ही बुरा इसीलिए भाई प्रैक्टिस बहुत जरूरी है किसी भी मैच
देखो सीधी बात बताऊं क्या, तुम
हाँ
बेफिजूल का पुश मार रहे हो, अंधा हो गया।
हम लोग
ये लिटरली बंदे मिड पे बैठे, मेरे साइड से थिंक ही निकल रहा है।
पे सब ले ले
सर मेरा लैग चल रहा है क्या?
करता
मैंने
हूँ भाई
देखा ही नहीं,
के
पता
चाहिए अपने
तूने
को
तुझे दिखा क्या जब तूने हेडशॉट मारा लास्ट वाले को?
पता ही नहीं लगा।
फ्लैशिंग को
अच्छा आएगा तो चलो।
पे
गोल ले ले, कर ले कर ले, बीच ला दे। भाई एक तो पुश मत करो यार, मैं कितनी बार बोलूंगा किसी को।
okay finally AK but no flash nothing लॉन्ग जा रहा हूँ आजो लॉन्ग आजो ब्रो भाई हाथ हो गई यार भाई ये क्या था भाई नाइस
सिटी है
वो
बोल रहा हूँ, सिटी है, छोड़ कैसे रहे हो तुम एंगल्स। येलो बिटोल आई क्या ही बिना माइक के है क्या ये बंदा।
अरे नाइस ब्रो
इस पे माइक नहीं है क्या वो?
नहीं है शायद, पता नहीं।
कैसे जिंदा ये बिना माइक के भाई?
अरे माइक क्या करना भाई अच्छे से खेलो बस
मैं क्या ही बोलूं, मेरा बहुत खराब दिन चल रहा है।
फ्लैश तो ठीक है
मुझे बॉम्ब दे दो, मैं रुके रहूंगा बॉम्ब के साथ।
Walk. Shot.
ये तेरी
नाइस लॉन्ग डॉट से कुछ भी कर लिया। आना ग्रीन कोई देख रहा है अभी। गन्ने उधर
पीछे बॉम्ब है चल जा
भाई क्या है भाई? यार मैं कहाँ से लूँगा भाई? मैं सर्वाइवल पे आ गए थे।
फिर तुम लोग का लैंड कनेक्ट है क्या?
और पुश कर दो भाई, पुश कर दो यार।
मिड पीक में देना ऊपर है मिड भाई। पुश करने के लिए बंदे भी तो होने चाहिए ना साथ में।
चलो चलो मैं हूँ तुम्हारे साथ। बे यहाँ नहीं, चलो अरे
अब देख ये हो गया कुछ। जो स्मोक करो और घुस जाओ बेंच होंगी सीधी साइड को जो स्मोक करो। इतना वेट मत करो बे, घुसो। वो अकेला जा रहा है उसको बेट होना है क्या? फिर एक बंदा सिटी वॉच कर बस एक बंदा और ले ले और ले। अबे तीनों एक एंगल देख रहे हो भाई?
लॉन्ग है।
पता नहीं मैं क्या सब
नहीं तेरा करेक्शन सही था। तू पीछे भाग गया टाइम पे। मैं सोच रहा हूँ तीन बंदे एक एंगल कैसे देख रहे हैं?
दोनों ऑफ लेके आ गए, तूने बोला देखना तो।
मैं देख रहा हूँ तीन बंदे देख रहे हैं सिटी की साइड में कि डेफिनेटली
लॉन्ग-
आएगा वहीं से।
लॉन्ग चलो भाई,
वही
ऑफ है
बोलना
अपने पास।
जो बोलो
अपन एक बंदे को पहले फाइट लेने देते हैं, फिर वो मरेगा तब दूसरा जाएगा, वो मरेगा तब तीसरा जाएगा।
क्या करना अभी? ए बी कहाँ जाना? ये शॉट
लॉन्ग चलते हैं ब्रो फिर से एक बार।
चलो फ्लैश कर।
हाँ चलो।
अरे यार फ्लैश मेरे को कर।
आजा
और चुप ना, हाइड करना।
लो अरे वो पता नहीं कौन किया फ्लैश भाई।
मैं वहां पहुंच के जस्ट मारने के लिए पूरा फ्लैश।
पता नहीं कौन किया भाई।
अपनी टीम का था लेकिन फ्लैश। चलो डिटॉल साइलेंटली शॉट करता है।
अबे भाई कौन? व्हाट अ टाइमिंग ब्रो। ए यार, खुद से ग्रेनेड किया क्या? ये अपनी टीम वाला था कोई?
फ्लैश फ्लैश था।
अरे नाइस नाइस मिक्की भाई, नाइस ब्रो। थोड़ा पंप करना पड़ेगा बंदों को यार, ऐसे तो ऐसे ऐसे तो नहीं चलेगा। हाँ चलो चलो भाई चलो, अब तो लास्ट ही है। आ जाओ आ जाओ इधर आके। फ्लैशिंग फ्लैशिंग। प्लांट प्लांट ब्रो प्लांट। अबे बॉम्ब कहाँ है? अबे अबे आगे सब आगे।
अरे भाई
ये कौन था भाई ये?
ये राउंड बहुत खराब हो गया। किसके पास बॉम्ब था फेंक के आ गया।
अरे भाई नाइस भाई,
वाह।
क्लच मास्टर भाई, क्लच बोलते हो।
लास्ट राउंड बॉम्ब किसके पास था जो फेंका।
पता नहीं कैसा आतंकवादी है भाई, बम छोड़ के आ गया भाई। वे चलो शॉर्ट आ रहे मुझे लग रहा है। हाँ मिड भी है, मिड भी है, मिड सिटी। ए भाई नाइस ब्रो, नाइस शॉट। भाई बाहर हिरन का बच्चा घूम रहा था, इधर ही रहता है शायद। बी है क्या?
बी है बी है।
अबे भाई ये क्या, अब क्या करूं मैं?
ऐसे कैसे साफ हो जाना समझ नहीं।
एकदम ही साफ हो गए भाई, क्या है?
जा सही कर दे।
क्या लिया जाए भाई, इकोनॉमी बहुत खराब चल रही।
एक स्मोक करके एंगल आउट होगा टाइम पे तो प्लस से फिर कैसे क्लिक करना।
Let's go. Laying down smoke.
ऑरेंज मिड डोर देख ले, मिड डोर
हाँ वॉचिंग वॉच।
Roger that.
लॉन्ग हैवी है, लॉन्ग हैवी है।
लॉन्ग
नाइस ब्रो। ये क्या था इस बार भाई, टेंस तो नहीं आ गया तुम्हारे अंदर?
मैंने एक आदमी मार दिया। लोग बंदूक फेंक रहे हैं खरीद के। अमीर हो गए।
ग्रीन ले रही है। स्मोक लेना, बी पे जाओ, एक बंदा स्मोक लेना है, एक बंदा मिड डोर। ग्रीन मिड डोर देख, ग्रीन मिड डोर देख।
हाँ वॉच। मिड मल्टीपल है वो। एक ए चला गया एक। ए, बी जाता हूँ मैं, बी ऑरेंज बी चल में सब बी। मिड छोड़ो भाई, मिड बस यहीं से देखो।
Real life. Throwing smoke. Grenade out. Laying down smoke.
किधर है किधर है? अभी यही है, अभी टनल में है शायद। किधर है, लॉन्ग है क्या? हेलो भाई।
कोई आइडिया नहीं था।
अरे बी है एक बी।
मैं टी साइड से आ रहा है।
अरे भाई, अरे वो बहुत कोई एंटी ब्रो, एंटी। मैच खत्म है।
पुश कर दिया यार, पुश नहीं करते तो भी आराम से जीतते। ऑरेंज पुश कर।
कोई नहीं, एंटी ब्रो एंटी।
नाइस ट्राई, नाइस गेम।
Move it, son. Laying down smoke.
लॉन्ग है।
Throwing smoke.
Long, long, long.
Smoke.
अरे यार, बहुत ही गंदा रिकॉर्ड. हेलो.
Decoys out.
थैंक यू. थैंक यू. मैं क्या लूँगा भाई तुमसे? मेरे पास क्या ही है? हाँ. क्या मिला इस मैच का? कुछ भी नहीं. Least think we have got. भाई बहुत बुरा आ रहे हैं हम. थोड़ा सा वार्म अप भी एक तो मैच. Do it by certified Sapri, bro. Let's do it. You can do it, bro. Very nice. Nice, bro. Shot.
We're really laying into them.
भाई फाइनल में राउंड चल रहा है ऑलमोस्ट. चलो भाई जीतते हैं इस मैच को.
Throwing fire.
Deploying flashbang.
Throwing smoke.
Incendiary out.
This is new skin, bro. New skin. I just got it yesterday. My first Counter-Strike skin for M4. Given by Counter-Strike. No money involved.
Incendiary out.
It's good, right?
Smoking.
Throwing fire. Flashbang.
Abhi? Bro, I thought he was dead. Oh, it was another one. Now I see the kill feed. मेजू मेजिनो अरे भाई कॉपीराइट ब्रो सर्टिफाइड सेपरी ब्रो कॉपीराइट okay, let's go just two bro hey अबे अबे तेरी अबे ये सब क्या चल रहा है तो एआई सॉन्ग चल रहा है भाई वो भी कुछ अलग ही बात की हो रही है एआई बोलते अभी भी चला रहा है क्या गाना है अरे अभी आ जाओ भाई भी आ जाओ अरे मारो भाई क्या कर सो गए लोग भाई खेलते खेलते सो गए अबे ये क्या है भाई किक कर दो भाई नेतन्याहू चला गया ये अरे किक करो भाई इसको कोई नेतन्याहू AFK है भाई। अबे कौन आ रहा है इसके? अरे किक कर दो भाई इसको। आ गया वो वापिस आ गया। चल चल चल। अरे मैं लो हूँ ब्रदर, चल आगे। अरे मैं लो हूँ भाई, चल चल। देखो आजो आजो आजो। अबे ये कौन? चल चल शॉर्ट, चल चल अंदर, चल अंदर। अबे ब्रो
I'm gonna fix this bomb now.
अरे अरे भाई, अरे भाई, नाइस ब्रो नाइस। भाई अब साथ में चलो भाई। आजो आजो लॉन्ग, आजो लॉन्ग। आजा आजा, चल चल चल। अबे ऐसा क्या, एक बंदा भी नहीं निकला भाई। वाह रे वाह। ए,
be wrong.
I'm planting the bomb. Bomb has been planted. It's going to explode. Terrorists win.
Yeah, bro, nice, bro, nice. At least one more.
Move
Yeah.
it, move it. Affirmative. I'm throwing a flashbang. Throwing a flashbang. Decoy. Grenade out.
अबे नहीं, इधर इधर पूरा बिल्डिंग सेट है.
Fire in the hole! We're on the plan!
Grenade.
Throwing flashbang!
अबे अबे बंद कर भाई. अरे बंद कर भाई. प्रोड्यूसर ये मुझे लग रहा है इसका प्रोड्यूसर भी.
Priming explosives.
Counter-terrorists win.
You have big headphones.
Throwing flashbang.
I'm throwing a flashbang.
One.
Throwing a flashbang. Throwing smoke. Throwing fire.
अबे साले.
I'm throwing a grenade.
अबे
We'll stop your little scout. Terrorists win. I fear no man.
Oh, flash me long.
Let's move.
Affirmative.
Thank you. We got B.
Nice. Bro.
One more last round, no? Photo. One more.
Throwing smoke.
Could be in the... Fucking deadly.
ये क्या है? आतंकवादी आतंक बिछा दिया भाई पूरा। आतंकियों का आतंक। कुछ नहीं पता चल रहा है क्या।
They want to throw their lives away trying to stop us? That's their business. Flashbang out. Fire in the hole. अरे नाइस।
Army brought.
We did it!
Okay.
Grenade out. Deploying flashbang. Throwing fire. Let's go, fellas. Flashbang. Laying down smoke.
बी है शायद. इधर
Terrorists win. Gear up. We aren't going on a windy walk. Deploying decoy. Throwing flashbang.
ये बहुत ज़्यादा वो है यार. ये समझ आ रहा है. सेंसिटिविटी बहुत ज़्यादा है.
Grenade. Terrorists win. Bomb has been planted.
तो दे दिया
Let's make this Reyes rain.
ये कौन है
Throwing grenade. Smoke. Incendiary out. Flashbang. Deploying flashbang. Decoys out. No. Counter-terrorists win. Right on. Yep, pretty sure we got this. Come on, jump. Decoy. Throwing flashbang. Throwing smoke. Throwing fire.
ये क्या था ये तो बहुत कम कर दिया शायद
Laying down smoke. Deploying flashbang. Grenade. Terrorists win. Let's have at it, babes. Incendiary. Fire in the hole. Flashbang. Deploying flashbang. Laying down smoke. Incendiary. Grenade out. Throwing fire.
बहुत कम कर दिया है इससे मूवमेंट बहुत कम हो गई क्रॉस हेयर को 3.343 Damn it.
Incendiary out. Grenade out. Flashbang.
Mid.
All right.
You have to be very careful. After 3 or 4 bullets, the recoil spread is too much. Bro. It's too much.
Decoy. Throwing a grenade. Throwing smoke. Deploying flashbang. Grenade out. Flashbang. Smoke. Flashbang. Deploying flashbang. Grenade. Putting a molly down. Counter-terrorists win. Let's go. Throwing fire. Fire in the hole. Laying down smoke. Throwing flashbang. Throwing a grenade.
बहुत लो था भाई.
Move it, son. Throwing fire. Incendiary out. Throwing smoke.
भाई वाह भाई वाह।
Let's move out. Flashbang. Incendiary. Smoke. Grenade out.
अरे पर अबे भाई किधर से मार रहा है ये भाई? और स्प्लिट भी खेलोगे ना तो भी भाई अच्छा कर लोगे इससे। कोई सुन ही नहीं रहा है।
Go to bomb site Bravo.
इसकी
Go
आँखें।
to bomb site.
ये अभी खेला वर्टिगो भाई, कैश खेलते हैं। अबे क्या लैग हो रहा है भाई? ये क्या फ्रेम ड्रॉप हो रहा है? शायद लैग तो नहीं लग रहा मुझे, फ्रेम ड्रॉप ही लग।
Allahu Akbar, let's go.
आजा बम्बर आजा। बी आ जा ए एक बुलेट्स नहीं पीछे मोहम्मद किधर है करो भाई अरे भाई गुड अरे इधर मल्टीपल है पीछे मत हटो भाई एक बारी घुस गए तो आ जाओगे
कुछ है
अरे कुछ नहीं है इसमें nice nice
Finish before you die. I'm planted. We must win. Throw the decoy. I'm throwing the flashback.
ए
Count it. इधर बैठ
क्या था भाई?
मॉली करना भी
अरे मेरे पास है। ऐसे नहीं सोचा।
अरे यूज कर लेता बी मेन से आएगा
Flashing.
और आएगा एक और आएगा शूट बॉम्बर किधर है
Hey, clear. Team inside. Yeah, but sniper के बच्चे रुक रुक मार कर रहा हूँ.
I'm throwing a flashbang. They cannot stop us now. We understand. Let's go. Fog. Throwing a flashbang. Flashbang.
One side.
Throwing fire. Throwing smoke. Grenade out. Throwing a flashbang. Smoke.
Nice.
And dead.
Terrorists win. I fear no man. The bomb is ticking down. Come on, let's go. Flashbang. Throwing a flashbang. Throwing smoke.
Okay.
Throwing a flashbang.
Boosted. Beam.
Nice, bro.
अरे भाई P90 का 14.
I planted the bomb.
ग्राउंड वाले कुत्ते ग्राउंड वाले. अरे भाई.
अरे
गन ले लेते हैं भाई, हो जात।
ले लो आप।
We will make them regret it.
मल्टीपल
I'm throwing a grenade. Smoke. Smoke. Planted. Throwing fire. Bomb has been planted. Throwing fire.
नहीं होगा। जी
Terrorists win.
Oh, let's go.
I wish. Throwing a flashbang.
अरे जा
Happy.
I'm throwing a flashbang. Molotov. We will stop you, little. Let's go, let's go. I'm throwing a flashbang. Flashbang. Throwing smoke.
पटाखा गन है ये, पटाखा भाई, इसकी कोई गोली नहीं लगी।
But
Bye. अरे भागो भागो शॉर्ट में कोई नहीं है, शॉर्ट में कोई नहीं। अबे कहाँ है?
एक सिटी कोई ना कोई It's okay.
भाई चार लोगों में मैं ही था। चार बंदे थे, मैं ही था उसमें भाई जिसको वो लग अरे भाई ये क्या है भाई?
निकल रे भाई निकल ठीक रीत ठीक
भाई आज ऑमलेट नहीं बनाऊंगा, आज तेल का ऑमलेट।
पूरा हक दिया दोनों इसको पता नहीं कौन वो क्या है हो गया नाइस
Now is the time. Throw in the flashbang. The guy's out. Flashbang. Throw in smoke. Throw in fire. Flashbang.
अबे सीटी एटी आ गया वो। फ्लैश
I'm planted. I'm throwing. Bomb has been planted.
अबे
अरे कुत्ते डिफेंस कर
No more talking. Now we're fighting. Throwing fire.
गुरु ने क्या किया? एफ किया जी।
It is time now, my brothers. Throw in the flashbang. I'm throwing the flashbang. Throwing fire. Flashbang. Grenade.
Hey.
hedging.
Gear up. We're going in. Roger that. Throwing smoke. Grenade.
स्प्लिट खेल लो, स्प्लिट 5-5 स्प्लिट खेल लो भाई। बी मल्टीपल बी। बी मल्टीपल।
Decoys out. Deploying flashbang.
B. Flash.
अबे भाई फिर से आ गया।
Come on, jump, jump. Laying down smoke. Incendiary out. Deploying flash in the area. Throwing smoke. Grenade out. Throwing flashbang. Throwing fire. Smoke. Throwing fire. Throwing fire. Grenade. Throwing a grenade. Throwing flashbang.
अरे भाई चुप क्या रहा है ये बंदा कौन है राजू राजू भाई
Let's make this right is right. Throwing fire. Deploying flashbang. Incendiary out. Incendiary. Decoy.
ये भाई साहब इधर ही आ गए क्या एक तो ये बंदे क्या कर रहे हैं भाई इन्होंने इतने महंगे पीसी ले लिए माइक ऑन नहीं कर पा रहे क्या खेल रहे इतनी अकेली हो गई जनता भाई लोनलीनेस पर और जब माइक ऑन होगा तो भाई गालियां निकलेंगी काउंटर स्ट्राइक ऑलमोस्ट सब गेम में ऐसा हो गया है बहुत ज़्यादा लोग तन्हा जी रहे हैं भाई क्या कर सकते
Move it, son. Flashbang. Flashbang.
भाई क्या था ये?
Incendiary out. Deploying flashbang.
अबे तेरी
Grenade out.
क्या भाई
Throwing flashbang.
बी गाइस कम बी
राजू ओए राजू अबे ये क्या था भाई?
हेलो
ओला भटूरा।
भाई सिटी में आ जा भाई, बच्चे सिटी में आ जा।
ऐसा क्यों बोला? सिटी में बच्चे हैं क्या? मतलब ये बोलना चाह रहा है क्या? सिटी में बच्चे खेल रहे हैं मतलब? नहीं रुक, अभी बताता हूँ, क्लच दिखाता हूँ। बहुत हुआ।
बॉम्ब ड्रॉप।
भाई ये, अरे
F1
अरे क्या हो गया? नहीं, क्यों इस भाई को निकाला जा रहा है? बॉलर था क्या? बॉलर था क्या भाई? आ जाओ, एक पे एक टपा टप होगा। बे गोंगू यू भाई। अबे एक बंदा भी नहीं मार पाए पूरी टीम। अबे क्या ही बोल सकते हैं, ये एक वो है, कॉम्प्लीमेंट तो है। देखा भी है भाई, तुम जाओगी, तुम बड़ा हो गया।
Laying down smoke. Grenade out.
बहुत अच्छा मौसम हो गया लो, बाहर चाय बनेगी, अब चाय चाय पी लेता हूँ भाई।
Grenade out.
बम को
Laying down smoke. Throwing smoke.
लैग
Throwing a grenade. Grenade out.
अरे अरे कैसे नहीं अरे बढ़िया।
Let's go. Decoy. Laying down throwing smoke. Deploying flashbang. Flashbang. Throwing fire. Throwing fire. Smoke. Flashbang. Throwing smoke. Counter-terrorists win. All right, all right. Move it. One in the clear, lads. Decoys out. Throwing flashbang. Grenade out. Throwing flashbang. Incendiary. Laying down smoke. Throwing fire. Throwing fire. Throwing flashbang. Counter-terrorists win. There's no stopping us.
हेलो जी
Come on, chop chop.
नहीं मैम मुझे तो नहीं चाहिए थैंक यू नहीं मैम नहीं चाहिए नहीं मैम,
Incendiary.
नहीं चाहिए थैंक यू मैम गुड डे
Flashbang. Smoke.
ऊपर आ इधर हिमालय
Throwing a grenade. Incendiary out. Grenade out. Throwing flashbang. Throwing smoke. Deploying flashbang. Throwing fire. Flashbang.
वे क्या कर रहे हो भाई क्या प्राइम बॉय कौन था भाई कीप कर रहा है
Throwing a flashbang. Smoke.
और किधर चली गई मेरी
This is easy. We kill them and then we go home. Throwing a flashbang.
That's अबे कौन बहन है? Flashing. Anti movement.
On terrorist. Wait.
Throw the decoy.
First. B, let's go B, bro. भाई क्या ही होगा देख के भाई, क्यों देख के क्या ही होगा समझे। भाई यहाँ से बॉल ले भी नहीं पाएगा कोई, मुझे लग रहा है। मिल गया, बढ़िया। अबे नाइस ब्रो, गुड। First round. Flashing bro, flashing. हेल्थ कहाँ गई?
Fire in the hole. Molotov. Deploying smoke shield. Throwing flashbang. Flashbang out.
यहीं पे गन मिल जाएगी मुझे। ये देख यस स्मोक ही दे दिए ले ले यार गन की तरह अबे क्या है चलो चलो भाई जाइए अबे क्या है भाई
Be careful, man.
तुम क्या डाले तुम भाई
Grenade out. Move it, move it. Decoy. Smoke. Throwing smoke. Throwing a flashbang. Throwing fire.
अरे बुलेट ही नहीं दे भाई
I'm planting the bomb. Bomb has been planted.
अबे ये कौन
Very good, thank you.
नाइस
Contact squad. Flashbang. The guy's out.
Let's push the drive.
अरे बॉम्ब रह गया, वही बॉम्ब कौन ड्रॉप
शॉट
कर
एक
दिया
है,
मैंने?
शॉट एक है। सेम एंड पुश कर। शॉट एक
Flashbang out. Now is the time. Smoke.
अबे कहाँ है, कहाँ है?
जल्दी करो भाई, D2 खेल।
Let's go, my brother.
ये विंडो स्मोक बहुत जरूरी है यार, डायरेक्ट ऐसे नहीं करना चाहिए। क्या वो एरिया स्मोक करो या ये विंडो
अरे 91 भाई।
स्मोक किए जाना मतलब भाई इलीगल, गलत।
वाह
D2 लग।
No gas. Why?
पे
Very good. Thank you.
अरे अरे भाई
Nice, nice. Yes. No, 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 no. Yes. I didn't see it.
अभी क्या था भाई अच्छा ये डब्ल्यू परफेक्टली
It's a dog fight. I'm throwing a flashback.
अरे फ्लैश थोड़ा आगे चला गया भाई सॉरी ब्रदर
Time now.
Long
Yes.
मौलिया दौड़ मौलिया है एक आदमी भी आ गया चला जा दूसरे बार बुझते दे भाई बुझते दे अरे और कॉर्नर
मिला बूस्ट भाई अरे वो हम ड्रॉप हो गए
आ रहा आया आया फुटस्टेप देके चला जा, फुटस्टेप देके चला जा ना भाई। शॉट में बॉम्ब पड़ा।
ये भाई कोई तो अफगानी स्कीम
एलडी 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 उधर 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 मेगा रुक 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 ऑपर है।
अबे कौन बोल
मारो मारो
अफगानी पुश
दोनों बेटा एक शॉट।
अफगानी पुश और मलेशियन कैंपिंग भाई
अच्छी
क्या
बात
चल रही है
ये आजा
तगड़ी स्ट्रेटजी चल रही है भाई।
एक्चुअली फुट मुझे एलटी और शॉट दोनों है, इसलिए गलत कॉल हो गया थोड़ा।
ये है अफगानी पुश कर रहे हैं जॉन रैम्बो भाई।
भावनाओं को समझ गया था।
निकल सकते हैं, लाल है दोनों।
माता चोद प्रो कैंपर है वैन का लाउड रिसेंटली बैठा हुआ है पूछ लीजिए। एलटी एलटी एलटी
इधर इधर शॉर्ट शॉर्ट क्या हो रहा है सर? अबे चल 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 लॉन्ग चल लॉन्ग। अबे आओ तो सही कौन है ये? क्या
पर ट्रेड नहीं लेता भाई, ये लो स्लो ट्रेड लेता है।
ऐसे करो ऐसे क्यों करे?
कितना डैमेज लगा उसको?
मिड स्मोक कर दो इनको।
We must win. Let's go to A bomb. Smoke. Throw the flashbang.
अरे भाई क्या करते हैं? वन टैप देना पड़ेगा। वन टैप के बगैर ये
मजा आ रहा है
सब
भाई वो लोग मत जो
The guy's out. Smoke. Flashbang. Grenade. I'm throwing a grenade. Molotov. Throwing a flashbang.
भी आजा भी इधर आ बम्बर इधर आ हिमालय इधर आ।
Grenade out. Grenade out.
इन दोनों लोग सबसे ही टफ टीम है यहाँ पे भाई कैश कितना खेलो Yes, it was.
चलो चलो अरे कौन क्या हो रहा है यूपी भाऊ
मत फाइट रहे
गोपी बहन अरे बॉम्ब किधर है वो चलो 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 चल 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 बी चल बी चल बी चल अरे भाई क्या अपना कुछ है किल विल कुछ नहीं मिला भाई इतना मारा भाई तुम लोग फ्लैश भी ले लो ब्रदर बाय कर लो बाय चल मीट से आजा आजा ये कहाँ से आ गए एकदम
Don't think so. Let's move. Come on, hurry up. Yes. Fan bloody tastic. Smoke! I'm starting the fire. Grenade out. I'm throwing a flashbang. Grenade out. Grenade! Grenade flashbang. Flashbang out. Smoke! Throwing fire.
वो जल्दी आ
अबे जल्दी साले तुम आओ इधर से जल्दी। अबे इधर था बे राइट में, कोई देख यार ये बंदे क्यों नहीं आ रहे भाई। अबे ये बंदे खड़े हो जा रहे भाई, एंट्री ले नहीं रहे साथ टेररिस्ट। अरे भाई एंट्री तो ले लो साथ में यार। चल चल इधर ही है बे भाई।
Throwing flashbang.
कहाँ है भाई, किधर घूम रहे हैं?
I'm planted.
तो अंधा कर दो, हाँ अंधा कर दो भाई, कुछ नहीं दिख रहा। इसको क्या हो गया भाई? अफगानी पुश। अरे आज स्काउट भाई के मैचेस भी हैं, क्वांटम स्पोर्ट्स कमबैक होगा भाई आज। राइट साइड है, राइट साइड, राइट कॉर्नर।
Deploying smoke shield.
क्या था भाई? अरे आओ बे, कोई तो आओ यार, फ्लैश स्मोक ही कर दो कुछ। मैं सोच रहा किया जाए, BMPS देखा जाए, अपना हो गया भाई आज का। आज भाई क्वांटम अच्छा खेलनी चाहिए ब्रो। मैं चाहता हूँ जो ये अंडरडॉग्स टीम है, मतलब ये सब खेले भाई, जॉनथन स्काउट ये सब,
Fire in the hole.
पंक हो गया,
Throw the flashbang.
सब खेलो भाई यार। इनके नए बंदों के पास तो बहुत चांस है, बट इनका भाई टाइम भी तुम्हें पता है, गया तो फिर ही आएंगे। नए बंदे तो भी काफी देर खेल करें भाई यार ना। अबे
Smoking. Throwing fire. Flashbang out.
पता नहीं उन लोगों का गेम प्ले कैसा है, बट बोल रहा था ग्राइंड तो बहुत कर रहा। अगर ये लोग ग्रुप सी में रह गए तो अगले हफ्ते टैग भी ग्रुप सी में ही मिलेगी। मैं तो स्काउट की साइड हूँ भाई, आज स्काउट भाई हो गई। अफगानी पुश देखना पड़ेगा। अभी शायद 10 मिनट है, 10 मिनट में करता हूँ स्टार्ट। उससे पहले कमेंट्री चलती रहती है।
Flying into fire. Throwing fire.
चल भाई आजा, चल भाई कोरल, चल भाई आजा, मैं मर जाऊंगा चल।
Throwing the flashbang.
Quantum esports, bro, let's go. Quantum esports. Come back, come. भाई एक घंटी बजा दो तुम लोग भी भाई, घंटी। रिंग द बेल ब्रदर, रिंग द बेल। इसको मैं जाऊंगा आगे भाई, रुक तू रुक, मैं जाऊंगा आगे भाई। प्लान दे। तेरी भाई ये क्या भाई, ये कौन सा मूवमेंट है भाई? इंडोनेशियन जंप भाई, इंडोनेशियन जंप कर रहा है। क्या था ये भाई? ये राउंड भी हार गए ना कर तक। मैं जा रहा हूँ भाई।
We are going to win. Terrorists win. You cry like bitches before you die.
ये पिंग ज्यादा क्यों आया भाई? 7-8 पिंग आता था। भाई बेल बजा दो भाई, बेल। कोई तो बेल बजाता है। चल कोरल घुस जा। कहाँ है इसकी आँख? इधर है, छुपा है इधर पीठ। तेरी ऐसी तेरे प्लान ऐसी नमन। बी आ जाओ, बी बॉम्ब दे दो, बी चला जा भाई।
बी पे बहुत
I throw the flashback.
अबे प्लीज, क्या ही कर सकते हैं भाई।
Let us go. We are the best. I throw the flashback.
चलो ए आ जाओ, ए चला जाए। क्या चीज सील है, इसको कैसे पता? नहीं है ये। अरे मर गया।
fire. Smoke. Throwing smoke.
ये कैसे नहीं लगा यार वे बहुत बुरा हुआ चलो BMPS bro let's go good game BMPS 2026 loading watch party let me change क्यों चल रहा है bro okay BMPS 2026 bro. In Hindi or English?
टॉक्सिक उनसे भी एक्सपेक्टेशन फॉर
Hindi
श्योर
or
रहने वाली है
English?
और देख
English. Okay, English.
Apart from that, the big news is Cyrax returning to the lineup. He was the one big piece of the puzzle that was very important even during their run in 2025. But as we move to the next page, we have Oops Official, Team Versatile, Autobots, and Phoenix Esports. And again, this is quite interesting. VXT and Phoenix, two names that Somraj has represented in the past. Right now, he's playing under the banner for K9 Esports. But even with these new rosters, I mean, VXT and Phoenix are going to be quite deadly. We move on to the next, and we have the biggest news out of all. God's Reign making a comeback. Destro, he's there. We see his name, but I don't think he's going to be playing.
I am so excited to see God's Reign because this
Quantum
time they've got
Esports
4
and-
assaulters in the main playing 4. Technically on paper, Neo is the man who's supposed to IGL this team, but still we know the man's an assaulter. He's always been an assaulter. Justin also is an assaulter. Delta PG has also been an assaulter. So it's really exciting to see the amount of firepower we might just be able to see from God's Reign. It's going to be on a different level. And yes, we've also got GDSX on the screen. And as we mentioned, Quantum Spark, Scout making his comeback, Yeshu as well being a part of it, Master, Dutch, and even Archit.
And then again, another big news is going to be the new lineup for True Rippers. Punk, Omega, Cheyenne, Termi, and Achuk going to be there as the playing 5 for the team. It's going to be interesting to see what this new lineup for True Rippers can deliver. Because again, True Rippers, it's a legacy organization that's been part of Indian esports for the longest of time, because of which people have a certain level of expectation from them. And of course, people have their own expectation from a player like Punk, that he will be able to lead a lineup like this to the grand finals, especially with Termi and Cheyenne being there. Those two lads are incredible.
Exactly. On paper, that lineup is stacked. It's not like it's a weak lineup. I'm pretty sure in this entire group, we will see True Rippers dominate. It's not even a question. The real question is going to be, what about teams that are there right next to them? For example, Team Doxy. This is also one of those teams that we saw in the BGIs, and Team Doxy was doing pretty good for themselves, at least in the early stages. Team AX, we have seen a lot of shaky phases from AX, and the only good performance that we saw was in the BMPS last year.
That is true. Why aren't we talking about Quantum Spark, though? We don't know what to expect. It can either be a domination or an absolute flop. That's why it's going to exist in hyper position. That's for sure.
Look, you want me to be realistic?
Yeah.
I don't think we're going to see a domination from them. We might see a mediocre performance, but I don't think a domination is something that's going to happen.
Hey, man, a mediocre performance in Group D still means that you have to finish in the top 8, otherwise you get eliminated. That's the worst part about being in Group D.
Yeah, and the crazy part is Group D is actually stacked.
Yeah.
We've got names like Phoenix Esports, True Rippers also being a part of it. As you mentioned, even VXT is right there too. So yeah, Group D is definitely stacked. As you mentioned, compared to Group C, Group D is much more stacked. And I think even compared to Group B, Group D definitely does seem stacked.
A little bit, yeah. I did not want to say that, but I agree with you on that. I think a few of these teams would have done better, or it would have been better for a few of these teams in Group D if God's Reign wasn't there, if VXT wasn't there, if Phoenix wasn't there, if True Rippers wasn't there. I mean, Punk, he's on a story of redemption yet again, and this time he's going to try and prove that this is going to be the lineup that makes it to the final and does well in the finals. Because this BGIS 2026, it was a great start for Punk and the boys over at Godlike. But then, all of a sudden, day 2, day 3, they just lost their composure and took that tumble, which wasn't supposed to happen, to be honest.
And not just that, right? Speaking of tumbles, another name that pops up in my mind is going to be Esports Social. Esports Social was doing so good at the start of the BGIS in the early phases. Yes, Esports Social was there, constantly qualifying, barely qualifying in some phases. We never thought that Esports Social was going to be kicked outside of the tournament this early. But then later on now, they're once again back with a complete new roster. So I really want to see what sort of a gameplay we're going to be seeing from these boys.
You know, as you said at the start, that True Rippers, a team like that, is
Yeah.
bound to dominate in a lobby like this. What I want to see is we have 4 weeks of qualifiers happening, right? Switches happening every single week. Can True Rippers make that run from Group D all the way towards Group A, or at least in Group B, just so they can get themselves in a safer position? Because
Indeed.
let's not forget, even if you finish inside of the top 8 of Group B, you get at least some advantage for your team in the long run.
And Johnny, at the start of the day, we all locked in our predictions. I personally went with Team Doxy. I believe that Doxy's performance will be there.
Yeah.
But I know it's still a massive gamble I'm taking. And then I see going with True Rippers. That's an easy pick. God's Reign from Salty, another easy pick. You going with Quantum Sparks. Now, that's more than a gamble.
You got to believe in the GOAT. That's all I'm going to say. I was talking about Maisie, by the way. He's
Okay.
also picked Quantum Spark.
That's kind of crazy you just said that. But you know what? DC, I mean, of course, from the side of Ankybot, and then True Rippers
Yeah.
once again from Rawan and Sparrow. I thought when you mentioned GOAT, you were talking about Scout.
No, man, Maisie. Maisie is the
Okay.
real GOAT. Every single prediction he makes, we know what happens.
Yeah, a lot of people are going to be offended about that. But you know what, Johnny? Moving
About
on to
Maisie.
conversation about Maisie.
Yeah.
I mean, Maisie's just on a different level. Look, his curse is something that can never be overshadowed by anything else.
Exactly.
But you know what? Continuing the conversation about the roster changes and the teams itself. And as I mentioned for Esports Social, now moving on with a new roster inside of this BMPS 2026, especially in a group like this, I believe it is going to be a tough pill to swallow.
It will be. Group of D this time is truly the group of death. Bottom 8 of your entire lobby are going to be kicked out in the very first round of a tournament. That's a lot of pressure to deal with. But the only thing that they have going for them is that it's the start of the journey. You still have a lot of matches, 24 matches. And if you do well in this opening week, move to Group C and just manage to stick around in Group C, at least you are safe, right?
That's like that.
I mean, the thing is that for Group D, they don't have any other option than to actually just be there in the top 4. And speaking of Group C, the worst is that they're going to move on towards the bottom 8,
Let's
and
go,
then they
let's
will
go,
be
bro.
pretty much just inside
Quantum
of the Group D,
Esports.
and then if they're inside of the bottom 8, in the
Scout
Group D, they will
OP.
be eliminated.
Yeah.
So,
That's what you have to avoid, by the way.
yeah, pretty much.
True Rippers Punk.
It's easier said than done. I think, again, as we keep saying, it's the start of the journey. So let's see how the story unfolds this time. We have the first match for Group D on our screens, the map of Rondo. And this time the flight path starting from the eastern edge of the map, ending towards the northwestern quadrant, just a little bit south of Nauchin. It's going to force these fights into the most common spots. Jeddah City, one big primary location is available for grabs. New X Factory, Test Track, and of course, Stadium is also going to be there. The usual contenders, the usual clusters, it seems like that is what we're going to see in this very first rondo.
Indeed, we are going to be seeing those. And especially a lot of these teams, as you mentioned, are also going to be part of Neox Factory. And maybe a few teams will also head on towards Yulin. Stadium is also going to be part of the action. It's not even a question. AX is heading towards that Neox Factory drop clash. A lot of these teams want to prioritize those early fights. I'm a little bit concerned for True Rippers. I do see Punk and someone else towards that recall tower, so it's going to be a little bit awkward for them. If Punk ends up losing that fight, the backup plan is gone for True Rippers, and already True Rippers, they're falling apart.
What?
For some reason, True Rippers did not even
Bro.
stand a single chance towards Neox Factory. The moment they jumped down, they were eliminated from the game. But things do not end just there. You've also got God's Reign now taking matters in their own hands, as Justin and Delta, they are still there in the close proximity. And there's too many teams around them. Someone's Dream also in the front lines. Delta constantly tapping away. Justin from the tap, he's got a lot of visual. AX's ball now against another team. And AX for some reason
let's
is
go.
just not backing
Nice.
away, winning those duels back
Let's
to back.
go, bro.
And Devotee is going to make sure he eliminates every single foe that stands in front of him.
AX this time around has a point to prove. I mean, the start of 2026
Good
has
game,
not been
brother,
the
good
best.
game.
And everyone started to ask the question that was last year, was BMPS 2025 just a fluke coming from the players of AX? This time, they have to prove that that wasn't the case. But on the other side, Dragonclaw Esport, this is a nice little pounce that they have on the players of Esports Social. But Manny John finding an impressive trade, just hit in the corner till it was time for him to strike. They've lost just a single player in this fight. They found 2 knocks, and I think those finish conversions, they need to happen as quickly as possible. 5 eliminations secured so far by Esports Social.
Oh, there's too many teams still lying around. Esports Social. Manny Jod with the nade cooking up. And that nade's going to be landing right next to the player. Does a lot of damage too. Repositioning was there, but still that nade catches the person. But even Manny Jod instantly gets traded out. DCXSCR. Just this one man in the close. He's trying his best to at least squeeze in a few elimination points for his boys. But he's the only person alive right now in this vicinity. While speaking of the opponent, Godson Esports, they've got a lot more. And we all know what Godson was capable of last time. They were able to pull off a massive chicken dinner on this map itself.
Yeah.
So they definitely do possess a lot of firepower.
They definitely do, but I think this time they are just being cautious because, again, starting off from Group D, it's not going to be easy, and you do not have a lot of matches. You just have 6 matches to play. It is important that a team like Godsend, as you mentioned, who are proficient on the map of Rondo, get as much value from this one Rondo that they get, especially during the opening week of BMPS 2025. On the other side of things, Autobot, it seems like, are getting very eager to put some more pressure on the players of VXT. They have them pinned inside the building. Lobster lining up that nade. He needs to find contact, flushes out the player around the corner. They know where Smoker is, looking to make the bounce. Smoker still juking around these boxes. Has not taken a lot of damage, but the next nade from Lobster finds contact. And Autobots, they have the upper hand in this fight. A trade found by the players of VXT. Well, it wasn't VXT actually. Juppy Esports from the flank are getting involved.
Oh, third party, bro. Another team.
Yet.
Third
but
team.
instead, they run in the open arms of God's Rain and just give up that elimination point. God's Rain, this is what I'm talking about. This team is literally packed with so much firepower. It's insane. Every single person knows what exactly needs to be done inside of firefights. And that's what God's Rain's going to be utilizing to the maximum potential. They are going to be taking fights left, right, and center. Their main source of income is going to be those fights itself. While AX trying to be the tactical bunch, but even they're quite aggressive. On top, Devotee and Cyrax next to each other. 3 finishes racked up so far. It's not a lot of finishes since X, they literally control the main building.
That's a very awkward move, just taking that drop straight into the arms of Juppy Esports. Cyrax now has to be cautious. He has his teammate right above on top of his head. But the gap in the roof, it's not wide enough to go for those corner angles. Now looking to isolate those fights, not really possible. It's God's Rain from the distance who end up making that bounce. Cyrax knocked and finished off. And as we were talking about God's Rain Necro, I mean, it's just Justin and Delta. These two lads themselves as a duo are a menace for everyone to deal with. And of course, just like them, there are going to be few of these teams that will just rely on blind aggression. I'm just surprised that True Rippers has lost 2 recalls. And the value that they've gained from it is in negative. They just were able to secure 1 finish point. Not really the start I was hoping to see from the side of True Rippers, especially on Rondo. But let's see, it's a completely new roster, so maybe they will take their sweet time to adjust.
Phoenix Esports scouting things out from the top. Late bloomers, that's what you would like to call this team. Moving in late inside of the action. Autobots Esports, they try to be the cheeky bunch. They do get 1 elimination point squeezed out from Phoenix. But an instant trade did happen as well.
Oh.
And God's Rain now, what is this bounce? Oh my god, somehow it works out. A crooked move coming through from God's Rain, but it worked out to perfection. And now Delta PG has fallen up close. He's not going to lose that duel. God's Rain is just fiddling with the opponents. It's their time for revenge. It's their time for vengeance. And God's Rain, they will make sure that they're counting every single body on top of this roof. Juppy Esports, even they're doing a phenomenal job keeping the opponents on the bay. AX has been done and dusted from the Ox factory, and now the recalls are also going to be triggered.
Yeah, but God's Rain, look at them. They're just waiting on the other end of the roof for the players of Juppy Esports as the revives come through. and already in double digits. I think it's a masterclass on how to take these aggressive fights by Justin and Delta. This duo has been hailed as one of the best duos in the scene for the longest of time, since 2023, when they lifted the trophy for BGIS in Mumbai. And of course, 2025, not the greatest year for the entire roster. Destro deciding to step down as the IGL of the team. He's still there in the back lines, but I think now with just the freedom to make this push, these two men have decided they will make it happen. Well, unfortunate that they have to start from Group D, though.
But Autobots Esports, Johnny. Arib is now trapped.
This guy's
Does the
gone.
opponent know that Arib is right behind him? Maybe the answer is no.
Donate.
This man from Jumpy's got no clue. Now it definitely knows. SKOP
Bro, I
gets
told you,
sharked
bro.
on. And for some reason, he was not even able to shoot
Oh,
back the opponent,
what?
Arib. He's making them look like
Bro.
noobs. Oh my God, he
Good
made
shot,
it look
good
so easy.
Yeah.
Quick work.
Just ran circles around them. They had no response to it, but now this might be the real fight for the players of Autobots as God's Reign finally decided to drop down from the high ground. But Lobster, what an aid, and Arib around the corner finds Delta as well. Justin and Delta have finally been shut down, and it's at the hands of Autobots Esports. It's fair, man. Autobots Esports as well had a pretty decent run in Showdown last year, 2025, and now making a comeback in Pro Series 2026. I think this was bound to happen. These Titans, when they collide, you never know what can happen.
I mean, for Autobots Esports to pretty much start things off on such an explosive manner, it just propels them in such a nice mindset. And with this mindset, Autobots Esports can actually move on and conquer the game. But the main issue is, Johnny, the overall distance between the players.
Yeah.
The remaining two players are all the way towards the left side, and the remaining two are on the right side of the map. How are they going to reunite?
Luckily, they have
Bro,
recall towers
East.
in both the places, so
Where
they
is
can
that
decide
team?
which
Where is
duo gets
Quantum
aggressive
Esports,
looking
bro?
for fights and just recall them on the other side of the map. I think that is one strategy. Ideally, it should be towards the west,
They
where
did
they
not
should
look
be
a single
resetting,
fight. I
because
think
Arib
they're trying
and
to
Lobster, they have the flow of momentum. They've been
go
aggressive
with the
all this
zone,
time,
'cause
so
it will
they
be
are
their
gonna in
first
the heat of the
match
moment.
and
The
first
mindset
fight.
is now locked in on running into those aggressive fights.
think.
And of course, there are teams moving in from the eastern half of
Other
the
than
map
the
that allows
local
them a
scrims,
little
they
bit
haven't
more
played any
opportunity
matches.
to stay on the edge and be the gatekeepers. But as I talk about Autobots Esports, we had a little bit of a recap of that showdown where the players of Phoenix Esports were getting very aggressive. They have been able to secure 4 points in the early stages of the game, but also have used 3 recalls.
Yeah, Phoenix is done. Out of fuel. So now Phoenix Esports needs to bring in a cautious approach. Team Doxy as well, burning through all their recalls. So even Doxy now needs to be a little bit cautious and careful. Godson Esports, we saw them being aggressive as well. 5 elimination points secured so far. It's great. Godson Esports, they can move on with this momentum. But looking at God's Reign and Autobots Esports, man, that's a different beast. God's Reign getting 10 finishes off the rip. It's unheard of.
Oh, but now they might have to
Bro.
reset, as we mentioned, towards the west.
Punk, bro, TR Punk, let's go, brother.
Arib already
Punk,
picked
bro,
off by the
let's
players
go.
of True Rippers mid-rotation.
Good game, bro.
Lobster now trying to make a run for his life. They need to look for those bonus points. And even if we look at the return on the recalls that have been used by both God's Reign and Autobots, I think Autobots are doing slightly better. They've only used 1 recall till now. They are about to use the second one to try and bring Arib back. Lobster, he's still there. Eggy, he has been holding his own on the recall tower. And they've gotten 7 eliminations just by using 2 recalls. God's Reign on the other front, 4 recalls used.
What?
Doesn't matter. They are already in double digits.
Oh, Phoenix Esports. Shots raining down on the foes in the front. And Phoenix now, they've already tasted what the opponents look like. One thing is for sure, Phoenix Esports is now going to be out for blood. They know that the opponents have found themselves in probably one of the most uncomfortable spots, and if Phoenix
Oh,
wants,
this
they
is
can
very good
pounce
team.
on and
PNX
crush them
is
even
very
more.
good team.
Pretty much. They are trying to gatekeep the players of Dragonclaw Esports, because you look at the radar, Dragonclaw
They
has
didn't
been
qualify
forced
last time, but
outside
they
the
play
circle.
good.
There is a lot of space to move around from the north and from the south. But we'll have to see what Dragonclaw finally decides to do. Phoenix Esports, though, now they have the luxury of just holding on to this compound patiently and just wait to see how the opponents react.
Godsense on the move. Godsen Esports probably trying to find a good spot inside of the circle. That's what the game plan seems like.
So, see how you have to save yourself from the bullets
as well, but no
by
proper
switching
connections
seats.
yet.
That too instantly, too fast.
To the teammates from Godsen Esports already.
Oh,
in a
Scout
good
got his
advanced
first
position.
kill, bro. Good
And
game,
Quantum
good game.
Sparks is now taking shots
Scout by
against Godsen,
Afghani,
but they do find the
Afghani
first
play,
knock
bro.
as well. VXT against Redix Ross and Lucifer. The man's on top of the house. And oh no, VXT catching too much hurt. The first man getting knocked out.
VXT इसकी team है भाई.
Remaining players of Redix Ross really just trying to put the pedal to the metal and make that pounce. But Esports Social, they're right around the horizon, waiting for someone to make that first mistake. But even from the sidelines, Redix Ross is getting shot at. They need to be cautious off the sides. Redix Ross, not a lot of chances will be given to them to stay
नहीं,
alive.
push हो गया भाई.
This time, Juppy Esports, they will make sure that they eliminate someone.
Yeah, this cluster, these
But I
four
think-
teams colliding against each other was bound to just ruin the day for at least two. And turns out it's going to be VXT and Red Ross. Red Ross on a run for their lives. And it seems like Juppy Esports and Esports Social are on the move as well. Both the teams moving in the same direction towards the southern edge of the circle. Might just end up in a firefight, but the circle, it takes a centric shift, and that should force them to stay on the move. Look at that southern half, man. Esports Social, Juppy Esports, Red Ross, just a spread between these three names. And even the northwestern
They have no
quadrant
cover, bro.
clustered up with the likes of Autobot,
Yes.
with the likes of God's Reign, Team Doxy.
And
There's someone's
Juppy,
dream.
no cover. All open area, bro.
And AX as well, just completely gatekeeping that western edge. They have a strong compound.
Oh, those shots.
Oh, what?
Oh my god. Even from the
Oh,
back
where
now,
is this
Doxy's
guy?
getting peppered. What is Autobots Esports doing all the way in the back lines? And what are these shots? Doxy somehow able to connect those shots on towards Eggy. And the man gets knocked out. But Autobots Esports, the fight's not done yet. They also make the pounce right next to Doxy. And up close and personal, it's going to be the man from Doxy to come out on top. The remaining players of Autobots Esports, they're still searching for blood.
भाई,
They're
kill.
still looking for revenge. And Autobots
Kill,
Esports,
sorry,
there's no
भाई.
other option left
कैसे होगा
to
यार?
actually make it inside of the circle. The Blues constantly chipping away a lot of damage, and now even God's Reign is edge keeping them.
Yeah, move made out of desperation, and Autobots Esports are getting punished for it.
Whatever
Down to the lost man.
points he had,
Team
all of
Doxy on a
them.
run for their lives. I think the timing of
This
things
guy
works
took
out
it.
for the players of God's Reign. Autobots Esports, I don't know why, but for some reason they just started taking the fight and taking the shots against the players of Team Doxy from the blue zone itself. That unnecessary damage that they tanked just made the lives of Team Doxy a whole lot easier. Made it easy for them to find those knocks, but God's Reign now looking to finally push towards the edge of the circle. Do have the information about someone's dream waiting on the other side of the ridge. And Neo, he just wants that information before he calls his team forward. Aquanox right behind him. God's Reign again having a phenomenal time. 13 eliminations secured in this game so far.
What's that,
God's
man?
Reign, they
13.
slip up, and someone screamed. They're here to capitalize. Compromising the opponents, one of the men actually getting knocked out from God's Reign. There's just so many shots taken from all the different angles, and FDZ, and even they are just punishing the players of Team Doxy. Doxy falls apart. The first man to get knocked out from Team Doxy. Everyone who's on the edges now needs to pay the toll tax. And everyone on the edges broke. Esports Social 2. This time they seem like they've got an okay spot. It's not the best, but even they're on the edges. Doxy eliminated with just 2 finishes on the board. Unfortunate thing.
As you were talking about Esports Social, they have a very interesting 1-3 split going on. Bad OP has closed in close to the center of the circle, and his teammates are just following him up. So I think Esports Social will be able to stay safe at least till about stage 6, stage 7. Phoenix Esports, though, stuck on the eastern edge. And Quantum Spark, they want to close the distance. Master is already there, cooking up the nade. If he finds contacts, if he finds at least one knock to kick
Oh my
things
God.
off. Oh no, it's right on his feet.
Oh, he backs away at the nick of time. The nade was not cooked.
Yeah.
And that's why Master is alive. Imagine if that nade was cooked. Master would have been dead already. The man's actually jumping around utilities. Be careful, Master. You should not advance. Even he's tossing utilities off his own, but none of them connect. Phoenix Esports, they know the depth of the situation. They've deployed the covers as well.
And they have a shack to work with, so you do see two players just instantly running inside the shack. That's just to have that extra bit of caution that they know the odds of the nade falling through that small little gap is not really going to work out for them, especially when the players of Quantum Spark have been smoked off. But Yashu, he finds the opener. Faith gets knocked out. If he finds the second knock in this fight, that completely swings the advantage in the favor of Quantum Spark, and Master, he does not want to make wait anymore. Starts to lead the charge. They want to make this pound. The Molotov in the backlines as well gets the second knock. Phoenix Esports, they are getting burned alive, and Quantum Spark, with just 3 players making the pounds, are on the verge of winning this fight. Phoenix Esports are down to the last player.
Quantum Spark's utility utilization to the best. And the way they're just suffocating, choking the players of Phoenix Esports. Phoenix is not going to be able to stand the wrath for too long, and that's what happens. They crumble eventually. Phoenix Esports eliminated from the game, but they also got away 6 finishes. It's not too bad. A decent start, maybe you can't say.
It is a decent start. And even for the side of Quantum Spark, that was something, that push over there. They found a knock. Master just ran forward and just sprayed inside that smoke with his eyes closed, hoping to see if they can find the last player as well. Well, luckily they do end up cleaning house in Phoenix Esports. And it's a critical position, by the way, towards the eastern edge of the circle. Now that's in the hands of Quantum Spark. A lot of movement space, a lot of breathing room, since majority of the teams are playing from the west and the north.
Oh, Esports Social. The players are down low. Esports Social's on the run. Redix Ross going for the revival since they're not too stable. Lucifer's going to be back up. It's not even a question. Esports Social, though, just constantly rotating around it. What is this drive-by?
Bro, this looks
hackable.
hackable.
Eliminating that team. Redix Ross
But
not
it
in the
could
game
be good,
anymore.
but-
One nade, 2-piece. FEZ.
But
They've
that
got
was
something
us,
else cooking. And this time it seems like AX, they do not have any
Sometimes
reply to the
moving
utilities of
vehicle,
FEZ.
the spray
And
gets
FEZ,
connected,
They start to
but-
advance. They start to get a little bit aggressive, but even Esports Social from the back, they've got the lines of sight.
To be fair, I did not think Esports Social would be playing like this. 12 eliminations secured in this match already. And now they have made it to the top 10 as well. High chances they will finish inside of the top 6. Or at least the top 5. All 4 players are there from the side of Esports Social. A few seconds ago when we saw them getting punished by the players of Red Ross, I thought Esports Social would succumb to that pressure. But turns out that's not the case. They have the line of fire for the teams holding the western edge. Team AX, FEZ, and of course right behind them, the players of God's Reign as well could be in trouble next.
Yeah, it's like AX are pinched.
AX are done, I think.
But the nades, though, not finding exact connection. This one definitely does. Takes away a lot of HP. FEZ, though, there's still not someone who's going to back away like that. They keep on fighting like warriors, then they keep on punishing AX. But God's Reign, they're on the opposite side. They cannot even third-party this even if they want to, because God's Reign knows Esports Social is on the opposite side.
Exactly.
And they will punish him.
And now it's not just Esports Social, by the way. Look at the position taken by Jappi Esports. Even they will have a line of fire to cause trouble for the side of God's Reign if they want to. But Devotee, the last man alive from the side of AX. No utility left. Slowly and steadily crawling towards the players of FEZ. They are still aware that it wasn't the entirety of Team AX that they were able to finish off. Now finally spotted out. Devotee switches to the shotgun at that range. It's not going to work out. And the punish is going to be
Bro,
there.
why these guys are using
Futurize
shotgun, bro?
Esports Empire Original.
They have completely
7 eliminations secured.
eliminated the use of
M4.
M4. He could have done better with M4, bro,
Oh
at
man,
this moment.
Esports Social sending it
What?
on top of Juppy Esports. Esports Social realized that Juppy's gonna try to edge keep him. They are going to keep them. And that's why Esports Social, without even thinking for a second, they straight up just make that push. And Juppy Esports is now suffocating as they've been eliminated from this game. What a move by Esports Social. Perfectly calculated. They knew what exactly was needed to be done, and they execute that move.
Exactly. Talk about the element of surprise. Juppy Esports did not anticipate this level of aggression this late in the game. And Esports Social, my oh my, Necro, what a start. 15 finishes right off the bat in the very first game of their qualifier matches. Now it's just a question of where is this team actually going to stop. On the other side of things, Dragonclaw Esports also eliminated from the game. We are down to top 6. And even Quantum Spark, by the way, have made it into the top 6 with 6 eliminations. This is a decent start of the journey.
Yeah, not too bad. But then you look at God's Reign with 15 frags on the board.
Esports Social and God's Reign combined have 30 finishes. Between
Yeah.
two teams, there are 30 finishes.
Different beasts. Literally different beasts. Dominating this entire group. Then you've also
It's
got
good to
Oops
see,
Official.
bro. Scout playing
Once again.
competitive. It's good to see him
And Oops is
back.
playing this one quite safe because they know manpower not exactly there with them as of now. They do have all the 4 players standing, but maybe intel is lacking.
Also,
God's
True
Reign.
Rippers. True Rippers, smack center of the circle. They have not been that aggressive, so I don't think we've seen their name that much in the finish feed. What?
Yeah, because True Rippers, the circle has constantly been shifting on top of them. And they don't even need to make a single move because the circle is literally with them. They can just fight for the chicken dinner. And that's what True Rippers is trying to do. True Rippers, I guess, are caring about the chicken dinners itself. I don't think they care about the elimination points. And once again,
Yeah.
the circle shifting on top of True Rippers, they do not even need to do anything. Just keep on holding off teams like Quantum Sparks.
Fair enough. I mean, if the zone allows you to stay safe, if it allows you to stay inside cover, might as well, right?
Yeah.
Not force on any unnecessary fight. And of course, you see the competition taking on each other, so they are going to thin the herd out. Esports Social getting shot at by the players of Quantum Spark.
Quantum Sparks with 6 finishes. And Esports Social with 15 on the board. It's been a crazy game from both these teams, and God's Reign.
I think
They
Quantum
did lose out
Spark
on
can
Delta
do this.
PG, but still the 3-man
It's their
squad,
game. Either Quantum Spark or GDR.
they're just wrecking havoc on the lobby.
Or maybe True Reapers. Like, this is 1, 2, 3.
Justin and Aquanox now just trying to pull off some shenanigans. Not sure.
Position-wise,
what
True
sort of move we're
Reapers.
going to be seeing from God's Reign, but whatever it is going to be, it has to be for the best. Maybe being too aggressive right now is not going to reward you. Quantum Sparks, they do realize Esports Social is going to be the biggest threat. They've also utilized the cover flares. Spamming in the smoke. It's going to be hard to find Esports Social. They're moving so well.
Yeah. I love this formation as well, by the way. The players are a little bit far away from each other, so even if one man falls, the other one should be able to break through. And this late in the game, especially when you have 15 eliminations, you are just trying to maximize your placement points. And they're down to 2 players, so the hope for the chicken dinner, the probability for the chicken dinner has already dropped. But God's Reign, man oh man, what a brilliant hold by the players of God's Reign. They've made these dips to hide inside. The nades go flying. Joyesh from the side of Esports Social does find an opener, but the trade is going to be there.
Oh my god.
God's Reign finally starting to fall, but they're not going to go down
it's
that
difficult for GDR.
Justin gets shut down.
I think it's Quantum Chicken.
Benjamin Joyesh now eyeing Aquanox. Does he know where Aquanox is?
Yeah, it's
True Rippers
Quantum
now
Chicken.
finally, they break the silence. Oops Official in the front lines, and True Rippers is ripping them apart. First man shut down. Man's not going to be able to survive. Quantum Spark constantly applying that pressure on top of God's
he's done.
Reign. Utilities, they're on point from Esports Social. And
He's
Josh's
done, he's done, he's
Molotov,
done.
it's going to
GDR.
spread. The man from God's Reign needs to back away to safety, and that's what he does. Aquinox is the only person, the only ray of hope alive. Esports Social with 17 finishes on the board, and now Quantum Sparks looking to eat him alive. Esports Social just has one man. God's Reign as well just has one man alive. While Quantum Sparks, they've got the most men alive in this final moment.
Exactly. I think we might just see Group D begin with a very surprising result. Quantum Spark walking away with the chicken dinner. I have said it. I hope I've not jinxed it already. They have all 4 players. And it seems like with the decisions that they are making are quite decent. They want to clear up the southern edge to have a little bit of movement available to them, to have a little bit of map control available to them. But right now, it seems like if you're playing that southern edge, you somehow need to avoid Joyesh. He's been just absolutely phenomenal in terms of getting a good return on investment with the utilities that he has been using, completely shutting down the side of God's Reign. True Rippers, I believe, with where they are, with the cover that they have, this is also another team that has quite a decent bit of chance of securing this very first chicken dinner.
Yeah, of course. I still do think that True Rippers has the highest chance of securing this game.
Yeah, they have the concrete cover.
Exactly. The best compound available. And Quantum Sparks is just out in the open. This is what I'm talking about. They cannot even move freely. True Rippers, they've got them locked in the sights. But even for True Rippers now, they're also being watched from every single direction. And since we know it's also going to be the last circle, True Rippers is going to be forced to move outside of their comfort zone soon. The Blues going to be on the move. Even Quantum Sparks now needs to move away and relocate themselves. And that's what they're doing. 2 players on the move. Quantum Sparks next to each other. 3 players are right there in the open. And Quantum Sparks knows there's just so much pressure mounting on top of them. They've utilized the smokes as well. And Josh is now trying to utilize the med strat. But it's not going to work, my friend. The Blues is going to be ruthless, merciless on you.
But I have to say, man, Quantum Spark, the players are covering for each other to perfection every single time someone from the side of True Rippers even gets up to take a peek at the players of Quantum Spark. They are riddled with bullets, and one after the other, True Rippers have started to fall as well. Oops, official eliminated from the game, and True Rippers down to their last 2 players as they are desperate to find some room in this stage 9. Last man down, Cheyenne. He's the last hope for True Rippers and Quantum Spark. They have actually done it. What a phenomenal start. It's a 1 versus 4. Ain't no way Cheyenne makes it out alive. 11 elimination for Quantum Spark. Spark and the chicken dinner, a 21-point start. Necro, it seems like we have indeed entered the Quantum realm this time.
I know, right? Quantum Sparks. Who would have thought that this team is going to be breaking through barriers and securing a chicken dinner? I mean, 2 finishes from Scout, Master getting 3, Yeshu getting 3 as well, and Archer getting 3. It was such a perfectly played game from them.
Who would have thought
Quantum Spark would get a chicken, right?
Okay, buddy. I mean, come on. Even you picked them just for fun.
No, I picked them because I believe in them.
Okay, you know what?
वो chicken dinner 2-3 राउंडों के मैप्स में आया था, बट इन मुकाबले में आप कह सकते हैं कि मल्टीपल टीम्स हैं.
See. Yeah.
न्यूली फॉर्म टीम है, बहुत सारे जो चेंजेस है वो चल रहे थे, बट इवेंचुअली जब वो आए तो परफॉर्मेंस दिखा करके गए हैं.
चेक बेसिक्स को फॉलो किया है, टीम वर्क को फॉलो किया है. जैसे जैसे राउंडो में आप
काला जादू चिकन
गाड़ी लेके एक प्लेयर आगे जा रहा था, पीछे से कवर तुरंत आ रहा था और बहुत अच्छे से खेला इस मैच के अंदर. आखिरी में भी घेराबंदी पूरी तरह से करी. टू रिपर्स कुछ हद तक पोजीशन बहुत अच्छी थी उनके पास, बट बॉक डाउन होके रह गए वहां पे. बट कहना पड़ेगा पंखी भी एक अच्छी शुरुआत हुई. पहले ही मैच में दूसरे पायदान तक अपनी टीम को लेके आए. ये शुरुआत पे कैपिटलाइज आप कितना करेंगे उस पे भी सब कुछ निर्भर करता है. बट गॉड्स रेन, फ्रैग्स की कोई कमी नहीं है. 17 के अराउंड आई थिंक उन्होंने फ्रैग्स निकाले. ई-स्पोर्ट्स सोशल ने भी भर भर के फ्रैग्स निकाले हैं इस मैच में.
और जरूरी था कि इन चारों ही टीम की तरफ से जो गेम प्ले है वो शानदार है, क्योंकि इनके पास एक्सपीरियंस बहुत ज्यादा है. लैंड इवेंट खेलने का इन चारों ही टीम के पास एक्सपीरियंस बहुत ज्यादा है. और जरूरी भी है कि जो शुरुआत है वो इसी तरीके से होनी चाहिए थी. और जब अब दूसरा और तीसरा मुकाबला है उसका अगर आधा भी खेलते हैं तो कल उतना मुश्किल इन चारों ही टीम के लिए नहीं होने वाला. सबसे ज्यादा सफर इन्हीं सभी टीम को तय करना है जो ग्रुप डी में मौजूद है. अगर आपको ग्रुप ए तक पहुंचना है तीनों सप्ताह आपको जमकर खेलना होगा।
एंड पहले दिन से हम बात कर रहे हैं कि कंसिस्टेंसी कितनी जरूरी है सब टीम्स के लिए, लेकिन ग्रुप डी की टीम्स के लिए वो सबसे ज्यादा जरूरी है, क्योंकि हर बार टॉप 4 आएंगे तभी आगे जाएंगे। बट अभी के लिए चलते हैं MVP की तरफ। देखो टीम्स ने तो भर भर के फ्लैग्स निकाले, बट इंडिविजुअलिटी भी देखने को मिली। ईस्पोर्ट सोशल के जोएश लाजवाब प्रदर्शन, 8 टोटल फ्लैग निकाले, 1265 का डैमेज दिया। मुझे लग रहा है ग्रुप डी सच में सबसे खतरनाक ग्रुप है।
जी हाँ, बहुत ही ज्यादा अमेजिंग कंपटीशन हमें देखने को मिला, और जिस इंटेंट के साथ शुरुआत की थी इस पर्टिकुलर राउंडो की, और इतनी सारी फाइट्स हमें देखने को मिली, मजा आया वो देख करके। पर चलिए आगे चलते और देखते हैं कि जोएश के साथ साथ और कौन से प्लेयर्स थे जिन्होंने बढ़िया खेला इस मुकाबले में। और वहां पे गॉड्स रेन के जस्टिन देखने को मिल जाएंगे, 8 फिनिशर्स उनके पास मौजूद, डेल्टा पीजी वो 5 के साथ।
I cannot even question you anymore, my friend. But you know what? Jokes apart, Quantum Sparks, definitely the team play was on point. It was insane.
Out loud, and they are in Group D. So I think, yeah, group of death, group of destruction. This group is something else.
Definitely. It's quite a fun group, and it's also a pretty much stacked group, because I do feel like this group is more stacked than even Group B.
And they have a lot to lose. Group D, again, bottom 8
eight
straight
eliminated.
Yeah,
so they definitely do have a lot to lose. And I'm pretty sure a lot of these teams inside of Group D are going to be advancing forward. The way they're playing, it's on a different level. And the way the game started off, man, what an aggressive start it was. We also did see True Rippers not exactly able to squeeze out a lot of value from this initial drop. And God's Reign were just dominating this. We had expectations from Godson Esports. I personally thought maybe Godson's going to be able to do a lot more in this game itself, but they were not able to do so.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, they ran into Dragonclaw and the side of Esports Social, and an Esports Social that's looking very deadly. By the way, Godson Esports, Red Ross and Dragon Esports teams that have made their way towards the BMPS from the qualifiers that happened, the open events. And of course, a lot more for them to prove. We are expecting, at least, I mean, with what happened last year, I'm always hopeful that we are going to have another Team AX-like run from one of these newer teams.
Maybe it's Quantum Sparks.
Maybe it's Quantum Spark.
I know,
now
right?
that you've said it, hopefully they manifest it as well.
You know what? I'm a believer too now.
Let's go.
The way they played, that team play was insane. I don't think we've seen that level of team play in any other team that we've seen so far.
Very true.
That was some crazy stuff from Quantum Sparks. The way they were covering for each other, that's brilliant stuff. I don't think we've seen it so far in all the teams that we've witnessed. So it's a great way to kick things off. And considering it was also the first game, just imagine the strategies are just going to get even more refined.
Yeah.
So they're probably just going to get even more better.
That refinement actually needs to happen, because there was a moment where we see them make that one knock push bounce on the players of Phoenix Esports. That was a lot of risk that was taken. So that is the one thing where I think Quantum Spark need to readjust. But apart from that, the team play, as you mentioned, was just played to perfection. We have the mass ranking, and look at that, 21 for Quantum Spark. They do end up finishing first. God's Reign and Esports Social tied for the second with 20 points.
Wow, interesting. I thought maybe God's Reign had more. And Esports Social as well, just getting 20 points. But still, it's like top 5 teams. They've got so many points. And Oops Official, we forgot to talk about them.
Yes.
You know what? Under the radar, slowly and steadily sneaking past a lot of these teams. Even Oops getting 8 points.
And Autobots as well, 8 points for elimination. That early aggression from Autobots was quite nice to look at. But as we turn to the second page of the leaderboard, we have a few letdowns. I mean, Team Doxy, that was your pick for the day.
Okay, why would you mention that?
VXT.
Like, you don't even need to talk about it.
What happened with Team Doxy, Necro?
They got only doxed. They know. Yeah, only they know what happened to them. I was not even looking at them when they got eliminated. I do remember they got eliminated in a rotation.
Yeah.
They were being edge-caped by someone else, and that's why Team Doxy was not able to survive for too long. Redix Ross as well. So a lot of these teams were actually eliminated by the gatekeepers.
Yeah.
And that's why we are seeing so many teams on the latter half of the board just pretty much not having a lot of points. But still, even if you've got more than 6 points on the latter half of the board, that is a decent start, I believe.
That is a decent start, and that also showcases how tough this lobby was. I mean, you talk about the teams at the top right, so many eliminations just vacuumed by the top 3 teams. And then even if you move to the early stages, Autobots, we saw them. Autobots was taken out super early in this game, but that was such a monstrous run by them that they were able to secure 8 finishes. And if you want to perform like this in your matches, you have to unleash the monster within with our energy drinks partner, ladies and gentlemen, Monster. Necro has been enjoying his Monster. You guys also go ahead and grab yourselves one and enjoy the matches. Today, it's you are definitely going to need that energy, man. Group D already showcasing what they have in store. And then we have Group A left.
Yeah, I'm loving it, man. So far, the way Group D has at least kicked things off on the map, Rondo. I'm loving the pace that we're seeing from this entire group, and I'm just really questioning myself. Why did I not pick Quantum Sparks?
It would have been fun, right?
It would have been fun, yeah. I should have went with you, and I should have joined the bandwagon. But I thought maybe Doxy will be able to play the same way that they played in the BJAS 2026 and maybe surprise all of us with their performance once again. But you know what? Enough talks as of now. We got to toss to a short break. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Please do not get in my way. You cannot drop in my lane. Tires is burning the pain. You don't have nothing to say. This is how legends are made. I know I got what it takes. And I'm not popping the brakes. And I'm not popping the brakes. I'm too competitive. I like the narrative. I don't know best in the league. Who you comparing with? That is competitive. Top of the throne, it is me. How you moving so on the speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the. I just been bringing the. I just been bringing the. Bringing the fire. Bringing the fire. I just been bringing the. Bringing the. Bringing the. And they can't stop me. They know that I'm bringing the. I got the fuel in my veins. Trust me, I'm making a name. We are not one and the same. I am on top of the game. I cut out the line on my brakes, and that's what the drive is insane. Heart of a champ, adrenaline rushes is numbing the pain. I'm too competitive. I like the narrative. I don't know best in the league. Who you comparing with? That is competitive. Top of the throne, it is me. How you moving so on the speed? I just been bringing the heat. I just been bringing the. I just been bringing the. I just been bringing the. Bringing the fire. Been bringing the fire. I just been bringing the. Bringing the. Bringing the fire. And they can't stop me. They know that I'm bringing the. Bringing the. Bringing the.
इन जैसों पे मैं तो रिएक्ट भी नहीं करता।
बीजे में क्रिकेट लीग का विनर है, रोज खेलता है, आप भी ट्राई करो।
अबे असली का 650 करोड़ देगा फिर भी नहीं करूंगा। इस खेल में ना
सिर्फ टीम सपोर्ट करनी है बड़े भाई।
जीत गया छोटे भाई। ये देख
BGMI पे टीम सपोर्ट करो और ग्लेशियर जीतो।
This BMPS 2026, it seems like the script has been flipped for a while because nobody expected Group D to be such a blockbuster. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the English broadcast. And of course, on the panel, I've got IC Baby 1-2 once again with me. IC, I mean, the first map of Rondo, there were question marks, there were doubts whether or not Scout's return back from retirement is actually going to pay him dividends. Well, the first map, Chick Indian, that is a statement right there.
Well, as of yet here, none of us actually expected to do well, except for you. You straight up went for the prediction to just, send it. You know, Quantum Spot is going to win it all the way through. But with that debut coming back in towards the circuit as well, his debut, I would say, with a winner-winner chicken dinner, I think it's pretty impressive as well. But joining alongside Quantum Spark as well, I do want to talk about God's Train, also doing very, very well. I want to talk also about Autobots as well, which, again, they did a decent amount of finishes right from the get-go, but they were taken out rather early. So the teams at the top here are very, very questionable to begin with, right? Like all of us had questions like, why are these teams inside Group D in particular? And now this game one itself just pretty much proved themselves like, hey, there's a reason why they should not be in Group D.
100%. And to be honest, I mean, we do have the two next matches of Erangel as well for Group D in particular. And then, of course, Group A joins alongside the fray. I'm really excited what Group A does have to bring because we've seen Group B, we've seen Group C as well. Group D is bringing a different firepower. And I personally believe that there are some names, I say, in my opinion, who can actually promote themselves towards Group A as well. In my opinion, I think True Rippers is going to be one of them. They had a decent bit of fights in the first game. You mentioned GDR, Destro's retirement, Neo stepping up as the IGL, Aquanox coming back from his operation as well. And I think this is a great start for GDR as well.
Yeah, exactly. But at the same time as well, for these guys who are just watching as well, if you guys are wondering what's at stake for teams in Group D, you must understand that the teams in the bottom of 8 of Group D by the end of this entire qualifiers will be eliminated. So getting out of Group D is exactly where you want to be. Group C guarantees you survival stage.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we'll find out who qualifies. But for now, the Erangel is getting dolled and ready, and the Big Bird goes back up the skies. This is match number 2, ladies and gentlemen, for Group D. And we are flying high, soaring over the beautiful tropical lands of Erangel. We start our journey from the military base, of course, from the south of the map, and we move northwards. Mansion Yasnaya Polyana is, of course, going to be up there for contention, but my concern is GDR, are they still going to stick to their military base drop location? Are they still going to play from there? Because it used to be Destro's playstyle, but I'm expecting Neo to kind of flip things around, maybe switch things a little bit, go a little more aggressive.
Nah, there's no way they're gonna switch it up, right? Like, okay, fine, splashing yellow, yeah, or is that orange or is it yellow? Whatever. But God's Reigns are already hitting their way towards military base,
Yeah.
uncontested, for what? I think 3 to 4 years now. It's just pretty much their home ground. There's no way they're gonna be changing it here. But the ones that has been changing, in my opinion, here has been Orangutan, and fortunately for them, OG and AX is not in the same group as of yet. So we won't see a little bit of drop clash, but AX is going to be heading towards Novo in this particular. Godsend's going to be heading towards Milta. I don't see any drop clashes yet. Maybe towards Quantum Spark, perhaps. Are they going to go towards Pachinki for this contention? Okay, this is interesting. Scout is heading towards Pachinki, and we are seeing a potential clash right there. I think it's going to be Red Ross in that vicinity. Was it versatile?
Yeah, it kind of seems like a questionable decision. I mean, 2 players split up looking for the vehicles, two players dropping in at Pachinki as well. Look at the circle dropping in, ladies and gentlemen, centering on up around Yasnaya Polyana. Now, this is going to be interesting. Have a look at this. You've got Team Versatile, you've got Smoker and the rest of the lads as well. And all by himself is going to be Scout. And I think he's been spotted. They want to try and pressure him, but will the rest of the comrades arrive in time? I see that is going to be a big question.
Oh boy, Rex did catch a glimpse onto the Scout as well. Smokes has been deployed, and Scout is going to be running out in the open. Gets spotted out. Sprays are coming in from Rex with the iron sights, but no connections yet. But for Quantum Spark, they need to back him up here because he's pretty much stranded out in the open by himself. There's no way he's going to be able to get out here. And fortunately for him, Versatile doesn't have a vehicle, so they probably have to leg their way through to actually commit for this finish. But nope, doesn't matter. Rex connects the headshot, takes him down. That's going to be Scout OP down here for Quantum Spark.
You know, like I said, questionable decision once again to split before you actually land in at Pachinki. Pachinki has been an extremely contested area over the last few years, I guess. Majority of the teams, be it Somraj, be it Versatile, somebody or the other has been trying and contesting for Pachinki because it gives you so many different routes. You can go up north, you can go up south, and that is the reason why teams prefer these central drop spots. And Scout all by himself, there was just no real chance for him to actually take that fight. In fact, I guess he was just trying to run away, I see, and that just resulted in his demise.
Yeah, but at the same time here, props to his Versatile Esports, realizing he was kind of isolated, went in for the push, and unfortunately for Scout, no vehicles, not really a lot of weaponry, he is going to get taken down. He's going to try and crawl his way through to try and buy a little bit more time here, but I don't think the rest of his teammates is in position to actually help him out. Seems like the rest of the pack for Quantum Spark has pretty much dipped out and hit towards George Bull, so as of yet, Versatile Esports, they will draw the first strike right here, and that's going to be the first point in the hands of VXT. And this is going to be a very, very unfortunate run here for Quantum Spark. They still get the chicken dinner from previous round. 21 points is still a huge lead.
Yeah.
But let's talk a little bit more on towards the promotion benchmark based on yesterday's games, right?
Yeah.
49, 50 points is where you want to be for top 4. So as of yet, Quantum Spark in one game is pretty much almost the halfway mark.
I think, in my opinion, especially for groups like D and C, it's going to be a little higher. I see 45, 50 points, I think, will get you across the finish line if the group is extremely tight, if the bottom place teams are also playing really well. But unlike what we saw yesterday for Group C, the teams in the relegation zone weren't even able to cross that 20-point mark. There was a big vacuum in the middle, and the teams who got promoted, they actually had more than 60 points for themselves. And I think somewhere about 55 to 60 points is going to be that safe benchmark for yourself if you want to qualify to the next best group. But I'm looking at defending champions here, I see. I mean, Team AX, Cyrax is back into this lineup. They won BMPS together, and then Cyrax and Pro had to leave this team and actually move down to somewhat like a Mad Kings, but that did not really work back. But is this reunion once again going to be romantic? Is it going to give them potential shot at the trophy once again?
Well, we shall see, because as of yet, Game 1 was a complete flop for them here. We did see the gunfights come in play, but unfortunately getting taken out due to mid-rotations here. Hopefully consistency is going to be able to bounce them back up, because as of yet, in this format, consistency is going to be key. You cannot afford to be picked off like that here. But seeing how the circle is going to be shifting onto the northeast corner here, Phoenix will have control of Yasnaya. And this circle, I think it's the first time we've seen this circle, all BMPS, to be honest. Mostly it has been Milta, mostly it has been Georgia Pole. But for it to actually shift to Stauber, it's going to be tricky as well. We are going to be seeing our big, massive urban warfare potentially in towards the city of Yasnaya.
Nah, man, I don't really think so. I mean, this circle has to go north. This circle has to end somewhere towards Stauber, potentially in the open hills of Stauber as well. So that is going to be interesting. And there are going to be teams who are eyeing that position as well. Oops Official already on their mark, on their way towards those hills, trying to catch up. There is Phoenix Esports also inside Yasnaya, Pavilion, and Godsrain. What a fantastic start in the last game.
Yeah, I'm really surprised by Godsrain's rotation here. Usually under Destro's IGL,
yes,
they would tentatively tank the circle, wait and rotate by stage 3 or stage 4, and now they're already like mid-rotation already, barely even circle 1.
But the question is, they are moving in from the Novorupnoi bridge, and Team AX is also there. Before Godsrain can even cross on the bridge and proceed to the mainland, I guess they will have to go through a fight. Have a look at that. One of their players is actually quite down under. Aquinox is under fire. Tivoti from up top. A lot of these shots taken. Aquinox gets knocked down. Godsrain, what are you going to do over here? There's no shot at getting that fallen comrade back, or is Delta PG going to take up that risk?
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one here as well. AX, they were on the hunt. Raiden is going to secure the finish there. Aquinox gets taken out. AX, what a commitment as well. Devotee was just shooting all the way down to his radio tower. That was a pretty far shot.
Devotee has been brilliant so far. His consistency, his gunfights has been top-notch. Have a look at this. Juppy Esports. SKOP this time moving in tandem. Does have the shotgun. Voids the need. There is still one man close to the entry point. The choke point hasn't been established. The shotgun connects, but not really a lot of damage. The players get influxed in. This is the invasion that we were talking about. Juppy Esports does find 2 finishes right off the bat in Godsend. They have no answers to the questions being posed. Still one man outside of the compound, and he gets finished off as well. Juppy Esports, what a wipeout.
Yeah, but at the same time, SKOP, he almost dropped the ball there, but still finds himself 3-piece in that scenario. Very nicely done coming from Juppy. But for Godsend, well, ladies and gentlemen here, welcome to the Pro Series, man. This is no longer the up trust tournament. The stakes are pretty much very, very much higher here in the Pro Series.
But you know what, I'm actually very happy that there are so many teams who are getting these opportunities out there, who are grinding back at home, but they've got open tournaments to actually get themselves slots inside of something like a BMPS, which in my opinion, I guess is one of the biggest tournaments that the country has to offer.
Yeah, when we talk about undergods coming into the gameplay as well, I think 3 teams that kind of stand out in this group here has to be Red Ross, DCXSCR, and also Godsend. They are the 3 undergods team that came in from outside the Pro Series to try and participate this time. So, but at the same time, for Juppy Esports, SKOP just completely shreds through the entire rosters of Godsend. Just stood no chance at all. He had a very interesting 2-piece, but the third one was a little bit skeptical as well because he missed his entire shotgun clip.
100%, but you know, quick thinking, he instantly switches back to the assault rifle, knew that he does not want to bank on those bangs from the shotgun. Instead, he just rather spray and pray, and that is exactly what gave him the tailwinds. Interestingly enough, I think my eyes are also going to be on Phoenix Esports. There are going to be some players who we've seen so far. Eclipse, Jatin, we've kind of seen these boys do really well in the past. In Phoenix Esports right now, they are at the center of the circle. I see. Do you think they can be a threat? Because there are teams in their nearby vicinities. Look at that. QS, I think, brilliant rotation, Quantum Sparks.
Ooh, this is a weird one here. They are going to be playing on the outskirts, but this spread coming from QS, especially when they have actually lost Scout right from the get-go here, I don't think they are going to be taking a little bit of aggressive approach, but they are going to try and gatekeep, hoping that the circle actually shifts out of Yasnaya. So I guess that's the idea they're going for. But from now, seems like they are going to try and scare off the rest of the teams here. Oops, tries to rotate towards the houses here. Quantum Sparks. Yashu fires away. Scares them off. They are going to try and dock this their way through. 3 players remaining. This is going to be a tough defense here. And fortunately for them, I think even Oops, they're a little bit afraid to take this fight, knowing that a majority of the team still has 4 players. So they don't really want to risk colliding right from the get-go, barely even like what, stage 2, stage 3. So They need a little bit more information, so this scare tactics definitely worked out for Quantum Sparks. But it's all about timings as of yet.
Yeah, but this circle is risk in itself. It's almost like the personification of risk, because imagine this. You've got a big city in the form of Yasnaya, Polyana, but that's it. There are no other compounds barring those sniper towers and these isolated houses. And as soon as the circle shifts, we'll get to see those rice fields get back into the play, which means you are going to be out in the open. If you want to find covers for yourself, make sure your vehicles are stacked up. Every single player having a vehicle of their own, potentially blow them off. Make them covers and try and play out from the open. That is going to be the game plan on all the IGLs. In my opinion, they should be building up for that already.
Yeah, I'm actually curious on how Autobots is going to play this as well. Like, Iggy himself is an IGL himself, so who's going to be IGLing for Autobots? Is it him, or is it going to be Arib? I don't know. A lot of questions here. Their playstyles, they have been a little bit aggressive, which goes against what I know about how Iggy usually plays, where he likes to get center control and plays a little bit of positioning. But hold that thought for now. It seems like DCX SCR may have a little bit of run in here. A potential dogfighting scenario where True Rippers actually just stopped and tried to commit to the fight, but it seems like DCX SCR, they're going to back out of this fight. Don't want to risk being shot out in open. Circle is about to move in about 1 second, but it seems like shots has been fired away. True Rippers, they're really thinking of regrouping first. They are being shot down pretty low, and the circle actually shifts in towards Yasnaya, so seems like actions is to completely bail out this fight. No point committing this fight.
There are going to be a lot of eyeballs on Punk as well.
It's actually Team Doxy, my apologies.
Yeah. But no, I mean, in general, I think there are going to be a lot of eyeballs on Punk, because you look at the trajectory this man has had. I mean, resurrecting Godlike, getting them the podium finish inside of BGIs as well, resurrecting Reverend Dexpark when they were struggling, but still not getting enough opportunities to prove himself or potentially get the trophy in his bag. I think Punk has had a career which is, I guess, the most difficult amongst all the players out there. He's yet to find a very solid home for himself.
Well, let's think about this, right? Like, Punk's journey in BGIS was like he had to regrind his way through into the grand finals.
Exactly.
If he's done it before, I think technically he should be able to do it again. But this time he's starting from all the way at the bottom here. So that will be a very, very amazing hero story arc coming in from Punk if he actually does it again.
You know what? I feel like Punk is an IGL who should be given a very long-term project, a long-term setup where he can actually groom the players and make him play the way he wants to. He needs to find a team that is going to back him as well throughout the course, because otherwise, look at how RNTX treats him. Just one tournament and you're out. But have a look at this. Versatile. They're looking to beat the hell out of the other team as well. Shot gets to strike, but Rex falls. This is brilliantly done by Death God, and it finishes off Versatile. What a play coming through.
Oh my goodness, a blunder here coming from VXT. Stops out in the open, gets completely fired down. But Death God finding a 3-piece with the defense there. Beautifully done from him. Mistakes were made coming from Godsend. And of course, I have to say this once again. Welcome to the Pro Series, Godsend.
Team Doxy, what a play that was, man. I mean, imagine this. There are 4 vehicles who are coming in, slamming at you, and you're standing there, finishing off 3 of your oppositions. That needs, I don't know, nerves of steel maybe. Like, he was a Superman out there. Talking about Superman, we do have True Rippers in front of our screens, ladies and gentlemen. True Rippers, they found Yasnaya already. And it seems like the circle this time isn't really moving into the rice fields, I see. Surprisingly, we are getting back into the urban lands, which means it's going to be chaotic. You still remember that match, do you, where K9 Esports got that chicken dinner from outside Yasnaya Polyana? We casted that match together inside of BGIs. It was one of the games which I'll never forget.
Well, it's great to reminisce in the past.
Yeah.
But as of yet, new stories, new chapter. We gotta move on, man. It's not good to stay in the past, but it seems like the circle actually shifts back into the city. Phoenix will be taking the police station. They will have center control and one of the best compounds to actually hold as well. So Phoenix is gonna be the team to watch out for. We'll smack in the middle. While the teams outside, they have to figure a way how they want to push in. Yasnaya fields are pretty much not really what you want to be in, and I'm surprised that Futurized Esports is gonna be there. FEZ. And they are going to be caught in the crosshairs, potentially between Quantum Spark as well as Autobots, as Autobots makes their move in towards the city themselves. They do find themselves a good spot to work with, and Phoenix Esports seems like the attention has been split off between both Quantum Spark and also Autobots.
Ooh.
And Eggy, what a shot, gets the knock through as well.
This is where things get spicy. Every one of those windows is going to have a scope. Every one of those windows is going to have a barrel. Peeking out, trying to take shots. You've got to be extremely careful. Phoenix Esports not in the greatest of positions, in my opinion. Eclipse has been knocked out. There has been a couple of those smokes established to try and get him back as well. But look at the nades coming through from Autobots. They want to finish him off, and they will get that pie as well. Eggy has finished off Eclipse. That is one finish in the back of Autobots as they get off the mark. Elsewhere, Team AX, in the midst of battle, they will quite comfortably finish off the opposition, which was, I guess, a Dragon Claw. DCX couldn't really fight it out anymore. 0 points in this one, 5 points overall. If things like this stays the way it is, DCX will actually struggle to come out of that relegation zone, I see.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. But inside is Naya as well. True Ripper's also booking it. Team Doxy, however, leaving Diff God all by himself. He's got a fantastic hold just now with a 3-piece. Now, he's got to find 4 all by himself because he is getting surrounded as well. Hasn't moved the muscle. True Rippers hasn't exactly checked every single corner yet, so has to be really, really careful. And I don't think True Rippers actually realize that there is a loose straggler inside this house. So this might be an opportunity for Death God to actually rack up some points and also put a dent onto what True Rippers is trying to do.
They don't suspect it at all. They have no clue, True Rippers. What are you doing? There is a man who is in for a kamikaze mission. He knows he's about to get taken out, but he's going to try and hurt you as much as it possibly can. And I guess the way he has held his triggers, the way he has held his positioning as well, it's brilliant. It did not give away any sound cues, right?
It really feels like they're about to have a camper moment right there.
Yeah.
But for God's Reign, playing on the outskirts here, shots has been fired. They've lost Aquanox rather early, and now Delta getting shot from the far fray. Needs a little bit back up here. Someone's dream is going to come in to try and finish off Neo. Neo tries to get out, but gets blocked instead, and that is going to be God's Reign taken out as someone's dream flushes them all out. Just like that, God's Reign, great start in Rondo, 0 points in the map of Orango.
This is always what happens with God's Reign. Specifically when they try and go towards a military base and the circle is up north. Mid-rotation, they lose bodies, they lose their tank as well. This is how they're going to go down someone's dream though. Karan is going to be in a 1v2 situation, but this man is going to fall. Team AX has had a brilliant start so far. 5 finishes in the bag, all 4 players left alive, but now they're taking in shots from the back lines. Someone's dream, they're not down and out. The nade is brilliant! Devoti could not avoid that, and that's the big man falling down. Team AX did find a little bit of the trade-off as well. Raiden coming through with the shotgun, but the nade! It's brilliant! Someone's dream, they're still fighting back, and it's insanely well done, I guess. Team AX. Will Aryan be able to keep his team alive, or is someone's dream going to catapult to the defending champions? It's going to be a big fight, I see.
It's going to be tough here. Great counter nades here, but AX, they do have to get the reset as well. Dizzy just gave away all the space away as Iron pushed up, and now he's going to back off to try and reset this. Meanwhile, Dizzy does not have the first aid kit, has to patch himself up with those bandages. And that's going to take a lot of time, so that means Team X, they will be able to get the full reset, except for Raiden. But that's still a lot of time wasted as of yet. Stage 5 is going to be a slow circle, but the circle is already beginning to move. But the nade from Cyrax will clean him up. Knowing he's about to get out, Vico's there. Lines it up perfectly, takes him out. What an aid from Cyrax.
You know what, Team AX, it's been a long trot for them. It's been a very dry spell after BMPS 2025. They were the first under-God team, in my opinion, to actually lift that trophy as well. They were the first team to represent India. But ever since then, Team AX were never in the picture. Finally, they're coming back, and I love this. Quantum Sparks on the other side. Look at Master. From the distance, shots being taken. A couple of them will connect, but more so, he will try and pin down the opposition, and he successfully does. Yet another team bows out.
Ooh, tough spot for Quantum Sparks here. Now only Yashu and Master remaining. The only thing they can do is pretty much gatekeep whichever team that's going to be trying to push in. Their Vigo is pretty much done for as well because of Phoenix gatekeep down towards the police station, but with the circle push forcing them back into the city, Autobots are going to be very happy that they've got a very, very nice compound actually surround everyone as well. It seems like, oops, they are going to try to make an attempt to make a dive for this. Corner spot misses the shot, but Autobots, they've got a player down, so that's going to be a free entry for Oops Official. They've lost one, but seems like they are going to be forced to go in for challenge as well. Iggy with the shotties, finds a knock here. Holds on for the dear life. Oops Official, they're not going to be able to get the reset here.
I think brilliant coverage from Autobots.
Oh, wow.
As well. Eggy still finds an angle. Oops Official, they're falling down. It's been a very Hail Mary attempt at trying to breach past the circle and getting inside of Yesnaya. And of course you're going to get punished if you do something like that. Look at Autobots though. Eggy is not even out in the open, but he's still getting shot. And this is what Yesnaya does to you.
Exactly, but Eggy, what a hold. What a defense as well.
Yeah.
Finds the off angle. Great hold here coming from Autobots. They may have made a little mistake, lost one player. True Rippers hit this entire commotion. They are going to try and chime in. Unfortunately, you can't really do too much. Phoenix Esports now, expecting Quantum Spark to try and walk up. Two players legging their way through, no vehicle. Smokes has been set up. Phoenix Esports realizes that Quantum Spark is going to be inching their way through, but they have left only one player to try and intercept this. The rest are trying to make their way inside the zone, and the zone still shifts in towards the east side. So Autobots, Phoenix, and of course Esports Social does have one of the prime spots in this zone as of yet. A lot of time to work with, but this is going to be a long drawn out game, I would say.
Not just them, I guess even Juppy Esports will find that breaching point and will get a couple of compounds to actually play it from. The circle does have a piece of Yesnaya Polyana as of yet, and Team True Rippers, they're still banking on the fact as well. But my problem is, Team True Rippers, if they do try to push deeper inside of the circle, they'll come face to face with Autobots, and I think TR will have to find a way to solve this problem. There's this open ground that separates them and the other compound, and that might just be the graveyard of TR, to be honest.
I'm curious on how TR is going to be playing this year.
Exactly.
Like, they have a hovercraft in play, and knowing Punk, he loves the endgame hovercrafts, which is the element of surprise. We saw that moments with Revenant Spark. But as of yet, the biggest problem, or in this case, the Kryptonite here, is going to be Doxy. Death God is still alive, and they have no idea there is a solo straggler around them. So True Rippers, they just might actually sneak into the zone, not realizing that there may be actually one player right beside them. The zone's still in play for Death God potentially. Actually, no, it's barely outside the zone. So Death God, the moment he makes a move, the rest of True Rippers, I don't think they're in position to try and back themselves up.
It's complicated, man. It's very complicated at this point. Potentially anybody can walk away. I'm looking at Red X Frost right now. They're still outside of Yesnaya Polyana, but how do they plan on contesting this? Zeref, we've seen him in the past. He's been in multiple rosters as well. Now coming in, playing in from the outside, playing in from the open, it's going to be a big challenge for him. Juppy Esports on the other side. And now here commences a rather slow stage of the competition. At least one or two circles will get engulfed in a rather passive phase, I see. Teams have a lot of space to move in until and unless the circle shifts away from you. There's no compulsion to actually go out and cause risks for yourself.
Yeah, but at the same time, Autobots has a wide split here, so I'm surprised Phoenix was able to let them through across, or Reapers across the road, but for Lobster and Iggy, they're still falling back behind to kind of lay low. But for Phoenix, I think their biggest threat here is going to be Quantum Spark, knowing that they are one of the furthest away from the zone as of yet. Circle is about to close in 40 seconds. I don't think they should be burning out utilities here, but it seems like Derby, they are going to try and gauge the situation. Shots fired here from Esports Social. Try and scare them off. Everyone has a rough idea where the rest of the world are, but do they want to overcommit their utilities here? As you can see, True Rippers, 4 smokes, 5 nades. Still needs it towards the end game. But seems like Autobots, they've made the play. They've made the wall of smoke. Iggy actually crosses safely towards Arif. Next is going to be Lobster, but I don't think Iggy and Arif is going to be able to provide a cover fire. True Rippers may go in for the push here. Lobster now is forced to defend this, but wow, he's trying to peek out here. Juppy actually goes in for the spray. May actually knock him down. He's forced to stop Drew, and Pang is able to stop him.
Uh-oh, Lobster, he's got He's stuck over there. He can't really move. The smokes have been established, but as soon as he tries to get away, I guess True Rippers and their nades will cause him a lot of hurt. One nade does get popped off. Punk has been anticipating, suspecting, but no, wait! Death God from the back lines. He finds Punk. Yet another nade might just connect in, but Death God messes up the next one.
This is the kryptonite we're talking about, but True Rippers now, they have to go in for the reset. And Lobster is slowly snaking his way through out in the open, but no, Death God! We talked about this. This is the kryptonite we're talking about. Just like that, True Rippers, they lose too. And Lobster is able to cross the road safely. Now, finally, True Rippers realize there is a solo straggler, but the damage has been done. They've lost Punk. Now, Spoke's forced to be used here to try and save Cheyenne.
You know what? I see Lobster is just going to be thankful to True Rippers at this point. Lobster was the target, but Death God just flipped the script, and Autobots are now safe. Team True Rippers in shambles. What do they do to get out of this position? Yet another player is almost about to get knocked off. Shine has been finished off. Can they come back? I don't really think so. Quantum Sparks on the other side has been finished off as well. Brilliant nade coming through. Phoenix Esports asserting authority from this hospital compound. I think this can be the game changer. Which are the teams who are going to be surviving? Will be a big question. Death got out of the open. This is like a real kryptonite for True Rippers. They did not anticipate this man in the backlines, but now he's changing their whole game forever.
Oh my goodness, the timing. Now, Omega, they've realized Death God is still there on the edges as well. He's going to try and smoke his way through. Nades are coming in, hoping to get a little bit of re-knock. But seems like Death God, he was going to run away through. But Autobots say thank you so much, Team Doxy, for saving Lobster. Now we are going to take you out. This time, we are going to do the job for you. As True Rippers now forced to cross the road. Autobots, the timing is just impeccable for them, I would say. Like, Phoenix could have ruined their game.
Yeah.
But Phoenix was so distracted with Quantum Spark on the east side. And for some reason, Autobots is able to find an opener to actually cross the road.
But I'm not happy with Autobots, man. I think they should have just let Death God and Team True Rippers fight it out. They had the differences to settle. They had no say in that fight, but they do have a say in this one as Phoenix Esports approached them from the back lines. Look at that, Arnav does have the shotgun. Connects a couple of those shots. Cyrex has been finished off. Team AX do get eliminated. On the flip side, Team Esports Social and Phoenix Esports have been duking it out. Something is going wrong.
Yeah, Phoenix trying to push through, try to find a little bit of salvation here, but it seems like they've realized that Red Ross is going to be another team they have to focus on. Gets a couple shots in, but the re-knock comes through. We'll stop the pepper here. As Autobots now realize that Phoenix is hurt, they are going to apply pressure with Iggy in the front lines. There's a solo man pressure coming in from him. They don't want to give out space. Seems like Arib is going to be joining in the fight as well. Faith is pretty much knocked on top of those police station. So that means it's just not worth committing here. I don't know if one's going for the reset, but Autobots, they want to clean house. They do clean out the rest of Team Red X Ross as of yet. That is going to be them out. We're down to the final 5 teams. Autobots in prime position to clean out Phoenix as well.
I can see a lot of movement in the background as well. Choppy Esports
what a
trying
nade.
to breach past this battle. Brilliant nade coming through from Autobots. One of their players, Arman, is going to go down. Arif with the S12 through the smoke, finds contact. Finishes off Phoenix Esports. That is brilliantly done, but on the other side, I think True Rippers, they have to consider themselves extremely lucky to survive that scare coming in from Death God, I see. They still have 3 players standing.
Yeah, but at the same time, Autobots only sent Iggy and Arif to clean out everyone from the south side.
Yeah.
Lobster is still having center control. He's trying to keep up his pressure against Esports Social, not forcing them back out here. So they need to get Iggy up and then going for the commitment. But Joppy here with the nades against Esports Social is forced to duke it down in this massive chaos fight. As the zone is about to push in, they are going to be out in the open in the hands of Autobots as well. Lobster doing a fantastic job keeping them all in check.
In stage 8. Don't really get a lot of time. Choppy Esports with a nade. It ricochets off but does not land. It's still been a very brutal battle, and it's brutal for everyone as Autobots from the sideline. Lobster, this man strikes. Brilliantly done with the suppressor as well. Nobody knows where he's firing from, but now they do. Esports Social on the other side, they're going to be very happy. Not for long, as Lobster also has a crosshair on them. And through the smoke, it seems like this man does not really care about ammunition. He just wants those feasts. Was those numbers? Another knock, almost. Now the bots need a lot more support. 9 finishes in the bag. Meanwhile, Shopee and Team Esports Social duking it out for their life. This is intense, I see.
Yeah, Joyesh now going to try and clean house. Goes for the last hoorah. They win the fight for Esports Social, but the big problem here is still gonna be Lobster. Autobots finally regroups, but they are taking under fire right now. True Rippers goes in for the slam, but the nades from Eggy will stop one of the players. The knock comes through. The confirmation is there. And Autobots, they're taking all the fights by themselves. How is this possible?
I'm not even sure the IGL is just showing glimpses of brilliance out there. True Rippers, they're closing in the distance as well, and I guess Autobots know about this. Omega under fire. Can he still survive? The blue zone creeping up. Not really a lot of time yet. A nade comes through. Esports Social, True Rippers, Autobots. These three teams have been duking it out for the chicken, but nobody has any surety as of yet. Eggy falls, True Rippers, they survive. Just one player standing on his feet, and now it's a 1v2. Esports Social can flip the script, but Termi from the backlines. We know this man has done this in the past. Can he do it again? Finds the first knock. It is a 1v1. Termi versus Joesh. Esports Social versus True Rippers. Who gets out on top? Termi does not connect the shot, and the golden chicken to the other team. Esports Social are going to be so happy with it, I see.
What a clutch there, but at the same time, what a drawn-out battle. It came down to the final circle, and Esports Social was able to completely get out of the entire madness of cluster of teams onto the west side and just clutch the winner chicken dinner. But still impressive stuff coming from Autobots as well. The way they played that game, they just took all the fights. I don't know what's going on, but Iggy is just on a mission by himself.
Absolutely. I think Autobots is on a mission by themselves because I think they took it personally, man. Them being seated inside of Group D, they're like, nah, there's no way. We're one of the best teams in the country. We want to prove it that we're one of the best teams in the country. And they're taking strides towards it as well. If they keep playing on like this, potentially they get promoted to the next group as well.
You know, Autobots True Rippers is pretty much a definition taste of what a T1 team would look like. But for them to be in Group D, every single team is just feeling the brunt. And look at how Lobster just played that perfectly, right? Like, the way he actually stood in the middle, he was single-handedly guarding against two teams all by himself, wasted so much time onto his Esports Social and everybody else. And when even True Rippers came in for the stand, they were still able to shut them all out. So I would say this was still a big game coming from Autobots here, despite an 8-point finish in the previous game. But this 1 versus 1, Termi just got outplayed. Like, he was trying to go in for the sidestep, he was trying to bait out Joyesh, but the shotguns from Joyesh was just a little bit more precise in terms of connection.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Termi actually pull something like this in the past as well. 1v2s is something which he always does. But I think that was one moment when Esports Social took away the victory. And for Esports Social to actually perform in back-to-back games, that sets them up for success in the later ones as well. Now they are going to start building up that lead. Look at their stats as well. Bad OP with those 2 finishes. You've got Joesh with 3 and Manijod with 3 as well. 8 finishes, I see. It's not something which is very high scoring, but you still get 18 points from one match and set yourself up for success in the next ones as well.
Yeah, for Group D, the stake is only going to be for top 4 as of yet here. You either be promoted or you don't, you don't get relegated here. But if you stay in the bottom 8 by the end of the entire qualifiers, you're pretty much eliminated. So I wouldn't want you guys to be there. So getting out of Group D is where you want to be.
You know, all of that is fine, man. I still can't get over the fact that True Rippers were given such a massive scare by just one lad, and that was Death God in the backlines. I think Pung did not anticipate the fact that that man got 3 players from True Rippers knocked out at one instance. I was like, wait, is True Rippers going to get wiped out by Death God from the backlines? That could have been criminal out there, to be honest.
I don't know if it's just timing or just luck here, but when True Rippers was trying to take a shot against Autobots, they were pressuring True. Death God came in for the save. And while this is happening, Phoenix should not have allowed them to actually cross the road. But because Phoenix was so distracted by Quantum Spark, Autobots just got free reign. So in terms of overall game sense, Autobots' awareness is just so much more on point compared to the rest in this lobby itself.
Absolutely. But ladies and gentlemen, have a look at that. 7 eliminations for Arib. That was a big MVP performance coming through from this lad. I mean, I'm not even sure if this man is an IGL, if this man is an assaulter. He just does everything well. And looking at the top players, it seems like there are some really interesting names in the former SKOP, Death God, Eggy, and Manijod, all of them, garnering those 4 or 3 eliminations. it's been a rather good start for all the teams inside of Group D, in fact. And I don't really think I see it's just been a True Rippers or an esports social show, I guess. Every other team has shown signs of brilliances out there in the middle. So anybody else can actually promote themselves to Group C, maybe.
Personally, I feel like there's about 4 to 5 teams that should not be in Group D in particular. But again, if I want all 5 teams to advance, it's going to be difficult here. There at least going to be one team that has to play one more week in Group D before they can actually promote here in terms of their overall skill caliber.
Yeah.
But again, that being said, that means in week 2, we have 4 teams coming from Group C coming down. So it is going to be a completely different climb that they have to perform here. But again, consistency is going to be key here with Punk's IGLing coming in from True Rippers has demonstrated like 2 back-to-back games. He still made it top 5. It's just very, very impressive. But this performance coming from Autobots is also a big shocker for me.
100%. But you know what? Another team that caught my eye has to be Team AX, because in the past, in the last season, we saw them excel inside BMPS, but never really after that. But this time, finally, we got to see the aggression that Team AX was actually known for. Devote, who was brilliant in the early game action as well. Cyrex coming up with the late game action. So overall, I feel like Team AX, they have set themselves up for success, at least for tomorrow, the last game, and today as well, the last map of Erangel. We'll find out what can they pull off, but you know, it's been a rather brilliant run coming in from Autobots and Esports Social as well. Many of them underestimated Esports Social. I see Chris, OP, Joish, not really standard figures when you consider the top players of Tier 1 BGMI, but still these players have showcased that, you know what, it doesn't really matter how many people know your name, it just matters how many points you have on the board. And this time Esports Social, they've got 18.
Yeah, that's going to be a huge win. And even for Autobots as well, 17 points in game number 2. True Reapers with 12, Jappy with 10, we've got Phoenix with 8, AX with 8, and Team Doxy with 6 points in particular. And for someone's dream, they do get themselves 4 points in the bag. So that is going to be a little bit of a big climb here, but for teams that is fighting for the top 4 position here, it is going to be a top the team that is going to be having a top contention right now is going to be Esports Social, Autobots, and also True Rippers as of yet. But I feel like even for Jappy, they do still have a very, very decent chance here. But now let's talk about a team that took a huge tumble in this particular game. It's got to be Godtrain with 0 points despite a very, very good start in Rondo.
Understandably so. I mean, they've got great assaulters out there. Justin with 8 finishes in the first game just showcased his class once again. But for GDR, it's always been the problematic northern circles. Whenever the circle goes up north, they just falter all the time. And I think it has got to do something with their drop location as well. We'll talk all about that, ladies and gentlemen. But for now, the overall rankings is on our screens. Esports Social, consistent performances give them that buffer of 11 points between them and True Rippers, who stand at 27 points. Esports Social with 38, Autobots with 25, Go Solo QS with 22 points. And it seems like I see the competition is sort of heating up for the promotion and relegation scene as well, because look at this, not really a big difference between QS, Quantum Sparks at 22, GDR sitting at 20, Juppy sitting at 17, Phoenix sitting at 14. It's almost anybody's game, to be honest.
I don't know where they're going to be relegated here from Group D, considering the fact that there's no place lower than Group D.
Yeah, they don't get relegated. They do get promoted, but...
Yeah, promotion is going to be the goal here, at least for 4 teams from this respective group. So out of all the 16 teams so far, I agree with you. Like 5 to 6 teams are eyeing for it. But as of yet, the one that the tabletop here is going to be Esports Social. And they're very, very close to that 50-point marker. So one more good game, I think we might just see our first top 4 in just 3 games.
Potentially speaking, I guess there is going to be, but I still feel like Group D, there's going to be competition till the very end. So maybe tomorrow when these teams come back, there might be upsets. One team I'm actually looking forward to causing an upset has to be Oops Official. I think I love this team. I love their name. And they've been in this situation for a while now. I think they've been in the Tier 1 circuit. Now they should have the experience as well to actually get themselves promoted up top.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough battle here, at least coming from some of these teams. But I agree with you. Like, it's going to be a free-for-all, but you could see a very, very clear disparity between quote-unquote T1, T2 teams and also the teams that are still trying to push into the Pro Series here. I'm talking about teams like DCX SCR. I'm talking about Godsend Esports as well. I'm also talking about Team Red Ross, which I think they did pretty okay in this particular map. But in terms of game sense, timings, and when to take fights has been very, very lacking as well. And you can see that a T1 team, or in this case T1 T2 team like Autobots or True Reapers, they're just taking advantage of the scenarios and getting better positions for themselves. We didn't see a massive game from True Reapers, and I agree with you that small little mishap coming from Team Doxy, from DevGod, may have made a little bit of blunder, but he still made it the top 2.
100%. And ladies and gentlemen, let's have a look at the schedule as well. We still have one more map of Erangel yet to be played for Group D, and then we move on to one of the best lobbies the country has to offer. That is Group A. Of course, they are the finalists of PGI's 2026, and I can't wait to watch them in action. A lot of substitutes have taken place. Not a substitute, I would say a lot of transfers have taken place, I see. And we will, of course, talk about them. But we still have one last game to go, and I feel like there are a couple of names who are yet to showcase that same potential. I'm talking about Versatile and Phoenix Esports as well, and I feel like Phoenix definitely had a chance in this game as well from their police station compound. They could have actually gotten a little more than they actually did in this one.
I agree. VXT has been struggling in that particular game, and for them to actually completely wiped out was just a little bit... I wasn't expecting that kind of push as well, because think about it, you're on a vehicle, you're about to crash the compound, but instead of crashing directly in the compound, you crash out and open behind a tree where everybody has the line of sight to shoot you. So, do they deserve to be punished for it? Yes, 100%, because mistakes like that can cost you the game.
Well, we'll find out who gets punished, who gets promoted. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here at the map of Erangel once again. Match number 3 for Group D, ladies and gentlemen. And the Big Bird goes back up the skies once again. This time we are though flying from the area of Mansion. We're coming in from the eastern side, moving towards the west, moving towards hospital compound. It's almost like a horizontal flight path, which does give a majority of the teams an even chance of going to the drop location, unless and until you're somebody like an AX or a GDR, because military base and Nova Apnoy is nowhere in contention. If you want to go out there, you can still take a vehicle and actually travel down south, but the problem is if the circle lands up north, you will have to come back once again, and I don't think these players want to travel so much. But ladies and gentlemen, we do have a switch up on the panel as well. The Necro Man is back here.
Yeah, and it feels great to be back on the panel once again, since I was there to cast the first game as well. And this is the conversation me and Johnny had. This group is definitely quite stacked. I think this group is even more stacked than Group B itself.
Yeah.
The way they've been playing, it's been incredible. Autobots Esports, Phoenix Esports, yeah, the performances are a little bit shaky, but the previous game for Autobots Esports was definitely good.
Yeah, 100%. And I love the fact that for the first time ever, me and Necro are agreeing over the fact that Group D is actually more exciting than Group B and C. I don't even know how it actually works, but nonetheless, the pace of the match is brilliant. But ladies and gentlemen, have a look at that. The circle popping off, centering on around that Georgia Pole territory. And QS, it seems like it's been a switch. Puchinki did not work out directly. They moved from Puchinki towards Georgia Pole, and I still hope that these 4 players, they can stick together, because them splitting up just resulting in their demise.
Yeah, and speaking of things splitting up, we also did see a bit of that inconsistency from Quantum Sparks once again. Previous game, not exactly the way they wanted it to go. Got eliminated extremely early in that game. And God's Reign as well pretty much followed up that same fate. I don't understand what's exactly going wrong with them. But God's Reign, once again, the same problems do start to showcase itself. As of now, though, someone's stream looking to make that pounce on top of this man of Hoops official. And what was he even doing? He's just staring at them walking up that staircase. And he just watched his own death approach him.
I mean, my man had a nade equipped in his hand. He tried to lob it. He thought there's going to be some sort of, I don't know, retaliation, but there was nobody to support him as well. Someone's dream just walked up and broke someone's dreams, shattered it. In particular, Oops official on the other side. Have a look at that. They've lost their comrade, but they're still going strong, in my opinion. Moving in from Lipovka, they will have to find a rotation path inside of the circle, though, which will be a very long journey, Necro.
Technically, if you think about it, their name is literally Oops Official. They're supposed to mess up.
Yeah, I mean, we first saw them when? 2024, I guess. And ever since then, every year when we see them playing, we just make the same jokes.
I mean, look, at this point, they just have to wake up. That's all I can say.
I want
if they don't
wake up as well.
I mean, God's Reign, they're already doing pretty decent in the overall standings, right?
Yeah.
As long as you're going to be there inside of the top 4, that's all that matters. And God's Reign is already there in the top 4. Yes, if they do mess up this game, though, then God's Reign will be kicked out, that's for sure. So God's Reign definitely do need at least 10 points from this to keep that spot pinned down.
100%. But, you know, I'm looking at a player trajectory in Aquanox. There used to be days when this man was known as the Land Demon. He was one of the best assaulters in the country, one of the star players emerging out of, you know, the old TSM days, moving on towards God's Reign as well. He was just everywhere. Everybody was talking about Aquanox and his octopus grip. But all of a sudden, I think that operation, the injury, and the recovery just did not really pan out. He took a break from competitive circuit as well.
Yeah.
Now he is back finally. God's Reign did post a video of his comeback as well, and I'm hoping that he finally gets in the groove of things. It will take time, 100%. But when he's back, I hope he's the same Aquanox that sometime left TSM.
But the problem is that time is less.
Yeah.
I do understand, yes, he's faced a lot of injuries. Yes, he's had a lot of problems as well. But you just can't do anything about it. Time is less. It's limited. He needs to wake up right now. And that's what it is. The world is unfair. It's cruel. You can never expect it to be fair.
Wow, Necro. You're just making me feel... I don't really know, man. I feel like I've got to do more. Time is less. I'm going to sleep and maybe this quote is going to ring in my head. Time is less, buddy. Wake up. Make a video.
It is less, Salty. Remember, 3 years ago, we were around 22. And now we're pretty old.
You know what? We had a lot of time back then. We still have a lot of time now as well. But have a look at this, ladies and gentlemen. Dragon Claw up on top of Everest. They're being challenged right now, and they're being challenged by QS. Yeshu finds contact. One of the first players has been knocked off. I love the way they're establishing their wings as well. Not giving in space for Dragon Claw to actually come back. And it seems like they might just not be able to do so as well.
Quantum Sparks. One finish already on the block. This high ground is definitely giving them some sort of advantage. But they just need to hold it down. Defense is going to be important. If they do mess up that defensive wall, though, that's when Quantum Sparks will start to fall apart. Just got to make sure that they've got each other online.
This is also the center of the circle, by the way, the dot center of the circle. If they can manage to hold on to this position for a while, I guess, the only problem they're going to have is going to be the resources. Otherwise, positioning-wise, I think this is one of the best spots you can find.
Juppy Esports on the move as well. Right next to Juppy, there's a team. Godson Esports has been having a rough day.
Yeah.
And I don't like it. A team we had a lot of expectations from Godson Esports. The way they performed in BJS 2026, I understand it's still the early phases, but still, Godson Esports was doing pretty good. And now that transition to this BMPS 2026, it's been shaky. And I don't like it. But let's just hope, fingers crossed, that Godson Esports is going to be doing a lot better. This is also one of those teams that came through the campus tour that happened. So yeah, a lot of the young guys are actually looking forward towards Godson. They've seen them perform, they've seen them grown up, and they probably do want them to do a lot better. But Jumpy Esports as of now just out in the open. Esports Social, they've got their eyes laid out on him. And Jumpy, one of the players, he's completely trapped. Smoke plumes out, but at this point, he just can't do anything. He tried to get inside of the vehicle, but the bullets just constantly on that entire vehicle. And it gets blown up.
Manager knew he messed up as soon as his comrades had left him behind. He knew there's no way he is going to survive that fight. Esports Social, they had their weapons open in order to welcome that man. They do get up the mark as well with that finish, but I'm looking at the way the rest of his comrades knew that there is some team. As soon as they got that information, they just flew away, but Manager had disembarked from his vehicle, and all of a sudden, he had no options left for him. It's unfortunate, ladies and gentlemen. It does happen sometime at Esports Social. I think this is the team you really have to give credits to, because I think they've been consistent on both the maps, both the games, and now they have had a good start as well.
Esports Social and True Rippers really consistent, and even Autobots Esports. Quantum Sparks, God's Reign, we have seen those little cracks, but I'm pretty sure they will wake up. It's the last game of the day, and they have to wake up. Top 4 is going to be the way to go, and if you're inside of Group D, bottom 8, you have to avoid it, because you will be eliminated if you find yourself in the bottom 8. And let's not forget, we've already got the relegation teams from Group C yesterday. So we know who exactly is going to be replacing these 4 teams that do get promoted.
I'm looking at the circle right now. The circle shifting southward just takes the game away from Team Doxy and everybody who's been up north. Looking at God's Reign, I'm looking at Autobots as well. Of course, for them, rotation isn't really going to be that big of a deal, but what is Scout doing up there? He's still so far away from the rest of his team, potentially just marking entries coming in from the Georgopol City area, but it's very risky for him to be up there all by himself. But have a look at this. Redix Ross, they're in the midst of battle. Esports Social looking to pounce on them. Lucifer was dancing around the circle. It seems like he's been knocked out. Both the players have been knocked out. Trades back and forth, and Esports Social, they still have that last player surviving in for them, and it seems like Godsend from the back lines. Not Godsend, it's Shopee Esports from the backlines who come in to try and take advantage of this fight.
Esports Social somehow just winning this duel. And now Redix Ross left with only 1 man. Esports Social can easily recover from this. They can get a 3-man squad back upon their feet, but AX now with a third party. Things just keep on getting worse. Teams after teams just crashing on top of this compound. AX, Raiden, the nade was tossed on himself and Raiden messed up. A man from AX knocks down. Raiden does not even have enough HP, and even he perishes. Another man from AX taken care of. What about been watching? It's a super performance from Superb. AX eventually do get things under control, but that man from Esports Social, he can prove out to be a nightmare.
He had a pump action shotgun and he pumped their hearts out twice times it's supposed to beat. Have a look at this, the Gyro God, he still has a shotgun for himself. Team AX wants to win this fight, and here they do so as well. They find control of the compounds, but the problem is they've lost 2 of their bodies. Cyrax has 4 finishes for himself, 5 finishes for Team AX, but what a scare it was and what a performance it was from Superb.
Yeah.
Wow, man, that was
That
brilliant.
was some crazy stuff. But now God's Reign, you shift your focus on this fight, and God's Reign, they've already got the advantage. Eggy himself, the IGL, not there in the game anymore. But he's still got Lobster and Ralphie up and alive, and these 2 players do possess a lot of firepower. Autobots Esports, they're so concerned. They just want to get the revival on Eggy, but it's really tough to do so. Because God's Reign, they've got their eyes pinned on this man. Ralphie's sticking that revival egg. He's probably going to be back upon his feet, so it's all good in the hood for Autobots as of now. But Arib, he shifts out in the open. What are you even thinking, my friend? Makes a big mistake, and now God's Reign, they find another opener.
You are not allowed to move out in the open. It does not matter if you are in the blue zone. Does not matter if you're out of the playing zone. If you know there's somebody out there in your city, you always have to be careful, and that is the reason why this time.
Oh my God.
Reeb couldn't really do much. Godsrain out there capitalizing on that opportunity. It's just unforced errors that Godsrain has been capitalizing on, but they still need to move inside the circle. And I don't get why they are dealing the inevitable so much.
God's Reign, they're just so focused on the eliminations, it's kind of insane. Circle as well, shifting right on top of Quantum Sparks, and now looking at Team Doxy too. I think Team Doxy's trying to gatekeep these teams.
Yeah. Still want to find out what is going to happen. Team AX right at the center of the circle as well. They do have Phoenix Esports approaching them from the eastern flank, and it's going to be difficult for them to even try and contest that position, especially with the 2-man outfit, I'm saying. Team AX, though, if they lie low, potentially can march till the top 4 of this game, but we'll still have to find out. GDR, they're moving, but it seems like they're not going to be the only ones. Team Doxy, they're chasing them. Delta PG is going to strike first, finds 2 contacts for themselves. 2 players knocked down, 1 player left in the back. And look at Justin, an absolute monster out there. It's not like Team Doxy couldn't really respond back in kind. It's Doxy himself. It's still doing damages out there on the field, but all of this is happening inside of the blue zone, and it's not really the best of things.
Man.
Justin lands a final nail, but he gets finished off as well. GDR is down and out, but so is Team Doxy.
They're just making it look so easy. God's Reign's firepower is just insane. And the only reason why they were even able to stand a chance against Team Doxy was because of their sheer brilliance. Man, oh man. Yes, they did get eliminated themselves, but the fact that they actually got away with those elimination points, that's what's insane. Team Doxy should have had a clean wipe on God's Reign in that position. But they messed up.
But I also kind of feel like Justin and Delta did really well to kind of find those first picks. And as soon as they found the first pick, the game kind of flipped on its script. The tables turned and they had advantage all of a sudden. I don't know how GDR lost that fight from that point on. There must be some sort of third parties or maybe even the blue zone damage was too critical. But it was a great effort, at least from both sides. Unfortunate that they could not extend inside of this. Gave too much. But now we have 11 teams and 39 players inside of this game. True Rippers potentially an opportunity to close down the gap between them and Esports Social, Necro.
Someone stream what's happening to them. First man has already collapsed and now it's Autobots Esports, who want to make sure that someone's dream will be completely thrashed and crashed. Autobots Esports just stomping on top of someone's dream. 3 players just eaten alive. Completely shattered. Autobots Esports, they just walk into this playing field like they're the bosses. But now True Rippers, they're here to quickly third-party this entire fray. True Rippers knows Autobots Esports is going to be hurt. One of the men from the side of Autobots Esports is also pretty low, and that's going to be Lobster. Utilities tossed out. Is he going to find the mark? No will be the answer. But True Rippers, they're not someone who's going to give up on the dream just like that. They crash their vehicles, ram their vehicles against Autobots. But Autobots Esports as well, they're trying their best to reply back. Termi gets eliminated too in the end, and Autobots Esports, they somehow flip the tables and come out on top. What just happened there?
It was the clash of the Titans tabletoppers. Autobots and True Rippers going at it at each other 4v4. It was an absolute brawl, to be honest. True Rippers gave it their all. Punk in the front
so
lines.
confusing.
It was exactly confusing, right? Players coming in from the hovercraft, ramming in with their vehicles as well. But somehow, some way, it's the teamwork of Autobots that paid them dividends, and it's supposed to do so as well. A lineup that hasn't really changed anything over the past so many years. Now got in a new IGL in the form of Eggy. Look at them go. 8 finishes already. 39, 33 points in the bag. And now they're chasing down Esports Social as if they want #1 or nothing.
VXT's on the screen. And for VXT, they've already found a decent compound. Autobots Esports now want to retreat. But that hovercraft, it's literally on fire. They cannot use it anymore. Futurize Esports Empire Originals. They want to gatekeep them. But Autobots Esports' firepower has been insane. And once again, these utilities, these 3-pointers, crazy stuff. What am I even watching? These Kobe's are insane. Autobots Esports, 2 men leading the pack, and the utilities finding the exact mark. Another man from FEZ's taken down low. A read gets confirmed, but Autobots Esports, man, the sheer prowess, the sheer firepower, they're brilliant. Eggy stepping out in the open, gathering all the attention upon himself, and Autobots Esports, now they know the fight is almost done, it's almost theirs. But another team, it's going to be Quantum Sparks, who's trying to third party. FEZ, the last man as well, gets wrapped up in a sheet and eliminated from the game. The wrath of Autobots Esports, no one can handle it.
Absolutely. This is an all-out offense coming in from Autobots, something that we've seen so much in the past, and this time, once again, they're showing glimpses of their firepower once again. They don't really care if they lose bodies, they don't really care if they don't really win the game, but if you get 11 finishes within the first 4 circles, that just showcases that you're not scared of anyone. They're still going to lose out on that one man who was knocked out. Just 1 man left alive for Autobots. They're going to struggle. They're going to come out from the blue zone as well. But like I said, they don't really care. They're just 6 points shy from Esports Social at this point.
Yeah, they indeed are. DCX, SCR. Actually inside of the circle too, Salty, so that means they will have the advantage against Autobots Esports right now, but the way they have been winning the fights, it's insane. No matter what sort of a defensive wall you make in front of Autobots Esports, they will always shatter it and straight up just walk through it. They're unfazed, unbothered of any sort of team. And the circle now shifting on top of Phoenix Esports, it gives them the advantage.
It does, it actually does. Quantum Sparks on the other side, they've been absent from the firing squad. They've been absent from the finish feed as well for a while. Having the high ground advantage does give them a lot of information, but the problem is there was nobody who was there to contest it. And now they will have to make an entry inside of the circle. Are they going to go after Phoenix Esports, or are they going to come down that western flank? We'll find out. Those are going to be big questions. But have a look at this, Godsend Legion. He does have Autobots' last hope alive in front of them. That is going to be Ralphie in a compound. Not even a compound, I guess. The only cover that he has is going to be his vehicle, and he's constantly patching himself up. Deep Godsend Esports, they found it out. They want to capture this finish as quickly as they possibly can. But can Ralphie stay alive? One haystack, one smoke, potentially a few bullets in the chamber as well. But that is all to sustain the dream of potentially bagging the chicken dinner. It's going to be tough.
Godsend Esports tossing out the smokes. Phoenix Esports right on top. They've got the high ground advantage. All the 4 players next to each other from Godsend, and now they've realized unity is strength. They want to charge on Phoenix Esports together, but even DC from the sidelines is now going to be creating a lot of problems. AX under fire. There's so many fights breaking out on the left side of the map. It's insane. Even VXT, they're right next in the compound of AX, and AX is too busy taking that fight against DC. 2 players are already knocked out. It's just down to a Reap, and this one single man from AX, he somehow survives. Third party from Versatile Esports saves the day, but they knew exactly where he was, and they even mopped the floor with AX.
It's not over because Quantum Sparks is approaching them. Versatile Esports, though. Do you have enough resources and enough HP to fight yet another battle? We'll find out. But elsewhere, on the eastern flank, on the western flank, we do have fights happening. Beautiful lead coming in. Godsend Esports sent 2 players from Phoenix Esports back on their knees. This is brilliant stuff. And this just gives them the opening. Enormous man advantage as the rest of the players send it in. There's just 1 man inside of his vehicle. Can they spray him down? Shots being fired. Some of them connect, but the man not knocked out. It's brilliant. He saves the day, goes, escapes away from this fight, and Phoenix Esports have 2 men left alive.
It is so funny. That man from Phoenix Esports slowly drove on top of that nade.
Yeah.
And he just got knocked out. But Quantum Sparks now, they want to be the one to capitalize instantly and punish the players of VXT. VXT's hurt, and Quantum Sparks, they've got the man advantage and also the positional advantage. The players from VXT extremely hurt. A few players out of commission as well, since they're going to be busy healing themselves up. 1 man in the front. He does not have enough HP to keep on fighting. He's constantly taking damage. Eventually gets confirmed too. Quantum Sparks, they've got things on their way. Wind is in their sails, and they should be easily able to clutch this fight.
My goodness, Quantum Sparks, I love what they're doing so far.
Team play, man. So
Team
good.
play, the formations, it kind of gives glimpses of what we see in the international circuit. Of course, the firepower is on a different level, but they do have something. Master with the nade does find the opening against Versatile. Yashu has been very precise on his shots as well. If Quantum Sparks can improve potentially a few things about their gameplay, they are ready for BMPS 2026 in my opinion. Have a look at this. The beating down Versatile, just 1 man left alive. He's going to find the 2 knocks, but can Master put an end to this? Yashu is still going to be in the front line. Spartan was brilliant out there, standing like an absolute rock. Does not want Quantum Sparks to get away with this, and they do get the reset as well. No nades in his arsenal. That's going to be a bad news for him. Shot gets coming. He finds Yashu. He finds squad.
Bro.
He finds the entire team as well. Versatile Esports. What a performance.
Bad
And
for
Spartan.
Quantum, but
This
good
is
clutch.
what an absolute Spartan does.
Spartans never
Clutch,
surrender.
brother.
And he literally showed us why. Oh my God.
Wow.
We just witnessed greatness. Single-handedly shut down the entirety of Quantum Sparks. They were manhandled.
Quantum Sparks should have had the chicken dinner, man. They had the best spot for the chicken. They should have won that fight. I don't know how did Spartan win that.
He literally showed it does not matter if you've got team play. You need firepower.
You need firepower, exactly.
He just single-handedly mowed every single person down from Quantum Sparks with that S12K. Crazy stuff. Man, I'm impressed. Autobots Esports, just 1 man in the open field, and even he's going to be evaporated. But
Lucky.
Autobots Esports had 13 finishes and 5 placement points. They've already done the job in this game. Consistency's through the roof.
Yeah.
And for Phoenix Esports, there's just 2 men standing. This should be Godsend Esports' game.
Should be, technically. But we've seen clutches happen as well. 2v3s being converted. It's not really that big of a deal. And in fact, with the way they are kind of split up, I guess it is actually very possible for Phoenix to isolate these fights. 3 players from Godsend Esports who stand at 3 different directions. They don't have compounds as well. No form of cover. But do they need cover is going to be my question. Phoenix Esports, they are singled out in these compounds. Will come in from either ends, from the left and their right hand flank. And if it's not enough, there's somebody who's staring you dead in the face from the front. It's a lot of options for Godsend Esports, but there's still a lot of open ground for them to cover as well. And that is exactly where Phoenix might just capitalize, Necro.
Godsend Esports, man advantage in their hands, and that's probably the biggest advantage Godsend Esports has over Phoenix. And I'm pretty sure none of these teams are going to be charging on as well. They're just waiting for the circle to collapse and then things to be revealed a lot better. And the crazy part is we've only got 2 teams standing in just stage 6.
So
still a lot of stages to go.
I think GDR will get this.
It was an
Phoenix
absolute
is
battlefield.
also good, but
Circle trains down
GDR
even more
split
Godsend Esports with the advantage, and now
can
Phoenix,
help them
they're going to be
better.
forced to
And
at least
also
move
they
out a
need
little
this
bit.
chicken.
There is still a piece of that compound available.
Yeah, for
They
sure.
are
But the
like,
problem is, Phoenix Esports,
they have
not
played
much of
more
their playing
matches
zone is actually inside of the circle
and
right
in
now.
top
They
tier.
will be forced out. And as soon as it happens, I'm not really sure if Phoenix have the resources to pull that play off. You need smokes, you need a lot of throwables as well, and you potentially need a lot of those bullets available as well. I'm not really sure
And
if they
that
have
one
the
before
information
clutch
where
was
exactly
good.
Godsend presents themselves as well. So everything, everyone inside this final circle, I'm pretty sure they're just blind. They will have to play on the basis of their anticipation, on the basis of their reflexes. Godsend Esports on the vehicle as well, taking a far rotation, trying to spot out who exactly is alive and where is that man placed. And I guess they'll very quickly find it out, Necro.
I'm pretty sure Godsend Esports knows that Phoenix is going to be in that house. But there's multiple houses.
This is 2.
Faith.
Oh.
This little cubby that he has. It was providing him cover until now. Faith now needs to reposition. His position is compromised. A lot of utilities are going to be tossed against Faith. It's better to just back inside of the house. Trust me. And that's what he's doing. Falls back to safety. Godsend Esports, they should start closing up slowly and steadily. That's going to give them the advantage. And that's what Godsend Esports is doing. All right, it's done. First man already taken care of, and even the second player, he falls apart. Godsend Esports, finally, they wake up from the ashes. It's a bit of a late wake-up call, but at least they finally woke up, and that's what matters.
Absolutely, 7 eliminations and that golden chicken dinner. It's brilliant coming in from Godsend Esports, yet another team who kind of joins up that race for promotion as well, ladies and gentlemen. Not too much coming in from Fraggy and Levi, but it's still fine, I guess. The 2 players in tandem, they did brilliantly.
That's good.
There were, in fact, many teams who performed brilliantly in this one. It was an absolute battlefield, like Necro suggested. Everyone just going at each other, and all of this, it started from Autobots just ramming teams after teams. They had somewhere about 11 to 12 finishes before the 4th circle even popped in, Necro, and that is just Autobots at their prime.
I mean, Autobots Esports, the way they were winning the fights was unreal.
Bro,
and
this
then
was
later
the
on,
clutch.
we saw that one man, it was not from Autobots Esports, of course, just shutting down the entirety of Quantum Sparks. It was something insane. Spartan, man. I mean, it is
he
a
got
play,
damage
it is
from
a
another
clip that's
player.
going to be going on for the longest of the times, and we already know it.
You know what? It kind of reminds me of that Rage God 1v2 against Team TAG, where Jelly and Jonathan, they had to come in from 2 ends together, but they came in one by one, and Rage God just smacked both of them. It kind of was similar here as well. Spartan sitting in there.
Yeah.
You have 2 players alive, just go in together. Why is one player jumping once and then the other guy? I know in intense fights, the combination and the communication, it gets absolutely stacked up, but a 1v4, man, it's going to hurt, man.
I don't understand either what exactly just happened there, but one thing is for sure, the team play was there from Quantum Sparks. It's
Yeah.
not like they were not playing together. The team play was there. All the players made the pounds at the same time. But that man says 12K was so precise. He kept on spamming through that doorway. He was able to find those 2 quick knocks. And the moment that happened, he just knew that things are now going to be on his way. And he can just continue with that momentum. And then later on in the end moment, those 2 players just peaked one by one.
Yeah.
They did not peak together. And that's why they just ended up losing that fight. Autobots Esports, a man is there on the MVP list. It's going to be Ralphie with 6 finishes. But for me, the MVP of that game is going to be Spartan.
Wow. Spartan, of course, is going to be there in the top players, ladies and gentlemen, not too far behind. 5 finishes, 2nd position for him. And, of course, we also have Huntro.
Autobots, bro. He gave 800 damage.
You've got
still
Cyrax as
they
well.
didn't get
And I
the
think
win.
it was also
hurts,
not
but
just
a good
Autobots
game.
Team AX as well. It did kind of start off on their aggressive front. And it's kind of paying off. They had about 5 to 6 eliminations quickly. And I just hope that they find more momentum with every single match that they play.
You know what? Let's have a look at the highlights itself on how exactly things kicked off. We did see a bit of that scuffle happen towards the Georgia Bull Apartments as well. But off the rip, we saw someone scream, crushing that man from Oops Official. He literally saw his death approach him. Oops Official is not able to play that well, to be honest. We expected a lot more from Oops Official since they do have some sort of confidence, since they do have some sort of experience as well. But it's not being replicated that well over here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like these undergods, they're kind of showcasing their strength, they're showcasing their firepower, but they're also kind of missing out on the decision-making front. We saw Red X Ross hold on to this compound super doing really well, and this is just signs that, you know what, you're ready for BMPS 2026. But it is also important that you refine your decision-making, refine your game sense as well, because him out there should have just waited for the final play instead of pushing in to try and get that finish and the squad wipe.
Indeed, I mean, look at these moments too, right? Autobots Esports, utilities were so precise. He was able to find that one quick frag, and then later on, Eggy was allowed to push up on the back of that. And somehow Autobots Esports, they were just unlosable. They were not losing any fight. They were just constantly hammering through every single team.
Yeah, I mean, hammering reminds me of this 1v4. Once again, we've seen this time and time again. I'm pretty sure if anybody from Team Quantum Sparks is watching that live broadcast, he's gonna absolutely hate it. Like, why are you showcasing that same fight 3 to 4 times in the course of just one game, lad? But nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, match rankings in front of our screens right now. Autobots at the tippity top with 18 points. Godsend. They did get that chicken dinner and they're still trailing by 1 point, but it's completely fine. I think 17 points seems like a decent jump from that bottom 4 or the bottom 8, whatever you call it. I think Godsend, they've got something to play with now. Versatile, 12. QS with 8. AX with 8. I think the top 5 teams, they're just doing fine.
Yeah, they're definitely doing fine. I mean, Quantum Sparks, I do understand that things were not too great. Yes, they got 1v4'd by Spartan like that, but they at least got away with the 8 points. But considering the previous game was a flop, Quantum Spark at least needed double digits on the board from this game to sort of compensate for the previous one. Esports Social was consistent in both the games. Now they get 4 points from this one. It's not a lot of points, but Esports Social is still going to be in the top 4,
Yeah.
and that's what matters.
No doubt, man. I mean, they're sitting at 42 points right now, and that is just a brilliant outing out of the 3 games that they've played. Autobots with 43, Esports Social with 42. If they keep on this performance, they're going to sit at 86 points after 6 games. It's going to be unreal. Quantum Sparks with 30 points, True Rippers with 28 points. I think the competition, Necro, now lies at the bottom 2 of the top 4. I mean the 3rd and the 4th position, because the top 2
Yeah.
are almost occupied.
I mean, Esports Social, Autobots, as you mentioned, yeah, rightfully, I think the top 2 is pretty much occupied. It's about Quantum Sparks, True Rippers, Scott's Reign, God's Sense as well, since that chicken dinner gave them a lot of points. And even Phoenix Esports and AX are right next to each other.
Yeah.
I do believe tomorrow AX is going to be showcasing a masterclass, because that's how AX usually likes to play, right? Day 1, when the qualification is on the line, AX just never performs. And
Yeah.
then just a few games left over, and somehow AX just pops off on a different level.
Absolutely, they certainly are the defending champions. But ladies and gentlemen, of course, we do have the schedule in front of our screens, and the first half of the day is done and dusted. Group D did give us some amazing matches. Something I think in Unity they just put together. It is brilliant, a lot of entertainment. But now, since we talk about entertainment, we've got Group A coming back into the picture as well. The best lobby in the country right now is about to play the next 3 matches. The finalists from BGIS 2026. Necro, are you excited?
Of course I'm excited. Why not? Because as you mentioned, the finalists of the BGIS 2026, means we're also speaking about the best teams that this entire region has to offer.
Yeah.
And you already know it's going to be a tough competition. It's going to be a painful competition for the teams that are going to be playing. And since you've also got the Mammoths, Seoul also walking inside of the lobby, I like to call them the Alphas.
Yeah.
And then you've also got Genesis Esports, man, Hunters, this guy. You already know. I'm a big fan of him. The way he played, he was the only reason why Genesis Esports was in the race till the end in BGIS.
No doubt, but we do have the rosters from the next group of 4 teams as well. And I think this is where a few teams did opt in for a few changes, because teams like Godlike, Divine Gaming, Revan Texpark, they're like teams who like to contest for the trophy, not be satisfied with being finalists. Revan Texpark went through 2 massive changes. Proton and Sukuna have come in, and Punk has been left out. A change did happen with Godlike as well, with Some walking in. Have a look at that. Vasista bringing in a little bit of those changes. Dionysus is in there as well. Nebula Esports' Arjun walks in as well. Learn from past us have changes. Mena Ninja going ahead with the similar roster.
Yeah.
Myth Official, Necro, what a run it was from the IGQ to the finals. Now they're here in BMPS as well with an unchanged roster.
None of us expected this from Myth, especially in BGS 2026. What they showcased was insane. But even Reckoning Esports is someone that you can never ignore. Team Tamalas as well, a part of this entire conversation. For Team Tamalas, the performance was shaky in BGS 2026 Grand Finals. And the same conversation is also going to be about Welt Esports. But Welt Esports have switched things up a little bit.
Yeah.
Now you see Dragon and Poco back in that playing 4, right next to Goku. This gives me Team Limra vibes.
It does give me Team Limra vibes, but the problem is this is 2026, not 2024, to be honest. So I'm just hoping that this team can actually live up to the expectations. But Welt Esports, Necro, Proton being scouted, he was one of the standout players from this team last season. They do have the slot, but they don't have their star fragger. He's moved into Revan Texpark. Is that going to affect their performance, to be honest?
I think it will. 100% it will. I just hope that Welt Esports is not going to be showcasing a passive gameplay, because that's what Dragon used to do. When he was leading Rising Esports, we all know how passive Rising Esports was, and that was also one of the main reasons why they struggled so much. But I really hope that Welt Esports,
of the best players,
I hope he's going to be the one
are going to play now.
You know, since
Let's
we're
see.
talking about teams, of course, there has to be words around Team Soul and Genesis as well, because them duking it out for #1 and #2 was brilliant. And it just seems like the top 3 teams, they were happy with their performance. Nobody went in with any change, and I don't think there's any need for change as well. Team Soul looks like complete. Genesis looks complete. Team Orangton as well has always been in that. Godlike on the other side has had massive changes. Jonathan moving out, Some walking in. What are your thoughts about that team, though?
I mean, you know what? Roster changes, they're of course exciting, since you know there's also going to be a change in the playstyle itself. But you know what? Let's talk about the BGS journey for Team Soul. Through the start of the entire tournament, Team Soul was dominating. Be it the grind, be it the other phases, which was quarterfinals, and then even the side of the semifinals. Team Soul was constantly at the tippity top, constantly dominating. This is probably one of the most consistent teams as well.
Soul, Divine.
Absolutely. I mean, they did walk away with the trophy. But I'm looking at Myth Official right now. Look at their position in every single round. Round 1, they were #146. They went in and kept themselves alive at every stage
maybe
of the
Nebula.
competition. Something that I've never really seen an underdog team do so as well. And I just wanted to put in that they have an IGL that's just 16 years of age. So I'm hoping that he's maturing very quickly and very rapidly. And Myth Official, when they walk in inside of BMPS 2026, they're going to bring us some surprises. Hopefully, you know, walking in from the Indian qualifiers.
These new
now
teams
into
are
Pro
also
Series.
good. Genesis and Myth is also good. Orangutan is also there, but they play a little passive.
Right now that they are known as. They went on to represent the country as well into the international waters, but I just hope that Myth Official can actually follow those same footsteps.
I mean, the crazy part is this team actually came through from the in-game qualifiers.
Exactly.
Right? And for all the people that are looking forward to become professionals, this is a team that you should be looking forward to, because they're also going to be giving you a lot of motivation, because they did it, which means even you can do it, right?
Yeah.
Anyone can do it. If you know you've got it in you, you should do it, man. And of course, there's so many opportunities even in the future that will be given to you guys, so you can go ahead and register in those tournaments, and it will be open for all. So it's really
100%.
exciting.
You know, since we're talking about young lads as well, young teams, they have opportunities through Open for All tournaments. there are young players who are now making waves. And of course, making waves, we saw Torres actually get the Eliminator badge. It is his debut, by the way, for K9 Esports and in officials, but he's doing so brilliant. Proton is also one of the standout players who actually stood out inside of BGS. Now he's a part of Revenant X Spark. We saw Payne being debut in Revenant X Spark as well. It's a new day and age, Necro, when these undergods are coming in and walking in and representing big banners.
I'm really excited to see Revenant X Spark's entire lineup because there's no IGL in there.
There's no IGL.
And that's the great part about it. Every single person is an assaulter. Pretty much God's Reign as well have done the same thing.
Yeah.
So I'm really excited to see what sort of a playstyle we're going to be able to see from Revenant X Spark. Are we going to see a tactical playstyle, or will we see that classic aggression from Revenant X Spark? Because that's what they're supposed to do.
Absolutely.
Their lineup is completely
I
based
think
on
it's going to
firepower,
be
and they're supposed to be out there
maybe
taking those
early
fights.
elimination for
It's gonna be
RNTX.
fights, man. I just want
If
them
they try
and their
aggressive
rivals to do
play
well
style.
as well. I mean, you know, me and God, like, have had a history, right? I mean, we've always had that, back and forth on social media, but I really genuinely want Godlike to actually perform well in this tournament because it's been a long time. I haven't really seen them at the top very much.
Yeah, I mean, for Godlike, bringing in Sama inside of the playing four, it makes a lot of sense as well. Since Sama's team, I'm speaking of BJ's 2026, his team wasn't able to do that great. But Sama as an individual, we know that man packs a lot of punch.
Yeah.
He also has a lot of experience as well. So we know he's a person with a lot of potential. Now, under the direction of Manya, I do believe Sama might just be able to showcase his full potential.
100%. But Necro, wasn't Nebula your favorite team? How come you're not predicting Nebula that much? Are they used to be your favorite IGL? What happened? They have an addition as well. Arjun, what's up?
Yeah, I mean, look, Nebula, they were known for their aggression. But we all know the previous tournament, Nebula's aggression wasn't at its peak.
Yeah.
It wasn't the same aggression that we saw in Showdown 2025. Yes, aggression was there. I'm not going to say that it wasn't there, but Nebula, for some reason, wasn't able to convert the fights. The moment they were getting aggressive, they were just getting completely thrashed. And that's why, for some reason, I have a big question mark in my mind for Nebula. It's not like I'm not counting on them. I'm still counting on them, but I don't know what to expect.
It was a surprise, to be honest, in my opinion as well. Nebula, the way they all of a sudden started to struggle semi-final onwards, and then in the finals as well, just did not really find any momentum at all. I mean, it's just on Nebula who has had changes. Learn from past has also had changes as well. They lost out on Termi. Now they've gotten a new player as well. So all the teams, in my opinion, from Group A, they are starting to bolster their lineup, and I'm just hoping and praying that these teams, that they changes, it actually makes a lot of sense, and hopefully it works. Nowadays, like Necro said, we are looking at teams without even IGL. So
I think that's the new meta.
It's a new meta, right?
Yeah, I think that is the new meta. You don't even need IGLs. Just get 4 assaulters. Just get someone who can convert fights.
Yeah.
Just get someone with a lot of ego and a lot of confidence. And trust me, they will start collecting points. Because for God's Reign, the first game itself, it has compensated for all the losses that they got in the remaining 2 games. And God's Reign is still in the fighting chance.
That is very true, in fact. And I think this is first mastered by Team Soul. Them winning BGIS with a knuckle. I think that is the stepping stone. Teams have realized that you don't need IGs anymore. And that happened right after Manya left Team Soul, to be honest. He was the one who was leading the team, and Manya just left here like, all right, fine, we'll just try out Assaulters and find out if they can actually IGL, and Knuckle just gave them a 4th star on their jersey.
Exactly. Now, being the IGL and having less frag is not an excuse anymore.
Yeah.
You need to have a lot of frags as well, because even if you talk about the international circuit, even over there, the IGLs do really good, even for the teams. So that's the whole point about it.
I think
Even as an
Assaulters
IGL,
play
you're supposed to
IGL
perform.
mostly
Even as an
in
IGL, you're supposed to be out there on the pitch,
international
constantly
teams.
taking fights as well. But you know what? Without wasting any more time, we're going to head on towards another game of
Let's
Wrangle.
go, let's go.
This one is also going to be the first game for Group A, which means this is probably going to be action-packed. Are we going to be seeing any sort of drop clashes? It's still a question mark. Probably no is going to be the answer, but I would love to see some drop clashes myself.
Yeah, it's not just you, Necro, it's me as well. I would love to see some intense action. And again, we spoke about it in the morning when we kicked things off with our first game. In fact, during the pre-show, that the Group A itself, the 16 teams that are there, it feels like it's going to be a preview of the grand finals already within the first week of BMPS starting. But again, as we said, it's just a preview, I see. So we'll have to see how things exactly go down between these 16 giants.
Hey man, for all things considered, I'm extremely excited to see how this group is going to be performing as well. It is a little bit of taste of a throwback to the BGIS 2025 Grand Finals right from the get-go. But we did have a very, very long discussion here between Salty and Neko regarding the team rosters. And I'm not exactly sure how well it will overall affect the entire gameplay of all these teams here. So this is going to be a little bit of an interesting matchup. And I believe all these teams, they do have their respective drop spots. So we are not going to be expecting drop clashes, super crazy ones in particular. But there is one thing that I do want to point out towards Nebula in particular. Because when we talk about sudden surprises in terms of roster changes, one of the biggest here is going to be between them and Genesis. In particular, I'm talking about the analysts for Genesis. Because I did not know about it until BGIS 2026 actually finished. Was the analyst for Genesis.
It's difficult to control
official,
center,
and now
even
he has
though
been
you're in
scouted
the
out
center,
to
but it's
Nebula.
very difficult
So I don't know
to defend
exactly how well it's going to affect them, but it makes a lot of sense why Genesis was just playing the way they are in BGIS in total.
Well, let's see how things turn out for them. And I think we are going to witness the impact. Well, at least for now at the start of the game, there is not a lot of change. Genesis dropping south of Severny, picking up vehicles, rotating towards Georgopol. And then you have Nebula, who have already taken very early control of Shelter and Prison. Welt on our screens, though, a long rotation for them. We know they like to start from the southwestern quadrant of the map. And this is a team that Necro was actually very interested in seeing, considering Poco and Dragon have made that return and joined arms again with their former teammates. It's the return of Team Limra.
Yeah, but at the same time as well, both Dragon and Poco was in the runners-up position for Miracle in last year's BMPS, I believe. And they almost actually snatched it away from AX as well. So it was a very, very close ending finale, which resulted in AX holding on to the title, the #1 spot, and then representing the country itself. So they do have the experience, but in terms of overall track record performance coming from both Dragon and Poco, especially for BMSD, for well, not BMIC, of course, for BMSD, and then from BGIS, hasn't been going well for them.
Yeah, pretty much. I think the BGIS was the biggest fumble coming from these two lads when they were there for Rising Esports, and hopefully the aggression that was missing from the team this time when they're back again with Welt, it's going to be visible again. They do have their former teammates Gokul and Shyam with them, so again a lot of hope from the side of Welt this time.
They got the whole school drop, bro. I think they are good.
Of BGIS 2026
and
one of the most dominating, if not the most dominating team in the BGMI circuit since the existence of BGMI itself. I mean, these lads just seem to keep on either winning or just finishing on the podium in general.
Yeah, and on top of it all, for Joker himself here, he has one of the most amount of trophies out of every single player.
Yeah.
The only thing that's missing is international representation. That's the only thing he missed out on here.
He has won every major trophy. You talk about IS, done that. You talk about Pro Series, done that. You talk about the third-party big trophies. He's won it all. Done everything but stepped foot on the international stage.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate as well. Yeah. He has been bouncing off between teams last year, all year in general. And for him to actually make his debut back into its soul and actually winning the trophy for BGIS 2026, this is going to be very, very important here because he's done it all.
Yeah.
The only thing missing is that.
Pretty much.
To be on par towards the legend status.
And if I'm not wrong, I think one of the only players to win both BGIS and BMPS twice.
Well, not the only player though. When we're talking about, well, okay, yeah, fair enough, twice. Yeah,
twice.
If you're talking about both, then obviously we have to count out Xborg, right? Rather than Xborg.
Yeah.
But even then, still, this is gonna be extremely important for Seoul in particular. Especially, I feel like Joker's got a lot to prove in the global stage, I would say.
I think I don't think he has a lot to prove. It's just that he has a lot of expectations to live up to.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, because domestically, the man just does not seem to lose, right? He has won it all. Literally every single trophy is there, with his name being as part of the team that won it. Once he makes it to the international circuit, I'm sure everyone's going to expect him to be the main cornerstone for the side of Seoul, if they actually make it happen. But that's a long story. We're talking months down the line. Right now, I think it's time for them as well to focus on achieving success in this Pro Series as well. Reckoning Esports, now this has to be a pretty interesting roster change for Reckoning Esports. I think we saw the impact of losing Viper and Hunters in BGIS. Hopefully this time Reckoning Esports have shown up with a game plan. I mean, it's not like they don't have amazing players. They have Roman, they have Levi, they have Sahil Pro. These lads individually extremely skilled, but kind of were absent. I mean, not the same level of domination that we used to see from Reckoning in the last BGIS.
Exactly, and even last year as well, Levi was one of the star players from all year long as well. And BGIS 2026 hasn't been looking good for this team in particular. So let's talk about the relegation status, right? Like the current standings on the right here from top 1 onto 16 was pretty much the exact same positions of where they were kind of placed in the grand finals itself after all 3 days was pretty much done for as well. And we talk about relegation spots. Myth, Reckoning Esports, Team Dominus, and Wealth has got a lot of heavy lifting they've got to do to try and retain their spots inside Group A in particular.
Not if Myth is in the same form that they were in during BGIS 26. I mean, they definitely proved that they deserved to be on that stage of the finals. And a phenomenal run by these 4 rookies. If they are anywhere close to how they were playing in BGIS 2026, I think Myth should comfortably be on the stage of that finals again. But let's see, this time, crossing that bridge super early, an awkward run in against the players of Reckoning Esports could potentially happen, but it all depends whether Reckoning actually charges for the compounds next to the bridge or not. Although Group A, you see that massive cluster forming towards the center of the circle. It's an open position around Shelter and Mansion. If you get the control of the trenches early, you will be safe, but if you're not in the trenches, then not a lot of positions to go around.
Yeah, my eyes is going to be on towards Detrox on how he's going to be taking the team in particular as well. We've saw so many moments during BGIS as well. Again, from the in-game qualifiers towards grand finals. Now, again, they are still sticking with their roster being very consistent, but teams that has big roster shuffles here has got to be learned from past, losing a lot of the majority of their core players. And in particular, I'm talking about Termi as well, who is forced to play from Group D, but the rest of the teams, can they live up to their status, I would say?
I think another big roster change is Revenant X-Pac.
There's so many, isn't it?
Yeah, there's so many changes. And this time, I think from what I've heard, it's going to be Ninja Jord taking the reins of the team. And it's a plan where they are not going to complicate things this time. It's a roster just built around raw firepower. They have like 3 prodigies now, 1 experienced player who was known as the most mechanical player back in the days. Since then, he has taken a backseat. We've spoken about it time and time again. But let's not forget, when push comes to shove, even Ninja Jord can hold his own comfortably in those firefights. So it should be down to just being aggressive from the POV of Revenant X-Pac, but we haven't really seen them getting involved in any action as of now. It's still quite early to say what's going to happen in this game, though.
Yeah, it's rather quiet as well, considering you can see everybody's just being very patient, you know, just trying to play the rotations here. But with the circle forcing back into the school, Seoul has got to have a very, very happy position to actually hold on to. But shots has been fired. Seems like Wildfangs are taking shots from the far horizon here, down towards the south side. I believe that's going to be Revenant X-Pac taking shots on towards them. So they have to be a little bit careful on what they need to do about the current standings they are going to be in as well. But of course, when we talk about star players, we have to talk about Proton, we have to talk about Pain is Live, we have to talk about Detrox, all these individual skills. They do lack the experience playing on the main stage, but after BGIS, that's enough experience now.
Yeah.
Coming to BPS, did you figure out a new strategy?
Let's see. I mean, all the questions are going to be answered in the next few moments. So far, this is also another change. Victor Somus, well, not really a change in the playing 4, it's a change in the playing 5th that we have from Victor Somus. An old name returning back to the circuit. I really hope we get to see him at least play 1 match. I'm talking about Partosh, but that's a tough ask right now, considering it's just the start. It's match number 1 for Group A. Distance quite closed in between Team Damalas and Revenant X-Pac, although no one wants to take these fights. You were talking about how quiet things are in this group, and I think it makes sense, right? Because it's Group A, it's stacked, as we mentioned. Almost like the finals of BGIS 2026. It's a tough lobby. Every single small mistake can be a very heavy punish done by the opponents.
And it's going to be a fatal
really
one.
Really not want that, yeah.
Yeah, I agree. And I feel like as of yet, they are trying to get off the 1-month break jitters to try and figure out what's the lobby going to be looking like. Everyone is still thinking that each on every single team is still going to be playing like the grand finals. That's why you can see this passive approach. The most of the usual strategies has been done. But let's talk about the circle, that how they're going to be approach this, right? This is going to be potentially a Rozhok or school circle, or maybe even the apartments ones. So it is going to be a little bit tricky to play with. So you can see D-Trox already trying to prioritize on those mountain terrains right on top of the hill itself here. That spot is great for scouting positions, and you can see Genesis immediately trying to make sure that he does not have a good spot or information gathering situation here. Make sure he gets flushed down. Even if you get the knock, that completely destroys the idea of living on those hilltops here. But as of yet, couple of suppressed fires has been made. Circle is about to move. You can see Genesis is already in position, thinking about making a mad dash, but nope, it's not happening. It's still going to include Rozhok, School, and also the apartments on the east side here. So it is a huge gamble between Genesis, Seoul, and versus the esports.
Yeah, I would say Myth as well. Myth, if they choose
fair
not
enough.
to fight, if they choose to just protect themselves, they should be safe till the late game stages. But the biggest surprise in this circle is going to be OG. I mean, usually they do like to start things off from Rozhok, but seems like for some reason they stepped out and now are forced towards that eastern edge. Could be a run into the players of Victor Sumis, Team Tamilas, Revenant X-Spark. OG right now find themselves surrounded by a lot of these teams towards the southern edge. Meta Ninja. This is an awkward position to play right on the slope with no cover, especially with Wild Fangs right next to them. At least Wild Fangs have calmed down a bit this season, I guess, of Pro Series, because the way they were playing in BGIS, it was something else.
Agreed, but at the same time, Meta Ninja did have a little bit of a roster change as well. They've swapped out White Tiger and brought in Oxen for Meta Ninja. Hopefully that is going to be the key component for the rest of the team. And we talk about their journey as well. It wasn't a very easy, smooth sailing into the grand finals as well. They narrowly almost got kicked out during their run in semi-finals, with just 1 or 2 points away from not qualifying into the grand finals itself. So it was a very, very close call, but fortunately for them, they were able to do pretty okay. They are currently in 12th position. But when we talk about promotion and relegation, that's not exactly safe.
Yeah, for sure it's not. But I think intention for Wild Fangs quite clear. They've spotted out Meta Ninja and they want to pick these fights one by one. The other side of things, the first casualty of the game, it is going to be a waste. Shut down from the side of Victor Sumis. As learned from past, they make the bounce, but the trade comes through. Yash, he has been picked off, and now Max finds himself struggling in this 1v2. Takes out one, almost getting the second man in line as well. Scary George somehow still manages to survive. Victor Sumis barely in this.
He's got to count the lucky stars here for Scary George. That railing saved his life. But nevertheless here, they were able to salvage the situation. Learn from past may have dropped the ball. They dropped a ways. They got the great start, but unfortunately just lost the overall team fight. Honey now left to fend for himself. He is going to try and trade things off with a couple of nades through, but seems like there's only so much he can do. Victor Summers wants to get the reset, and I don't think Honey should be letting this through. He has to make some sort of play, but he's a little bit afraid as he is getting shot from afar. Team Tamilas is the reason why he stopped pushing through. And just like that, Victor Summers, they get the reset, and now the hunt begins.
It is going to be tough for Honey to find his way out of this. He's surrounded from every single direction. The nades being lobbed in his faces should be enough to chip away on his HP. Look at the hunt, as you call, the pile up from the players of Victor Summers. The squad wipe comes through.
He couldn't do anything.
Learn from past, work back to the lobby. But on the other side of things, Revenant X-Spark. Oh goodness, that was a jump scare. Ninja knocked out, doesn't matter. They lost pain early, but do end up taking out the players of Orangutan.
Yeah, what just happened though? But now here comes the third parties coming from Wild Fangs, driving through as well, trying to go for a couple shots. They go in for the run in, they take down Trace, but they're still pretty low, weak here for Revenant X-Spark. They try to go in for the exit, unfortunately was intercepted, and Wild Fangs will be playing the clean up crew, and just like that, two teams gets eliminated. And this is exactly what we're talking about in a T1 lobby, right?
Yeah.
One small little mistake, getting caught out in the open, you immediately get wiped out. And OG, Revenant X-Spark, they feel they pay the price for this.
OG and Revenant X-Spark, I think both the teams were out into the open towards the eastern edge, but Wild Fangs making that quick call to go for the third party as soon as the fight concluded between the two giants, that was impressive. Because when we had a look on Wild Fangs just a few moments ago, it felt like they were very distracted by the presence of Meta Ninja on the southern edge. Now, going for this reset, having found those 3 points. The next objective becomes, how do you find your way inside the edge of the circle?
Yeah, it's going to be a tricky one here, but well, they are going to be playing from the southwest corner. They do have a decent amount of compound here. In this quarter, they can actually shut off any rotations coming from south or the west side. But aside from that, can they convert into the later stage here? Because it seems like the circle is going to draw them all out onto the west side of school, out in the open here. So Myth, they will have the south side of Rozok. They are okay in terms of the high ground advantage, but Seoul, they haven't made a move since then. Since the beginning of this game, they've stayed in school for the longest time, so they haven't done too much. But for Godlike, look at this. Sawmei here is going to try and capitalize on the pick-off, and that's going to be Spray God getting taken out by him.
Yeah, the new man in the roster of Team Godlike, Wild Fangs. It seems like a mistake being made, as they just wanted to breach inside of the play zone, run into the sandwich of Godlike and Meta Ninja. Meta Ninja caught off guard by the players of Victor Sumus, and this is looking very, very dominating from the POV of Victor Sumus. They take out a few individuals from the side of Meta Ninja. Quick reset at least as Team Tamilas tries to third party from the rear. They get quickly dealt with. 2 players taken out. Now the nades go flying, and Victor Sumus are going to be kicked back to the lobby. 7 eliminations secured, but Meta Ninja, they do not have enough players remaining to take a fight against Team Tamilas or even Wild Fangs for that matter, and Shadow's position has also been compromised. This is going to be a quick end to the journey, or at least in this game, for Meta Ninja, as they are about to get finished off with these nades.
Yeah, Wild Fangs' third party has been spot on, but
ricochets off.
Yeah, how did that actually happen as well? But because of that small little interaction, I think Shadow 7 should be able to pick him up, but he may have overstayed his extension here. Overextended a little bit too much, and now he's gets shot from the back as well. It comes in to the mix. And now Wild Fangs has no choice but to back out. All those third parties may have paid off with the initial pickoffs, but now they have paid the price. The entire team has been dismantled to 1 player left, while Vasista Esports still gatekeeping the team to the south. They are going to be fighting against Godlike now.
Yeah, there's just too much chaos in this match now. Everyone's fighting everyone else. That nade, it just bounces off, takes down Hector. Vasista Esports, so unfortunate, and Godlike just with the utility, able to cause a lot of damage on the players of Vasista. Revives coming through. Another nade lobbed out by S-Power, I believe. But Beast and Hector, they are hoping for a reset.
This
and I
is
believe
going to
with the
connect,
position they are in, they should be able to find it. And they do.
Oh boy, tough call here. Vasista Esports getting pinned here. I'm surprised Godlike hasn't decided to go for the push. But considering that they are kind of pinned out in the open themselves here, S-Power's nade has been beautiful, but they just could not convert this. And Nebula from the far horizon is looking to try and chime in, but seems like shots has been made here coming from Seoul inside school. They're making sure that Vasista stays put. And maybe, just maybe, that's the reason why Godlike couldn't push up. It's because of Seoul inside school.
Yeah, Seoul is going to dominate the end game of this match if the circle is anywhere close to the school apartments again. Even if it's towards school main building, if it takes a shift towards the northwest, that is, Seoul will have a direct line of fire for anyone trying to make that run towards the school building. So they will start to rack up finishes, but I think that is going to happen in stage 6.
But it's very difficult to defend that big building.
On the other side, Shadow 7, as you mentioned just a few moments ago,
And if
but
you watch 4
extremely
sides
lucky
and get one guy gets knocked out,
was,
you will be under pressure.
that he was allowed to just move out the way it happened. Wild Fangs not being able to claim that finish. But Vasista Esports, as they try to make their way, try to breach the circle, try to gain some map control, they are getting shut down by the players of Wealth Esports. And even in the next few moments, even Myth Official will have a decent line of fire to completely pick off Vasista.
Seems like Vasista has no choice but to push in school. Legit. Wasn't expecting there's aggression here. The rest of Seoul are going to try and chime in as well. The vehicles has been taken out here by the teams outside of school, and Vasista Esports is going to be forced to push inside the swimming pool. Legit now has no cover whatsoever. He's all by himself. He has to try and clutch things big time. Now cooks a nade, hoping to get a lucky knock. Now looking to try and regroup his teammates here. Shots being shot from outside, and the knock comes through. It's going to be Nebula from the far horizon that looks through. Gets the knock through, and Legit is about to bleed out. If
I
Assist
told you,
Esports
Rosy.
is going to play clean up.
It's
The
very
rest of
difficult
Seoul
to defend this building.
trying their best to try and pick him up as well. Nakul tries to regroup, and he is going to go in for the tap as well. Is it going to be good enough? That has to be a very, very close call there.
Yeah, it really does. Somehow, the mistake goes unpunished, and Visista Esports do manage to gain a little bit of a safe haven for themselves, and Seoul will be there to protect anyone from pushing Visista Esports any further. But for the Rozhok Hill, it's a King of the Hill fight. Genesis Esports taking on the players of Myth Official, and Myth, with the utility being lobbed towards them by the players of Genesis, are forced to just move towards that eastern edge. Oh, but Fury needs to be cautious. Hunters as well. The nades rolling down the hill are going to be very difficult to deal with. They're very unpredictable. And plus, from the backlines, I think it's the players of Godlike as well taking shots on them.
Exactly. This is going to be an all-out brawl, three-way showdown as well from the far horizon. Reckoning Esports is about to come in, but Genesis Esports, they're still pushing through. Sprays are coming in, but the nades and the Molotovs are going to put a stop here to Genesis Esports. Fury has been knocked off. Now Hunters decides if they want to push the pressure. Myth Official continues their push on towards Genesis here, but they're down towards the last two players here. Nades are coming in. Viper hoping to get lucky, but a big nade here coming from Lucifer drops Fury down low, and the counter nades do not connect. Daddy eventually goes down, and that may be the opener here for Genesis to push up.
Yeah, I think that is the opening, but they have to be cautious about their left. A preemptive nade does pick off Fury, but Genesis should be able to get the reset going. Although, as we were talking about it, there are teams quite close to them. There's Reckoning Esports, Divine Gaming in the back lines, but Visista Esports, now it's their time to shine. They need to claim these finish points as quickly as possible. Godlike, they succeed in making a slam for the swimming pool. They have made sure that two players are still going to be in this match, although they are very low, and Visista has a slight bit of edge in this early engagement.
Yeah, it's going to be a 2v2 here. Down to it's a swimming pool, but there's no reason to fight each other because there's still so many teams outside. So seems like they might actually cooperate before actually figuring things out. Meanwhile, Soul actually pushing out against Nebula here. Goblin pretty much out in the open, gets picked off, loses his trade against Adi. And now, Soul, they are in shambles. Joker is the last player that remains. Knuckle is pretty much bleeding out. Smokes deployed. He is going to try and go in for the rest out in the open as well. What are they thinking here?
I mean, see, no one's going to think that there's going to be a revive happening inside of the smoke.
It's very difficult to defend.
Maybe they do. The nade goes out. Joker's still alive. Knuckle falls back. And Nebula Esports right now just perfectly controlling the momentum of this fight. Finally, the players of Seoul have some breathing room to work with. Both Joker and Knuckle find a safe haven inside that main building. Genesis on the other side, as we spoke about them a few moments ago, somehow do manage to stay alive in that conflict against the players of Myth. Now Reckoning Esports is trying to pile up on them, but they bring this fight to a 2v2. This should be an opportunity for Genesis to gain a few extra finishes, and as soon as I say that, Pro ends up falling down to his knees, gets knocked out. Levi, the last man left alive, has Welt with his back exposed, can't really do a lot in this fight. Goes prone, stays alive for a few extra seconds, but finally gets finished off. And now I think Welt, it should be easy for them to clean house and claim the position on this Rozhok Hill.
Yeah, this should be over here for Hunters with the zone forcing him. He could not actually reset as well. Welt Esports, perfect third parties, but every single team from this mountain needs to get down as well, as the zone is going to force them down. But the nade from Rico is going to connect, and that is going to be Genesis out of this game as well. We're down towards the final 5 teams, and a majority of them are inside school. So Welt is going to be the only team left outside the zone now, as the zone is going to force them to push inside it as well. So as we had the 4 teams inside school is going to be setting their targets on focusing on Welt before taking each other out. So it is going to be a small little urban warfare, but Nebula holding the cornerstones here. Soul is very, very afraid of them pushing up in them. So this is going to be a very tricky situation here between Soul as well as Nebula.
I'm not going to say this, just say what I want to say. Because if you go back to BGI 2026 for the side of Seoul,
Top
this
4
is how
Cordell,
Joker and
Soul,
Goblin, the last 2 survivors in that very first
and
game.
what was third one? Nebula, and one more I
From
said.
there, they were able to go on and win the entire thing. the grand finals as well. This time around as well, we are already in the top 5. Nakur and Joker, I do not see a way anyone makes this push unless, yeah, this happens, and this is going to be a mistake. You step in his face, and he is going to make sure that he slaps you down to the ground. Nebula Esports, the ball being dropped, and Soul now have a brilliant opportunity to recover. Such a brilliant job being done by Joker to gather information to see exactly what the players of Nebula Esports are up to.
Now Joker with the stun grenade, he's just waiting patiently as well. Nomi knows that Angle is the only one that can mess him up, and Joker needs to pop it perfectly as well. Stun grenade has been popped. No connection on Nomi. He dodges away through, but here comes the counter nade.
Nice
Nomi wasn't
nade.
expecting that. It was cooked by Knuckle. Instantly takes him out.
What a nade.
They lobbed the stun and made him think the second one was also going to be a stun. I guess that's what happened. Brilliant manipulation.
Yep. Nice cooked as well. I think they timed their nades together at the same time. That's why I think he only heard one pin.
I
But
guess
nevertheless, nicely done. But at the same time, for Sister Esports, they got down from the swimming pool, jumped down, and Sawme cleans them all up, and godlike, they hold on with Sawme and S-Power.
Look at what is happening right now. It is the team that caught everyone off guard in 2024. Well, the roster at least. Now their name is Wealth Esports. And then it's the two titans of Indian esports, Soul and Godlike. Both the teams surviving with 2 players each. And Wealth is there with the entire roster still intact. This is going down to the wire. It's going down to that last stage 9 circle. And the players of Godlike, they are just waiting on the sideline. Same goes for Soul. Joker is up front, looking for information. And Dragon, it seems like he spotted him out.
But as of yet, well, the Esport does have the numbers here. They've got the entire outer circle completely locked off, while Soul and Godlike hasn't interacted with each other yet. So Godlike, their first move is going to be running into the main building, which they will collide against Soul. So as of yet, the only way Wealth loses this is they actually mistime the timing here. So in this case, Joker is going to try and find an opener, but even then, they need the help of Godlike in order to win this fight. Tricky spot to be in, I would say.
Oh.
But now with the nades coming in, Joker getting shot and out to the open, almost takes him down. Great lockdown here coming from Wealth Esports. Joker forced to disengage, only has bandages left, but Godlike hasn't made a single move yet, knowing that there's no knock, not worth pushing yet. And it will come down towards the final zone.
Yeah, I think it's already heading there. There's no incentive for Soul or Godlike to engage into this fight. But if it's down to stage 9, I think Wealth or Soul, one of these teams ends up winning it. Both of them a little bit closer to the center. Godlike, they are the ones on the edge, so they will be the ones who need to make the move.
Actually, I kind of disagree. Wealth
think
might
God-
actually lose this just because of the fact that the
God will
circle
get
is going
this,
to
I
end
think so.
on the outside,
I don't
in
know
between
why,
Soul
but-
and Godlike, where the north side of the swimming pool is. So technically, Wealth needs to run out in the open, and if they get shot, they're going to be in trouble, at least for Wealth Esports.
Yeah, they also need to stay on the move, but the only problem is that Godlike is out of options, and the first team they can go towards is going to be the side of Soul, but Knuckle, he needs to survive this. Joker has been taken out, and now Soul is down to their last man. Wealth Esports on the way to win the first chicken dinner in their journey in BMPS 2026, as they completely shut down the players of Soul and now know exactly where the last 2 survivors from the side of Godlike Esports are hiding as well. Sawme and S-Power alongside with him. Can these two isolate these fights? 2 of the most mechanically gifted players renowned for individual skills, now left to clutch a 2v4.
It's going to be a tough one as well, but they need to find the opener. Goku scouts out where S-Power is. It is going to be a 2v4. S-Power cooking up the nade, hoping to get lucky. Unfortunately, doesn't find the angle. Wealth is just not making things easy for them. Shayam and Goku going to be dodging the initial burst. Sawme gets hunted down by Dragon OP on top of the roof. Now it's going to be a 1v4. S-Power, him against the world. Can he clutch things out? I don't think so. Wealth has got everything completely locked down. They know exactly where he is as well. But seems like the nades, S-Power is able to find Goku. Now he's going to be in a 1v3. He might find the second, but no, he does not connect the second shot.
He almost found the second as well. That man was down to his last, I think, 5 HP. But Wealth Esports, I think this is the dream start that they wanted as well. After reuniting as a team, an impressive winner chicken dinner coming through on the map of Erangel. 10 finishes on the board, 20 points secured off the bat. And again, as I said, a dream start. But it's not just them. I think it's a dream start for us as well. Some of the fan favorite teams off to the races, with Soul and Godlike finishing in the top 3. Decent number of eliminations on both of them. You had Genesis, Reckoning Esports doing quite well for themselves. Myth Official have returned in the same form that they left in after BGIS.
Exactly. Very, very tough circle to actually play as well here. But even then, props towards Nebula Esports on trying to make towards the end game zone. They did really well, but unfortunately got punished by Joker in towards pushing in towards school. But nevertheless, here it was still a tricky game. But Group A, definitely a very, very tough group to actually be playing in here. This is the BGIS Grand Finals for a reason, right?
Yeah, I think with a few names being the exception, a few names that can potentially be swapped. And I think even if they do get swapped, it's not like a bad thing for anyone, because the caliber of teams in Pro Series is quite high. I think this might as well be the preview of the Grand Finals.
Yeah, it is definitely a preview here. But obviously, we did see a little bit of changes here. I think one of the biggest changes that kind of surprised me has got to be Meta Ninja. I thought they were going to be A-okay, but they got completely messed up. But Welt's performance this game was just phenomenal. Their timings has been very, very on point. I don't know who's going to be taking the IGL. The roster feels like a new team altogether, and I don't know if this is going to be a good pickup or not, but they look good for now.
Yeah, they definitely look quite solid. I think the timing of those third parties, because they majorly went for the third party fights, was just perfect. Be it the one they took on Rozok Hill, or be it the push they made on the players of Nebula when they were distracted by the players of Soul. Because that one play got them close to the school compound. And because they were able to keep the numbers advantage till the very end, the end game became very easy. But we do have our MVP of the game. It is going to be Rico from the side of Wealth. And again, impressive performance. 5 finishes secured, 514 damage. Dish out just 86 HP heal.
So this team had
their precision. I think
very
it was just
difficult
timing,
position
right? They were
to
just
rotate
capitalizing
from
on people's
Rozok
demise
to
as well. Their
school.
push up towards the mountains,
Still, they did it somehow
destroying both Myth
and won
and
the
also
game.
Genesis
It's
at the
very
same time, because the circle kind of forced them out in the
challenging
open.
task, but good
And
game.
yeah, just being safe was the key component in their success as well. But joining him here, we also have Scary Jot coming from Victorious Summers, which their initial fiasco rather early on as well, which resulted in them getting taken out.
S Power, bro, 783 damage. Highest damage, but only got 2 kills.
And we've got S Power with only 2
Underrated,
finishes.
brother.
And that's the thing about a high tier lobby like this, right? Fights are just happening across the maps.
Yeah.
Everybody is winning trades after trade. So we do not see a one-sided dominance, but this is the first time out of all the 4 groups that we've seen so far in BMPS where the first game, all the points are kind of diverse between all the groups.
Pretty
or the
much.
teams, if you will.
Yeah, I think this is, again, this group is going to have a very close finish. And when I say very close finish, I mean the difference that will be there between the team that finishes on the bottom 4 and the team that will be right above them. It's going to be very close.
I think they should have used more.
I think Victorious Sumus, with how Victorious
during
Sumus
rotation
began a
when
waste
Mania
loss
got
very
knocked
early,
out.
they did end up
They
claiming
should
like
have
8
used
eliminations. So it's not going to be a
to get into
complete
the zone.
flop of a start from the side of Victorious Sumus, but I love the level of aggression they were able to put on display, because it wasn't like they were waiting for the fights to come towards them. They were the ones making the move. They were the ones looking for those openings.
Yeah, and at the same time as well, the stakes here for Group A is very, very simple. Stay out of the bottom 4.
Yeah.
As of yet, there's no reason to go for top 4. You know, top 4 pretty much secures you, but you're still going to be in Group A, right? So it is going to come down towards the final week where staying in the top 8 is the most important factor coming from Group A as well. So the stakes are a little bit low here, but again, it's pretty easy to just stay in the top 12 rather than being in the bottom 4.
Yeah, I think staying in the top 12 is much easier compared to what the other groups have to go through. But the only problem is that, as we say, every single team in this group is stacked, so it's going to be a tough competition as well. Surviving in that top 12 can become a big challenge. But as we talk about challenges, I think things become easier. When you look at the match ranking, you're able to plan out the rest of the day a little bit better. We have Wealth finishing with 20 points, Godlike with 12, Soul with 11, Victorious Sumus 8, all for eliminations, Nebula Esports with 7, Genesis with 7, Vasishta Esports
So there will
with
be
6,
people
tied
going
up with
crazy
Reckoning
in the
Esports, who
chat
end up
for
finishing
Jonathan
8 with 6 points
that
as
he
well.
was
This is what I'm
liability.
talking about, right? Look at how diverse the points here. Except for
that मैनेजर्ड, उनके पास वो 4 फिनिशेस देखने
प्ले और वहां देखेंगे बॉटम 4 में कौन सी वो टीम आती है कल के दिन पर। नो डाउट आपको रोंडो खेलने को मिलेगा, 2 इरांगल के जो मैच हैं वो आपको खेलने को मिलेंगे। पर अब चलते हैं दूसरे पेज की तरफ और वहां पर देखते हैं कि कौन सी वो टीम है जो
टैग
इतना बेहतर
सपोर्टर्स
नहीं खेल पाई। LAFP की टीम है 1 पर गई, ओरंगुटान वो 1 पर गए, मेटा निंजा, मिथ और डिवाइन, ये
Johnny
5
was the
टीम है
problem.
रावल
See, bro, I told you
एक
what the chat
सिंगल
will be
पॉइंट के
talking
साथ।
about.
ओमेगा तो मुझे लगता है कुछ अलग करना चाह रहे थे। उनके पास सर्कल का एक्सेस ऑलरेडी था ईस्टर्न कॉर्नर में, साउथ ईस्टर्न कॉर्नर से प्लान किए, बट फिलहाल वहां से जब घूम के जाने की बारी आई तो फिर फंसते ही चले गए और उसके बाद एलिमिनेशन हमें वहां पे देखने को मिला। सबसे पहले ओमेगा का और उसके बाद बाकी प्लेयर्स भी वहां पे कुछ खास नहीं कर पाए। बट चलिए शुरुआत है पहले मैच से, अभी कुछ ज़्यादा बोलना वो गलत होगा। आने वाले मैचेस के बाद हम ज़रूर थोड़ी और गहराई से समझ पाएंगे कि कौन सी टीम बहुत अच्छे फॉर्म से गुजर रहा है और कौन अभी तक उस फॉर्म को अचीव नहीं कर पाए। तो यस, पहला मैच है, थोड़ा और इंतजार में ज़रूर करना चाहूँगा।
स्पिरो, आपके हिसाब से आपको लगता है कि प्लेयर चेंज करने के बाद LAFP जैसी टीम थोड़ा सा डगमगा जरूर सकती है? नो डाउट ये पहला मैच था पर बड़े चेंजेस किए हैं उन्होंने अपनी टीम के अंदर।
देखिए चेंजेस भी कर रहे हैं और सबसे जरूरी बात है कि इस लॉबी के अंदर ना एक नींव रखनी भी बहुत मुश्किल है, क्योंकि आपको शुरुआती फेज में ही सर्कल का एक ऐसा एरिया लेना है जहां पे आप होल्ड करके डिफेंड कर पाए, उसके बाद भी थर्ड पार्टीज आएंगी। तो इस लॉबी में ना किसी टीम को इतनी जल्दी जज करना आई डोंट थिंक वो सही रहेगा। थोड़ा समय देते हैं, 3 मैचेस 6 मैचेस, फिर पता चलेगा कि चेंजेस सही साबित हुए हैं या नहीं।
चलिए समय ले लीजिए पर ज्यादा समय मत लीजिए क्योंकि अगर आप सच में ग्रुप बी की तरफ जाते हो तो फिर आपके लिए दिक्कतें थोड़ी सी ज्यादा हो जाएंगी। क्या पता आप सच में ग्रुप ए की तरफ वापस कभी ना आ पाओ, आप सर्वाइवल खेलने के लिए जाओ या फिर सेमीफाइनल्स में। पर चलिए ये मैचेस इसी तरीके से चलते रहेंगे, पर उससे पहले कि दूसरा मुकाबला शुरू करें चलते एक ब्रेक पर, वापस आएंगे मिरामार के साथ।
What's the ad on this?
Wellwood does have this huge
There's no
finish
ad?
point and the chicken dinner. Everybody.
There is a same as.
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, what a phenomenal start we have had for the teams of Group A. And I think the story unfolds as we expected. The two giants colliding against each other at the end of the very first match, with Welt being the surprising entry inside of the top 3 and, of course, winning the chicken dinner in the end. But, Salty, now it's time to head towards the desert lands of Miramar. What are your expectations from these teams?
You know, I'm expecting it's going to be a very slow game, man. Especially when it's on the map of Miramar. These lads, they know how to move around and they actually know how to play as well. So I'm expecting it to be a little bit of a slower approach, but the first game did give us glimpses of who is at the top, and it seems like the El Clasico of BMPS still remains.
Yeah, the El Clasico is still there, and it's as as hype as we would want it to be. But both the teams did end up finishing with decent amount of points to kick off their journey. And it wasn't just them. Even the teams that were taken out early, we saw them getting aggressive. Victoria Sumis is going to be an example of that. Walked away with a lot of eliminations very early into the game. Let's see how things go out for them on the map of Miramar, although I think Miramar has not been that strong for them.
Absolutely. I think Victoria Summers, for them, nobody expects to watch this team go all guns blazing. Like,
yeah,
in my opinion, I've seen Victoria Summers play extremely technical. Always in general as well has always been a very position-oriented IGL.
Yep.
All of a sudden, it's like, you know what, Scary George, you just go guns blazing, and that is what Victoria Summers just did out there, I guess.
That is pretty much it. I mean, I think it all started from that first fight they took against the players of Learn from Past. Max almost clutching that fight out. That would have been something to witness. But again, it went down as it did. Victoria Summers were able to deal with the pressure. We do have the schedule on our screens, and again, Wealth, they are off to the races already. The goal, if you are in Group A, is pretty simple. Just stay in the top 12. Do not get relegated to Group B. And then once you make it to the last week of this qualifier round, try and finish in the top 8 to make it to the grand finals.
Absolutely. And I think for teams inside of Group A, they don't really have to try that hard unless and until your back-to-back games are going completely away from you.
Yeah.
I think if you get even a decent number of, let's say an average of 5, maybe every single game, you are going to be safe. But I still wonder what the cutoff for the relegation zone is going to be for Group A, because unlike Group C and D, I think for Group B, it was a little higher, so I'm expecting for Group A to be a little higher as well. Is that the trend?
I think it could be the case. I think the cutoff for at least relegation could be somewhere around 20, 22 points, or maybe 25 as well. And then when we talk about the top 8 bracket, I think that should happen about at 30, 35 points. 35 would be the max. I think if it's very close finishes. Time and time again, every single team of Group A ends up taking like one game to their name. I think then it's going to be like 35.
It is going to be extremely interesting as well. And now we do have 2 maps of Miramar. And in my opinion, I think Team Tamilas and Wealth Esports are very well suited for it. In the BGIS of 2026, we saw Fasista Esports actually dominate on the map of Miramar. We'll find out who actually does it, ladies and gentlemen. It seems like it's time for us to get back into the deserty lands, and the Big Bird will go up the skies very soon, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, there we are. The plane takes up to the skies, and it is going to be a flight path, but seems like a centric flight path, to be honest. I mean, it starts from the south of Porto Palacio and towards La Cobriera, divides the map pretty much in 2 equal halves diagonally, so not a lot of problem unless you want to head towards the area Bronco Campo Pilatá, which is basically the northeastern quadrant of the map, or unless you want to head towards the extreme southwestern quadrant. That's Valle del Mar, Minas del Sur.
Yeah,
But
usually.
I want to ask you something you
Yeah.
just said. You said Vasista Esports were good on Miramar?
That is my opinion, I guess. I've seen Hector being able to kind of... Yes, I still remember those drop clashes in Picado against Revenant X-Pac. And I think ever since the finals happened, Vasista Esports kind of changed that tactic. We'll have to find out if Revenant X-Pac still... uses Picado as their drop spot, but if that does not happen, I think Vasista do stand a chance, man. Picado just gives you central access to almost the entire map.
It does. It's not like it's not a good drop location. It's a very nice drop location. The amount of loot you get, it's sufficient for the entire team, and especially when a competitive lobby, inside of a competitive lobby where loot is kind of maxed out in the lobby settings, you do end up getting a lot of high priority loot very early inside of the game in Picado. But I think Ninja Jord wants to keep the tradition going. We again have a big red drop clash between Vasista Esports and Revenant X-Pac and Picado. There we go.
You know what? It was a one-time fluke where Vasista Esports ended up in the toilet. I don't think they're going to be going there ever anymore. Aimbot, though, on the other side, does have a double barrel for himself. And look at those 2 players of Revenant.
They're just
What?
waiting.
They're peek out, man.
Yeah.
Try it out.
It's like the
Well,
dare me
team
situation.
gone, bro.
Oh, he chose his back at the last second. But somehow Ninja Jord does manage to turn around. The pressure is there. They spot him out, almost getting the knock. They're trying to bait each other. But I think Vasista Esports need to deal with these 2 lads as quickly as possible, because while these 2 are being the distraction, the other players from the side of Revenant X-Pac are done looting.
They certainly are done looting in Vasista Esports. It seems like they don't really have much in their arsenal. Look at that. Beast with a Winchester 94, not really the best. Ronnie with absolutely nothing. Hector has a Uzi for himself. Aimbot still reeling from the damages of that early battle. Man, oh man, Vasista, just run away from it, man. Don't make me repeat my words. I don't want you to
Oh,
take
yeah,
that
no
target
route,
once
bro.
again.
Beast
Just
has a
one nade.
Yeah, if they can use that nade, if they can, I think, fake a pin sound or maybe just lob it to even find the opening, I think that is good enough because Revenant Xbox does not have any heal, so even that splash damage will become too much to deal with. And it finally goes in. Oh, players getting avoid. They avoid getting knocked out. Ronnie finds the opening as well. There has not been a
nice,
trade
bro.
yet. Or maybe there is in the low grounds. And in fact, Trace finds the second knock in this fight. Revenant Xbox, they have the upper hand. The reload comes through. There is not enough HP. He picks up one more. There's the second he has found. He's looking for the third. And Trace finally gets shut down by Hector as he survives with a pixel of HP and tries to run away for his life. This is the esports. Oh no! The fall damage! The fall damage gets him!
Unlucky,
And Revenant
bro.
Xbox, the record still stands in that favor. Do not show up in Picardo if your name is Vasista Esports.
Oh my god, I feel like Trace God is a name that arrives in the nightmares of Hector. Every single
Yeah.
night, it has to be the case. He did find a knock against Trace, but by the time he actually found that knock, the damage was done.
Exactly, it was too late. 3 of your players are gone. And all you get is a single frag off of it.
The best part was Trace had about 15 bullets in that UMP before he actually switched onto that Uzi and got that knock almost instantly. I think this is just goodness on the part of Trace, or just absolute firepower that we get to see. This man was on his tippy toes. But the point is, Revenant Xbox,
At least they're not carrying their crates.
yeah,
around now,
they're
so I
paying
think,
respects, yeah, which is good. I think that is how you really want that to be. You want this to be a gentleman's game, you know?
Yeah, pretty much.
The
now they're being
sportsman
gentle.
spirit, yeah. That was young blood, Trace, and all of
It's
these
just
lads.
been a few months, by the way.
It's been some time, I think. Payne has matured. Payne has grown up. He's now no more 16 years old. He's 16 and a half now. Trace God is also, growing up. He's becoming a man. He's grown a beard as well. So I'm expecting Revenant Xbox to be a much more, mature lineup. But we'll find out. Enough about them. I think Vasista Esports, they are going to be a little sad with the performance, I guess. They almost had it in the bag, if I might say.
Yeah, I think almost being the key word over there. But let's see how the rest of the match also turns out for the players of Revenant Xbox. Now, they have control of Picardo. They should be able to find decent loot, and it's a decent spot inside of the circle to work with, especially in the early stages. On our screens, though, we have Team Tamilas breaching the western edges of Los Leones, and they will have to share this city with Wild Fangs, who are playing the eastern edge. There's a lot of area to cover, a lot of terrain to traverse in Los Leones. Urban warfare, not the easiest of things to deal with, but again, I think both these teams are pretty much used to sharing the city with each other. They're used to having Juicy and the boys here as well, but they're in a different lobby. Their group is done with their matches.
Yeah, but I'm actually very grateful that you mentioned Wild Fangs. I missed them play during the break between BGIs and BMPS, honestly.
Oh, yeah.
So every time Wild Fangs play, I feel very happy. I don't know why. The gameplay just brings that little tinge of entertainment. I was waiting to see Sensei kind of do something like that, and all the meme pages then making reels out of it. So your entertainment for the rest of the day is like sorted.
Pretty much, but I think it's also the fact that Wild Fangs is the most fluid and unpredictable team out of all.
Yeah.
You never know what this team is going to be up to. If they are having a good day, if they are just feeling themselves in that moment, we are going to see clutches across the board. If they get but that's the thing. If they do that once, then they tend to get a little too overconfident in the very next match, and then they get clutched.
Especially on the maps of Miramar. I mean, I've seen Spray God pull 15 finishes all by himself, but then the rest of the team
the
just
fourth
pulling
team I
one
predicted was
together
Divine Gaming, bro.
collectively.
Yeah,
So
they didn't got any
anything
point.
can happen. This team is a mix of juggernauts at this point. But you know what? I feel like the
position last
BGS
match.
finals will give them a lot of experience
I don't
together as a
able to
team as
good,
well,
bro.
and they
That's a
might
good
be able
team,
to come back. But you know what a run it has been for Team Soul as well. In the first game of Erangel, they kind of showcased that, you know what, that entire BGS run, it wasn't a fluke.
Yeah, pretty much. I think that is going to be important as well, I think, for the players as well to feel confident in their roster. And Wild Fangs, I think, knowing the boys, they don't really take that much pressure, but being competitive players, if you are not winning, sometimes it just gets to you. And even if they are having a decent performance, even if they end up finishing top 5 in the finals, top 4 in the finals, I think that's going to make them happy. That should keep the team motivated.
Yeah.
But look at that cluster building up towards the west of Los Leones. There's already Myth, OG moving in, Team Tamilas, they have the compounds on the periphery, Meta Ninja, Reckoning Esports, and Nebula, and Godlike way, way west towards the highways, in fact. And they are going to take that early damage from the blue.
Yeah, that is exactly what I was pointing with my fingers as well. Godlike, Reckoning, Nebula outside of the circle in a triple threat. Now, anything can happen over there. Reckoning Esports, in the meanwhile, they did find that replacement of Godix. They've gotten Pro in the mix of things. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, this is not the Pro who you usually know used to play for Mad Kings. This is a different Pro. And we'll have to find out how this player can actually pan up inside of the biggest stage of the country right now. Nebula, I think there's going to be a lot of expectations, Johnny. We did not expect to see Adi fall in the grand finals of BGIs the way he did. The inconsistencies, the villain arc, all of those narratives needs to be brought back once again. Nebula and Godlike, I think, certainly have a point to prove. In
Nebula is gonna die this time. RGE, Godlike, everybody is dead.
I think
I'm
I
telling
agree
you,
with
this
Nebula
match.
definitely do have a point to prove. And the point is that when it was asked to them during BGIS 2026, what are you doing? They just said that we are prepping for BMPS 2026.
I don't
Did you
think
forget
they will
about
get
that?
that
That's
one.
the point they need to prove.
Oh, damn, yes, they did that actually.
In the grand finals, the team is in the bottom 3, and, well, it's Nebula Esports, so we had to ask them what is wrong. It was a straight-up answer. Yeah, we are playing for BMPS.
Understandably so.
And
I
it's
mean,
BMPS now, so might as well showcase all the homework you've done.
let's just find out, man. So far, 7 points. We'll see how it goes, but currently they're still tailing Godlike Esports right now. They're still going through the blue, making a long rotation because the circle shifted on towards Los Leones. It's been a hard shift. We'll talk all about that, but as of now, Wild Fangs, they are in a big hill. Goten takes some shots, but does not connect. Team Tamilas, Justy, it was a very close call, but he gets away.
He does manage to get away, and in fact, Team Tamilas used him as bait, find an
Sensei
opening,
down.
Sensei knocked out. Wild Fangs, this could be trouble. Kana moving in for the revive, and Mr. IGL on the other side realizes that Wild Fangs will try to recover. Just wanted to... I guess he just wanted to see how many players would they commit to go for a revive. Goten moves in as well. Just a precaution from the side of Wild Fangs that they do not get overwhelmed by numbers of Team Tamilas. It's Los Leones fight, so it's very difficult to make that bounce instantly. Players can be holding off angles for days, and you will not see those shots connect on your head.
Bro.
But we were talking about Godlike a few moments ago. They were put under
Godlike
pressure
came
by
in, bro.
Nebula Esports, who were not letting them through, not letting them enter the play zone. Now, it's OG blocking the way. And Nebula Esports, by the way, we have the map with us, so Nebula Esports are right behind. If shots are going to get fired in this fight, Nebula will be able to hear them and will be able to go for a third party.
I feel like
See them
Orangutan.
spotted out.
I feel like Orangutan needs to reposition as quickly as they can because they are opening. They're kind of holding in the middle of nowhere. They've got not a lot of covers. Yes, there are a few ridges, but knowing Nebula, knowing Godlike, knowing Manya particularly, I feel like they love going in for flanks. And as soon as you have a flank that Orangutan does not have information about, you are going to be exposed. So it's going to be a better decision if Orangutan just focuses, place themselves inside the circle right now. And I think WizGod is on his way for that. The rest of the team will have to regroup as well. And Godlike, they're going to be chasing them as well. The circle does shift. Johnny, we are in for an urban battle entirely on top of Los Leones right now.
Yeah, we are in for an urban fight. So, as you said, Salty, at the start of this match, we are in for a very slow game. See, Los Leones still has a lot of open space available. So, it's not going to be too difficult to find a breaching point for the main city. But OG and Godlike, now this is something else. Look at the formation of Godlike. 3 up front, 1 behind. And Admino can potentially catch one of the players of Orangutan off guard. If he finds a knock, they stop in their tracks to recover.
I think
and then
he know.
Godlike can just turn around and make that sandwich
Maybe they're
happen.
trying to chase him, bro.
But it seems like, yeah, not going to risk it. Respect being given to the opponents, and both the teams just completely back off.
it's not about respect. I think it's about finding yourself spots before taking shots at the opposition. Like, you know, ever since they always say this in a flight, like, if the oxygen mask jumps down, put a mask on yourself first and then on the passenger next to you.
It doesn't jump, it drops.
Yeah, whatever, man. It can jump, you know, it'll drop and then it'll bounce and ricochet because there's tension in the string. Physics.
Physics. I think that's what you're supposed to do when you get taken out inside of the game. So someone finishes you off, man, I don't know, physics.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Godlike in this one. One of the players, Some, was knocked out in that instance. But you know what? I feel like this man is filling in some big shoes. I do not want to be Some if I was in Godlike, because imagine this. You've got somebody like Jonathan exiting your team, and then you fill in his shoes. It's a legacy that you are trying to, you know, be a substitute for.
It is, but I think if you ever wanted to make a name for yourself, this is the exact position you need to be in, and this is the position where you need to perform. I think Some is one of those rare players now who has been lucky enough to get that spotlight twice on him, where everyone's just waiting to see, will he deliver this time? And if he actually does, it can be something that just makes his career in its entirety.
How he doesn't know?
All he has to do is just frag out. First of all, I think it is difficult considering there's S-Power in the same team. So
yeah.
First you have to
bro.
out-frag
Now he
S-Power,
knows.
and in doing so, I think you will be able
When
to
you get knocked out,
out-frag
then you
everyone.
know.
And then if you can just be the man that leads Godlike to their very first trophy, think about that for a second.
Sounds appealing. But yeah, it's not just for the S-Power. There's going to be Admino as well. But Phoenix,
Oh!
oh my God! 2 shots, 2 pumps, 2 knocks. That is it. Nebula Esports, they kickstart this fight, but they've also got a man down. Adi has been knocked out, but Phoenix still in a great position. He can shut down Victorious Summers, and it seems like they just have one man left alive. Adi has been finished off. 3 finishes in the back for Phoenix, but what exactly happened for Victorious Summers? Didn't really expect that push.
Hey man, I mean, I think it was Maleficent where it showcased what happens when you upset a Phoenix, and this is the same case. Takes down 3 from the side of Victorious Summers without even breaking a sweat. The flick of the shotgun, absolutely flawless. And it seems like he is trying to go after the last man, Scary Jawed as well. I'm going to keep a track on that finish feed to see if Scary Jaw does survive, or he falls down to Phoenix from the side of Nebula and gives him that 1v4 that everyone wants to claim. But Godlike, they found more breathing room to work with inside of the city of Los Leones. Although they have to be very cautious. It seems like they have entered the eye of the cyclone now. There's Team Tamilas up north, Myth official present east, Revenant X Park right behind them. Wildfang's also in the mix. Look at the cluster on the radar.
This is exactly where Team Tamila shine. Like urban battles, lost in his circles, they know every single nooks and crannies. But you know, what remains to be seen is this is a different look of Team Tamilas. They've got Justy inside, who was playing for Welt Esports inside of BGIS. He was one of those standout players for me alongside of Proton. Proton did get to represent a very massive banner in the form of Revenant X Spark. Justy as well for Team Tamilas. This is a very legacy lineup. We'll find out if he can actually make amends. But have a look at this. Goten this time being pressured by 2 amazing assaulters in the form of S-Power and Admino. Some has been knocked out by Kanya. Wildfangs, they certainly are stitching together partnerships. But where are the rest of the lads of Wildfangs, and why are they so split up?
Yeah, I think they need to group up, but it's impossible for them to regroup. Players a little bit far away. Los Leones has a lot of people in it now. Every single step you take is heard by like 10 people. But at least Goten, he's trying to see if they can capitalize on the opening they found against Godlike, and the answer is yes. Godlike shut down. Unfortunate, both the stars that we were praising are the ones to fall. Some and S-Power get finished off at the hands of Wildfang.
And 2 brothers shining high. Have a look at that. Spray God and Goten together just really doing the damage. And they knew exactly what are going to be the positions of the opposition as well. What are going to be the choke points that they hold, the crossfires that they try and preserve. And they knew exactly where to peak at what time. timing was pristine and their execution as well, even better. But for Wild Fangs, I think it's a great start. Like you said, they will not be allowed to regroup, and that can be cause of concern. But brilliant nade coming in from Roman. IGL versus IGL, and Shadow 7 has been forced to fall.
Yeah, now it's down to Sahil. 2 players from the side of Meta Ninja knocked out, and Reckoning Esports, this should be a very easy wrap of things from their side. Apollo also knocked out. Tried his level best to find a trade, but yeah, if you are Meta Ninja, there is no recovering from this. There's a third party by Genesis. Levi knocked out. But Reckoning Esports, I think if they fall back into cover, go for those revives, they should be A-okay. Not a lot of trouble for Reckoning Esports.
And out of all of this commotion, there's Mr. Chill, Captain Cool Omega up top. Yeah. He does not care about the urban battles. He's like, I know the circle is going to shift on top of me, guys. Chill out.
I don't think he cares about the circle as well.
Yeah. Okay, guys, he's our friend. We know him, and that is exactly how he loves to play. But also interesting enough, I think this circle, Team Stool, they're going to love it, absolutely. They're at the smack center. They've got those compounds as well, Johnny. I think, yes, there is going to be some threat with the influx from the south side. There's Learn from Past, there's Myth, the Wild Fangs, Team Tamilas. But I believe these teams will be forced into battle first, and then the survivors are going to move into the circle. So it'll be interesting to find out who gets on top. But as a look at this, Spray God has been knocked out by Admino, but Admino has been finished off by Sensei. So Spray God managed to survive. I've never seen this teamwork from Wild Fangs before.
Yeah, I think it's all thanks to this high ground that Sensei has a lot of vision to work with. But Wild Fangs, they need to make sure that they stay within his line of fire, within his line of sight, because if he doesn't have that line of sight and if he's forced to overcommit towards the ledge of this building, then that kind of forces him to take a lot of risk. He can get outnumbered, overwhelmed by the other teams. So Sensei also needs to prioritize his safety a little bit. And easy recovery for Wild Fangs. Spray got brought back. Spots out Sahil in the distance. Sensei going for a spray. Yeah, some damage dished out. Not enough for the knock. It's a lot of distance for a 4x, but...
I'm happy he connected one bullet.
He connected 2.
Yeah, he collected 2. So that's great, man. Amazingly done over there. But still, Wild Fangs, I think they've had a good start. They hold good positions. No cause of concern. The only problem is I think Sensei is right at the edge of the circle. Might be forced to push up north a little bit. On the flip side, Reckoning Esports, they don't really look too good. There's a massive cluster and they're facing teams like Orangutan and Genesis. It's going to be tough for them. Shots coming in from all sides. AKOP from the flank. Does find Pro, and Pro has been knocked out. There's no way this man survives. Sahil.
Oh, that nade!
The nade is brilliant. Wait, why is he not reacting? I almost thought that Aru forgot about the nade itself, but he still gets knocked out. Reckoning Esports will be forced to move inside of the circle, and that is exactly when WizGod will strike.
So
yes, to find the knock, but Sahil is barely alive by the skin of his teeth, Johnny.
Yeah, both the teams are in a very troublesome situation. Wiz is the last man surviving for the side of OG. He can't peek from the right. There's Genesis waiting for him. Reckoning Esports, at least they have numbers to work with. Sahil gets knocked out. Roman on the run for his life. I think he's moving away towards the players of Genesis, which is going to be a little too much risk being taken. But I guess that they want to bring Levi back. At least 2 players should be there from the side of Reckoning in case things get worse from here on out.
Yeah. Levi is also their big man. No, he's the one who's supposed to get all the finishes. So far, it's been a clean slate for all the assaulters, and Roman is the one with 3 finishes for himself. He's also a very aggressive IGL, mind you, so he will try and finish off the rest of Team Orangutan 100%. But in order to do that, he needs a lot of smokes. He needs to cover those flank angles. Now here comes the nade. He's anticipating Orangutan's position, but OG have repositioned as well. WizGod, the lonesome survivor, finds a small pocket of space, but that's all he's got. How does he push forward? How do Team Orangutan stay alive? And look at who's coming in from the backlines. It is going to be Fury from Genesis Esports.
Yeah, pretty much. Genesis, it's a big surprise that Genesis all this while have been taking those fights, but have no finishes to show for it.
Genesis always plays like this, in my opinion. I mean, imagine BGIS ever since before the semi-finals. We never really thought the Genesis would be a trophy contender. I mean, yeah, for sure, they have got amazing players in the form of Hunters and Viper. Gravity has found podium finishes multiple times, but here to be to rather go toe-to-toe against Team Soul. That is something which I never really thought in my wildest dreams.
I think that is just because the banner of Genesis Esports was back in the days one of those.
He could have
names that
survived
was
for some points, but I don't
promoting
think
those
it's
undergods.
Yeah.
This
possible
time they have
due
a
to lot
roster
of
that's
teams, man.
half the roster
Can be
that was
done like
responsible
with
for putting
6
Reckoning
teams
Esports on
in
multiple
this
podium
situation,
finishes.
but it's very difficult to do
So
this.
I think again,
when
this
there are
roster
like
is pretty stacked.
11
and
teams in
this
this
time
one,
as well. I think
this small
they
circle.
should be able to comfortably finish within the top 5 if they are able to make it to the finals. But this game itself, at least this match of Miramar, is not looking easy at all. There's a spread between the players of Genesis. Viper is pushed in. Hunters and Fury closing it from the back lines, and well, both of them get knocked out. Too many teams on the periphery of the circle. Too much pressure to deal with, too many shots being taken. At least Hunters does manage to get close to his teammates, so Gravity should be able to bring him back.
But I'm looking at Myth Official right now, and you know, I'm looking at them with a sense of pride because I kind of thought that, you know, Detrox is going to be the next special thing when I made that video about him, when I interviewed him, but I never really imagined that this man is going to explode out of periphery.
I'm just happy that all of them are still together and still
Yeah.
with Myth. I thought
It is such a big thing, Johnny. You never. I'm pretty sure that Detrox has had offers left, right, and center.
For sure. I mean, I not half, like I really thought that they were going to be picked up by some big name roster. Or maybe one of their players, Detrox himself, was going to be picked off all alone and his teammates were going to be left behind. But I am so glad that Myth, all 4 players are still there. And again, I'm so happy that they're still playing as Myth.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, you look at Proton, right? He was such a big part of Welt Esports and their success last season. Justy was such a big part of them, but Welt Esports was forced to go through a complete overhaul. And that, I think, hasn't really affected their performance so far. They still are at the top, but no matter what, we'll find out what Myth can reproduce. But have a look at this. Reckoning Esports still trying to fight against Gravity, trying to fight against Topography right now, climbing up. Roman has a fifer for himself right now, but up top are going to be the Goliaths of Nebula Esports, Kratos and Phoenix.
Also, by the way, Revenant X-Pac, they were also picked off from this game earlier on. So a lot of big early eliminations in this map of Miramar. We have Welt, God like Victor Thomas, Revenant X-Pac. Visita Esports was the first team to get wiped out. Meta Ninja, OG, it seems like weren't able to find a breaching point inside of the circle. And now I think that just leaves the door open for Soul, Reckoning Esports, and Nebula to catch up.
Yeah.
Soul again in the prime spot. Smack center. It's stage 7. They are close to the center of the circle. There's no one there to challenge them. It's the edges where the teams are positioned. And it is going to be the edges where the numbers dwindle down to the top 4, I believe.
You know, but honestly speaking, Johnny, I do have a thought in my mind, and that is, it might disappoint a certain section of the audience, but I feel like Revenant X-Pac this time isn't really going to make it to the grand finals even.
Really? Why?
I don't know, man. This team of Assaulters, yes, it did work for Team Soul because they had Knuckle at the center of it. In my opinion, Ninja Jord is supposed to be an out-and-out Assaulter. He isn't really an IGL type, in my opinion.
I don't think they should make him an IGL. I think they should also tell him to assault. I think the original plan that Revenant X-Pac was going with, like, all right, all 4 assaulters, I think that is what they need to stick with. Because, I mean, Pain is a prodigy, Trace is a prodigy, Proton as well is a phenomenal player, and Ninja Jord himself has been a legend in the scene. If you have that kind of players, and the players, they're good at aiming and shooting. If you're going to make them think they're going to struggle,
lucky.
tell them to aim and shoot.
Yeah, possibly, I think. We'll find out how this team evolves because, again, after all the changes, this is their first official outfit. I also want to find out if Sukuna has a credible contribution in their run in this trophy. But have a look at that! Beautiful nade coming in from Myth, but Viper still escapes. Seems like Myth is right after him, but Phoenix is going to walk away with the finish. Phoenix is farming finishes at this point.
Yeah, this late in the game, you can't really expect to survive if you are not behind concrete cover. Look at what is happening to Team Tavilas as well. Reaper, in the next few moments, is going to get shot at. Kana spot. Oh, I don't think Kana has seen him run towards the right now. Finally, since shots were fired, Kana will be aware. But Team Tamilas looking to ruin the day for Wild Fangs. And my goodness, they're succeeding as well. 2 players knocked out, Goten and Kana. Spray God, he's on the flank. Justy wants to make the pound. Spray God He has the S12K as well. Goes for the shot around the corner. Justy forces him into the line of fire of Reaper. And
so
what a
difficult,
clean
bro.
execution of Wild
got
Fangs
this
Team
kill?
Tamilas. Brilliantly done. Good communication between the players and good reactions as
Yeah.
well to cover for each other.
100% was brilliant teamwork, but now they kind of forgot that there will be third parties, and this time the third party is coming from one of the best. Team Soul, we saw Goblin toss a few nades in that direction. Team Tamila certainly not in a position. Try and retaliate. On the other side, have a look at this. Joker is looking at Divine Gaming. And this is a team we have a lot of expectations from. I think last season, BGIS, they were supposed to be trophy contenders, but they did suffer from a form slump. Hopefully, they have worked up this one. Have a look at this. Move on to a different fight. Learn from past. This time is going up against Myth, and Myth has been absolutely destroyed. Just one man left alive. It's going to be Lucifer.
Bro,
Deep
what's
Frost
that?
Daddy has been cleaned up. Learn from past. Has also been a very aggressive lineup ever since their BGIS days.
Who are they shooting at though? There's absolutely no one there.
Yeah, they're anticipating there might be somebody in the smoke, but Lucifer is just a little 2 steps ahead.
Well, someone has the earphones put in the wrong way. They're hearing sounds from the opposite end. Learn from past. Lucifer on the extreme end, Justy right behind them. And one nade can change everything, but luckily Justy has absolutely no utility. There goes Lucifer. Justy is going to be the next casualty, and Learn from Past should be able to find a break inside of the top 5. But look at how brutal this game of Miramar was. It is stage 9. We still have 6 teams remaining. 11 players still alive in this game. And Divine Gaming, I think this is their time to shine. They made it to the top 5 with that nade from Joker finding contact, and Soul also making it to the top 5. Divine Gaming now have 3 players left. The big threat for them is Learn from Past, but they're all the way down towards the southern edge. And if Divine Gaming can just keep their heads down, they should be able to get this chicken in. Not with a lot of elimination, but at least they get those 10 points.
I mean, there's still 10 players alive, and if you consider 3 players from Divine Gaming, they can actually find a best-case scenario, 7 eliminations for themselves. That seems to be like a decent outing. They already have 2, but it seems like now we have a 1v1 in store. Kratos being challenged by Roman. The footsteps is going to keep you on your toes, and Roman, I just hope he doesn't really walk into a nade itself. Kratos dancing around the door. Still yet to find contract, but Roman has been taken up by the play zone.
Yeah.
That's just unfortunate, right?
I mean, it's very late in the game. It's stage 9. A single second of blue zone tick damage is enough to shut you down. I think right now Divine Gaming, don't nade Kratos. You should hope that he takes out someone from the side of Learn from Past. That's a direct line of fire he has. And in fact, Kratos is dishing out that damage with the nades. All he needs to do is just find contact with one nade, and then the floodgates open up for the players of Divine Gaming. That smoke, it allows him some room to move out with. Knight is there sitting in the back line, and Omega and Ninja Boy, the frontliners for the side of Divine Gaming. I think with this nade, Kratos should fall. There it is, the finish claimed by Knight. And now this is the end game, the 4 versus 3 that was dreaded by the side of Divine Gaming. Ninja, he dodges the damage, and the opening has been found by Knight yet again. It's a 3 versus 3, but no one is guarding Max on that flank. He's been given a lot of room to work with. A little bit of a slip up, and the trades come through. Ninja Boy shut down. Omega needs to find this pick. The damage from the backlines is enough. Yash loses a lot of HP. Knight, he has done it. He has opened the door, and Divine Gaming, with a little bit of divine intervention as well, do end up securing a pretty decent chicken dinner on this map of Miramar.
I'm not even surprised. It's Knight once again. This man does not open up doors, he opens up the floodgates. Floodgates of finishes, ladies and gentlemen. 6 finishes in the second match of Group A, and what a performance it has been from Divine Gaming. And you know, when you have a player like Knight in your lineup, you don't really have to worry about finishes if you're an IGL. You just know that you find the final circle. There are going to be 7 to 8 eliminations in my arsenal at least.
I think that's why Divine Gaming and this roster, I think with Omega being at the center of it, of course he has the star power of Slug Ninja and Knight, the prodigies all around him. But it makes their life a whole lot easier. These are the most nonchalant group of players you will run into. They don't stress out a lot in the middle of games. The communication between the IGL and Assaulters is alright. Where do you want to stand and take people out from? And well, they let him know, and he just makes sure that the team reaches where they want to fight from. He gets them to a preferable position. And that is why you usually see Omega leading the charge for the team. Because if anyone is supposed to go down first, it is going to be him.
Yeah.
If he goes down, the other 3 players survive, and even if they get a few extra frags, that's a few extra points. But
Yeah.
I think Omega surviving alone makes his life a whole lot. He really relies on Ninja, Slug, and Knight a lot. I mean, back in the days it was Beast, but that change hit the team pretty hard. But Knight, just being the new addition during BGIS, I think he just fit in like the perfect piece.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think Divine Gaming or K9 back in the day couldn't have found a better replacement for
Yeah,
Beast.
really.
I still remember we used to prepare for, can this young lad fill in shoes of Beast? Because we used to show stats of Beast all around the year. He had 200 plus finishes, and it's like, it's a big responsibility. This trio has been sticking together for almost like years and years, but now Knight coming in, it seems like it's an even better addition. But ladies and gentlemen, let's just talk about the MVP, because it seems like the reigns of Roman is back and Reckoning Esports with 6 eliminations. They're looking strong. I mean, it's been a decent start for RGE, because last season I did not think that Roman is going to fall down. He's not going to be in the top 5 contention. But now I think with all the grind, he's back up there once again.
I think what most people don't realize is that Reckoning Esports as well is a pretty difficult roster to fill in for. As we mentioned, I think 2024, 23 in fact as well, and 25 was a decent season for the side of Reckoning Esports as an organization. They did quite well. And then when that roster change happened, when you lose Hunters all of a sudden, Viper's shoulders were quite burdened with the pressure of making sure that the team was doing well. He did quite decent in that responsibility. Hunters came back, and then Hunters and Viper both decided to move out, and then Roman had to step in. So there's a lot of heavy lifting. There's a lot of big legacy that they have to live up to. Roman, we know he's a talented player.
Yeah.
And he's now, I think, finally figured out how to take things forward with Reckoning Esports. Phoenix from the side of Nebula, that early fight that we witnessed from him was just absolutely phenomenal. And again, he is an incredible athlete. It's the era of prodigies, I guess, in 2026. All these young players are too brutal.
Absolutely. But since you mentioned about Roman, I think I just would want to add up one more point. BMPS 2025, he was just a few points away from representing the international. He was representing the banner of Non-X. Levi was almost there. He almost snatched away the trophy.
Everyone thought that, I think before the last game concluding, everyone thought that it was going to be Non-X that would be moving forward.
Yeah. But it kind of changed, and I'm pretty sure that Roman also took that loss pretty seriously as well, and he's got a point to prove in BMPS 2026. But nonetheless, I think there are going to be a few teams who had a rather decent outing, Johnny. I think one of them will be Wild Fangs, a few finishes under their belt. The teamwork is, or rather looks to be a little solid, and hoping that they can actually continue this throughout the tournament.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, let's see how things turn out for them, but as you said, I think it was an incredible performance from the side of Reckoning, from the side of Divine Gaming as well. We have the highlights of the match on our screens. Learn from Paz getting hyper-aggressive during the mid-game stages. And Justy, man oh man, swatting flies mid-air. There is absolutely no answer to that. 2 players run up, both of them jump shot Justy, and he takes both of them out.
That happened twice in this game, I guess. The first time it was Phoenix from Nebula
Yes,
Esports,
yes.
and then it was this guy, Justy, from Team Tamilas. Ladies and gentlemen, we do have the match rankings, and here we go. Divine Gaming back into the race, 18 points, and they are going to be, in my opinion, in the top 3 at least.
Yeah.
Learn from past 13 and Reckoning Esports with 10. There's still no vacuum, Johnny. Look at that. Nebula with 9, Wild Fangs with 9, Soul with 8. What's up?
I think Nebula and Soul from the top of the leaderboard are the 2 consistent teams.
Yeah.
Because Nebula, even in the first game, were inside of the top 5 with a decent number of eliminations, and Soul was there in the top 3 as well. For everyone else, I think Godlike got taken out very early in this particular match. So I think for them, we'll have to see when they recover. Hopefully in the last Miramar, and Welt was the first team. Well, they ended, not the first team, but they ended with 0 points. So not what we expected from the side of Welt. Godlike got a reset as well. They did not get any points. So from the top of the leaderboard, it's just 2 names. I think everyone else has pretty much caught up, but one more game to go. There is definitely a lot of pressure in this group. Everyone's talking about it. If you are in Group A, you have an opportunity of directly qualifying for the grand finals. You do not want to miss out and get relegated in week 1 itself.
Ooh, my word. Team Orangutan. 16th position. The team who is sitting at the top of KRAFTON India Esports leaderboard is actually
yes, they're
reeling
number 1.
on the bottom of Group A. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, this is big news. They only have 3 more matches to revive themselves from that situation. Myth Official, Meta Ninja. they're also going to be under a lot of pressure than Genesis Esports. My word, what is happening, Johnny?
Yeah, they have 4 more games. So 1 Miramar,
They
3,
have
and then
4 more games.
3 tomorrow. So the opportunity is there. I think we spoke about this. 30 points is what you need to stay safe. About 35 points, let's just say, to need safe. And the kind of team that OG is, they can get 35 points in one map.
Yeah.
I hope that map is not Rondo, because I'm pretty sure that's going to be the game plan for every single team that's outside of the top 8 bracket right now in Group A, that, oh yeah, we are going to wait for a Rondo tomorrow and just go berserk. But that should not be the case. I think OG definitely has what it takes to do well on a map like Miramar. They've done well in the past as well, and hopefully in the next one, the circle, if the circle is towards the southwest, that's the one scenario that OG wants for themselves. If it's anywhere towards Chumasera, they're going to dominate that game.
Yeah, so the way I look at this is every single team inside of Group A does have the potential to actually bag that 35 bomb as well.
Yeah.
We'll talk about the eliminator for now as well. Look at this man, Dhruv OG, with sitting at the top of the eliminator leaderboard with 25 eliminations. Do you think anybody from Group A can actually match that? Because the lobby is just so much more tougher.
Of course, I think they can, but as you mentioned, the only hurdle is going to be everyone else.
Yeah, so again, bringing us back to that conversation again, I feel like Group A is going to be a result of minuscules. Every single team does have the potential to get 30 points, 35 points off of a single game, but the point is you don't have a lot of matches.
Yeah.
You play 6 matches, you miss out maybe on 3 or 4 matches, and all of a sudden you're like in a pickle, and that is exactly what that is going to cause you your relegation. You don't really have the opportunity to be consistent or 12 matches to come back from that slump as well.
I think it can, and it's going to make things a whole lot more interesting heading into week 2. I mean, we still have matches left for week 1, but as I was saying, 4 names go out. Who comes in to Group A from Group B as well? How do they end up performing? A lot of questions after the first 2 games are done and dusted. We have 1 more match remaining, but that is going to happen after a very short break. Don't go anywhere.
इन जैसों पे मैं तो रिएक्ट भी नहीं करता।
बीजे में क्रिकेट लीग का विनर है, रोज खेलता है, आप भी ट्राई करो।
अबे असली का 650 करोड़ देगा फिर भी नहीं करूंगा। इस खेल में ना
सिर्फ टीम सपोर्ट करनी है बड़े भाई।
जीत गया छोटे भाई। ये देख
BGMI पे टीम सपोर्ट करो और ग्लेशियर जीतो।
டேய் லெஃப்ட் ரா டேய் புஷ் பண்ணுங்கடா
अरे यार कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा है जाना किधर है
वीडियो ஐயோ மச்சான் ரிவைவ் பண்ணு
What revive? I don't understand, bro.
No यार पहली बार कर रहे हो क्या तुम लोग
shoot guys மச்சான்
क्या कर रहे हो यार?
நீங்களாச்சும் கொஞ்சம் தமிழ் கத்துங்களேன்டா
अरे कोई ट्रांसलेटर बुलाओ यार ऐसे कैसे चलेगा
உங்களால தான்டா தோத்தோம்
क्या करते हो तुम लोग भी?
IPL champion of CSK மாஸ் மச்சான் ஐயோ பல
Yes! Yellow Army, bro.
சி லாங்குவேஜ் இல்ல CSK இருக்கு மச்சான்
गाइस बंदे
come on அவன சுடுங்கடா come on man nice shot man
well played guys
yeah
bro CSK skins
இது நம்ம கொலாபுடா
Now we don't need call outs. Just whistle podu.
BGMI ஆடு whistle போடு
Hello everyone and welcome back to BMPS 2026. You guys are currently watching week 1 of the qualifiers and day 3 itself. My name is ICBaby12. Joining me is going to be Necro as we take you through the commentaries for today itself. And this one final game is going to decide the halfway point on where each and every single team's standings is going to be looking like here in Group A here. But it seems to me the stakes is not exactly that high as well, because a great winner chicken dinner coming in from Divine Gaming. However, what is at stake here, Necro?
I mean, nothing, to be exact, for Group A. All they need to do is just avoid the bottom 4. That's it. And I'm pretty sure even if they do get more than 20 points, they've already avoided the bottom 4. But looking at the teams currently inside of the bottom 4, it's quite concerning. OG is also a part of it, and none of us ever thought that.
Actually, not just OGs, or even Genesis being at the bottom of it as well, considering their amazing journey in the grand finals as well. And when we're talking about consistency, we did show a graphic of how the entire journey from the grind to the qualifiers, to the semifinals, the grand finals, and for them to actually drop the ball 2 games back to back, I am actually kind of concerned.
Yeah, of course, concerns are going to be there, right? Considering the fact that if they are constantly going to be there in the bottom 4, that means tomorrow they're only going to have 3 more games to perform. And if in the 3 more games they do not perform, well, we know they will be relegated down to Group B. And we've already got the promoting teams yesterday from Group B, so things will be exciting. But without a doubt, we're going to move on towards the final game of the day, and it's also going to be the 3rd game for Group A. The plane flat path starting all the way from Impala, heading towards Chumacera. It's tilted down south a little bit more, but I would love to see that drop clash towards Picado once again.
Here we go. Round, I don't know. Do you still have to count here? 10, maybe? Round 10?
No, not round 10. I think so it's 6 or 7.
6 or 7 between Revenant, X-Park, and also Vasista Esports. Are they going to still collide in Picado here as well? Because we settled that difference during the earlier round stages in BGIS. Semi-finals, we didn't see it. Grand finals, we didn't see it. But now here in the qualifiers, we are seeing it again as well. So are we going to see it again?
I want to see the coffin dance once again.
Ooh.
I want to see that level of disrespect once again at the start of the BGS 2026 we saw. I want to see it happen once again in BMPS 2026.
Hey, they are currently sitting in Group A, so I don't think they're going to do that, right? Might be wrong, but...
It would be fun, though.
Okay, we shall see, but seems like Picado... I do see Vasista Esports, whereas Red X, they're there as well. Looks like we are going to have round 8, maybe 6-7.
Yeah, 6-7. We will probably have it. And since even Godlike is also going to be around the close proximity of that entire territory, I would love to see a third party coming through from at least someone. Revenant X-Park already landing down. That man from Vasista Esports as well is already there. Aimbot, he gets the first frag on the board and also gets the confirmation instantly. Vasista Esports is now picking apart the players of Revenant X-Park, but the trades still do happen back and forth. Beast is taken down low himself, and Revenant X-Park, now they've got the man advantage inside of the fight.
Oh boy, they are going to be on the hunt, but they just jumped. What a spray coming in from him. And just like that, Revenant X-Park 2-0s them in BMPS 2026. What a wipeout.
Okay, you know what, Vasista Esports, they're just better. Give it up. At this point, the amount of times you've died to Revenant X-Park on Miramar, you're just hampering your own gameplay. You're just sabotaging yourself.
My God. I perfectly agree, but still, it's another 4 points being racked up from Revenant X-Park. But for the esports here, that is a big bummer because they are about to be kicked out here if things continue like this.
Yeah, unless Genesis Esports somehow bombs this game as well, then maybe the bottom 4 is not going to change. Meta Ninja as well is a part of it. Myth, the undergods of BGS 2026, now known faces. I would love to see them perform as well, but so far Myth is not able to get in that groove. 2 games done and dusted, only 5 points accumulated. And can you even blame a team like Myth when OG's struggling?
Oh, not really. But at the same time, I'm surprised Myth is actually struggling as well, considering that Myth, especially with that rotation so far from Marengo, has been amazing. But Miramar just now, that game was just brutal to watch here. Like, it is a free-for-all down towards the outskirts of Los Leones, but at the same time, it was just so difficult to play, right? Urban Warfare is one of the trickiest one. We did get to see one other Urban Warfare today. It was in Group D in particular, where how Autobots played a masterclass performance on how a T1 team should be playing. But in this group, everybody's on the same caliber, so it is going to be very, very tricky. It will come down towards pixel-perfect pickoffs and stuff like that. But let's take a look at the replay here on how things actually begun. Vasista Esports won the first fight with aimbot slashing his way through, but immediately you can see the rest of Revenant Xbox just flanking the entire team as well. Payne was able to find a flank outside, but yeah, this shish kebab of a fight down the stairs between Ninja Jort and Proton, just getting them pinned, just completely demolished them.
It came up close and personal. All you need is one headshot, and the opponent's already done for. And that's what happened there too. Ninja Jot, the man just landed that headshot, and everything was done and dusted. For Revenant X Park, things haven't been looking that fluid. They don't have a lot of points as of now, but as you mentioned, all they need to do is just avoid the bottom four. And it's pretty easy to do so as well. What's going to matter is the final week, because that's when you need to push yourself in the top 8 to make sure that the grand final slot is qualified.
I really like that all of us are making it sound so easy. Yeah, just stay out of bottom 4. But think about it this way. This is a T1 lobby. This is Group A. This is the best teams all around India in this lobby. Yeah, it sounds easy on paper, but execution-wise, like one small little mistakes, you are gonna get punished here, and we've seen it time and time again. Even in the previous games as well, the map of Marengo, you know, one small little drop clash or one small little mistake being caught out in open, you are gonna get completely fried. You are expecting third parties to come through as well, but for me, OG, this is the biggest question mark for me. What happened to them? Because it seems like they've not shown any signs of life for the past 2 games. And even the map of Marengo, where they've got Rozok to themselves, but instead of staying around Rozok, they actually bailed out, chose a fight, and actually lost that fight.
Yeah. I mean, for OG, things have been looking a little bit shaky, at least at the start. 2 games done and dusted, just 2 points, 1 point per game. It's not the average you expect from a team like OG. And let's not forget, recently, even the coach left OG.
Yeah.
He's not a part of it anymore. So maybe that's also one of those things that's sort of affecting the performance for OG. But you never know what's exactly happening behind the scenes.
It's weird, right? Like, OG's journey for BGIS has always been preparation, right? The first few rounds, they were messing up big times. They were trying strategies. And then eventually they showed signs of life of their former glory during BMSD, right? And then they got a top 3 finish at the last moments of Grand Finals, and even throughout the entire BGIS, they were in a rocky shape. And down towards the final days of the Grand Finals is where they actually snuck up and got the podium spot for themselves. So I think consistency has been a big problem for them as of yet.
Speaking of consistency, another team that's known for it is also Victoria Sumas. They're quite the defending team. They're quite someone who does not like to be too aggressive. But for Godlike this time, they're definitely getting aggressed on by Metaninja. S-Power knocked out and confirmed almost. But for Metaninja, losing out on Shadow 7 is definitely heartbreaking. The confirmation on S-Power is instantly there too, but Godlike, they're just left astonished. What just happened to them? They don't even know what they got hit by. But Metaninja knows taking this fight is also going to be damage on equal sides.
Exactly, but at the same time, being caught out in open like that, this is exactly what I mean, right? The moment you're caught out in open, you are going to get punished for this. And that's exactly what happened to the 2 players who had a little bit run-in against each other, which is the players coming from Godlike, which is S-Power, and also the players coming from Metaninja. Just like that, they trade 1 for 1, and he immediately says, you know what, it's just not worth taking this head-on fight. Circle is not exactly in their favor yet. They're still trying to make their way into the center circle, which in this case, Godlike, they are pretty much unsure on whether or not there's going to be teams ahead of them here. Metaninja is driving side by side, but as of yet, OG is still in the middle of the zone. This is Chuma Serra we're talking about, so this is going to be home turf to them. But for Team Tamilas, they have been doing really well for the past 2 games.
Team Tamilas, as you mentioned, yes, they have been doing pretty decent. When it comes to survival game, Team Tamilas knows how to survive. But it's all about those fights. And that's where Team Tamilas have always struggled. They're really good at playing the passive gameplay, but the aggression we're talking about, that's always been missing from Team Tamilas. Revenant X Park as of now under heavy fire from Myth Official. The 4 assaulters from Revenant X Park, I really want to see what sort of a tactical approach we're going to see from them. Yes, even though you have firepower, you still are supposed to have some sort of knowledge of where exactly you want to take those pit stops or the good spots on the map.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a tough spot here. But as of yet, we did see Manya on the finish feet getting knocked off by OG, so that's going to be another player down here for Godlike, leaving them with only 2 players left. It seems like the circle is going to shift down towards the south side where Minas Devel is going to be like. And it seems like this is going to be a tricky one here. Nebula is in prime position already to try and book it for the centers to control. Now it's all going to be full defense coming from Nebula Esports. Tricky spot here to actually kind of play, considering that there are just a lot of mountains and ways they have to kind of push up here from teams coming from Chumacera.
Learn from past. Catching a couple of strays. Wildfangs as well.
No.
Same fade returned. The tire's blown up off that buggy, so Sensei does not have maximum mobility. But for Wildfangs down there, spot inside of the circle, it's not too bad. They're around the edges. Team Tumbleus, once again, they started. They finally break that silence against Genesis Esports. They've already found the first frag. Team Tumbleus now with the man advantage in the fight.
Oh boy. Genesis, they are going to be scouting around here. And fortunately for them, this house does have a little bit of a natural terrain from the high ground, so they can actually take this head-to-head fight very, very safely for themselves. But on screen now, we do see Meta Ninja going to be having a little bit of run in here with Myth. Nades are coming in, flying through to try and catch up Detrox. Detrox trying to patch himself up. I don't think he has a first aid kit, so this might be a good opportunity. And now the Nades does clip him, so that's going to be the knock coming through. But they themselves have lost Oxen. Fierce trying to go for the renade to try to get a second stray. But unfortunately, doesn't want to over-aggress this. There are a lot of teams looking through towards this compound, so doesn't want to get picked off from the sides here, apparently.
Oh, Myth official. I'm liking this aggressive approach. And luckily enough for Myth, Meta Ninja does not even have all the 4 players available. So Myth, they've already got the advantage in this fight. But instead they just back away, respecting the opponents. Myth now knows that breaching through this defense might just be way too tough for them. They just back away. Not sure if it was a good decision or not, but Myth will definitely pay the price for it. They're catching too many bullets from the hilltop.
Oh boy. It's like they should be able to get out of safety as well. Team Tumbleus was shooting them. Even Nebula as well. So fortunately for them, they are able to get out of that sticky situation. But seems like on the finish feed, guess what? Godlike has been eliminated. That's going to be I think that's
Team Soul.
Team Soul that actually takes him out.
Yeah, Team Soul eliminating Godlike. They got that one player eliminated. What just happened?
They just got picked apart.
Yeah.
Very unfortunate.
They give points away to pretty much
everyone, almost everyone though.
Yeah, almost everyone.
Reckoning got one, Soul got one, Meta Ninja got one. Who's the other one? Team Tumbleus? Yeah, I think it's Team Tumbleus.
Yeah, probably.
Huh.
Unfortunate stuff. Let's just hope that they will be able to get things a little bit better in the future. Team Tumbleus actually got 1 point from Genesis Esports, so someone else got that point.
So it's probably Divine Gaming then.
Yeah.
But at the same time as well, Circle seems to be favoring onto his Nebula and Soul. Once again, Soul has been getting center control for all past 3 games. Unfortunately, we haven't seen that big, massive game coming from them yet, but they're still top 2, so they're technically still part of the top 12 in Group A. And getting 40 overall points pretty much guarantees you top 4. Well, I would say the moment you get 30 points, you're pretty much safe from relegation.
Indeed. Revving the next spark, all the 4 players just playing in that one single spot pinned down. Maybe they should spread themselves out a little bit more. I don't like the way they're playing. They seem scared.
Maybe.
Victor Sumis, as of now, they've got their eyes laid out on Divine Gaming, and Divine Gaming is under heavy fire. It's not the best possible spots to be in. It's a lot of problems Divine Gaming is currently facing. But soon, Victor Sumis also needs to move. Even they're not in that good of a spot.
It's such a tricky spot here, considering that, again, pushing towards the zone is difficult because naturally pushing out the mountains of Chumacera is going to be hard. Obviously, they have to wide swing their way through to try and find an easy entry point. But for Welt, seems like they're not exactly in the clear. The are going to be having a little bit running here with Learn from Pass. Max now trying to go for the nade. Yash from the side fights one. Now the push comes in from Max. He may have missed his shot. Gets knocked off instead. Now to the rescue here is going to be Yash providing support fire from the far fray. But all this noise are attracting attention here.
They're messing up big time in Welt Esports. They're just capitalizing instantly onto it. Rico is taken down low, but Learn from Pass. Problems after problems, stacking on top of each other. But now even Team Tumbleus, they come through with the third party. Team Tamalas also, they've closed in, but JD Gaming, he refuses to back down, but eventually he gets wrapped up as well. Welt Esports, they come out on top in that fight, but Team Tamalas, they're ready with a quick third party.
Yeah, now the resets coming through. Team Tamilas, they don't really want to push down. It's pretty much outside the zone. They're still hesitant as we... Seems like they were able to spot out Genesis on the far horizon, so decides that maybe just not give it to Genesis, I would say. But now another slam comes through from the wrong side. Victorious Summers, they got out of the scuffle from the side. Now pushes into his Divine Gaming. In this case, both sides pretty much needs this compound. As Divine Gaming goes in for the chase, Victorious Summers holding down in the outskirts here. The outside flank comes through. No connections there. Ninja Boy also was caught off by surprise. Away is now trying to go in for the bait. Ninja Boy tries to reposition, but no connection for Victorious Summers, so it is still a stalemate from both sides.
Owe should have peeked out way before. He could have actually gotten that knock on Ninja Boy since the man was out of position. But now Divine Gaming, they get a second shot at life. And even that second chance gets obliterated. Victorious Summers, the way they're playing, it's just perfection. Defense on point. They're also catching a couple of bullets from the sidelines. But Divine Gaming now left with just one man, and it's going to be Omega. He tried his best to fight back, but his best was not even close. As Victorious Summers, they shut down the last remaining man.
Beautifully done there, coming from Victorious Summers. Just wait things out, buying enough time for a third party. And guess what? OG and Soul was the one that helps them pressure on towards Divine Gaming. And just like that, they are able to get the reset, but they're not exactly in the clear yet. OG has pretty much dismantled a majority of those vehicles as the zone is about to move as well. OG decides, let's just back the hell out there. But Genesis, they still have been pinned from the south side. Team Tamilas now on the gatekeep. Viper finds the opener. Now the counter nades comes through, but with the zone pressuring them, they need to make things fast. Nades from Reaper, drops Viper down low. Needs to patch himself up. Unfortunately, wasn't able to do too much. If the nade from Reaper clips onto his Hunters, this is a disaster here for Genesis Esports.
Yeah, Genesis Esports in a problematic spot. Hunter's knocked out, and Viper is still up. He's the only person that's currently up. Viper has a lot of task on his shoulders, and Viper is not going to be able to withstand all of that damage. Team Tamilas from the top, they rain down hellfire as Genesis Esports, they get eliminated with 0 points from this game. I guess they're going to be staying in the bottom 4 at the end of today's day.
Yeah, what a blunder there coming from Genesis. But even then, Welt also being eliminated, securing the top spot. But as of yet, bowing out rather early in this third game for them. Final game for this day itself. But for Wild Fangs, seems like we scout the remnants of where Team Tamilas is. They have been making a lot of noises. It seems like Reaper actually getting knocked there by Adi. As Nebula goes in for the knock, Sensei secures the finish instead. So that's going to be points stolen in the hands of Wild Fangs.
Yeah, that's a big problem now. And now Team Tamilas, they ram their vehicle straight up towards this warehouse. Grabbing the next spark and Team Tamilas in a big fight. Who is going to come out on top? But from the back, it's also Nebula Esports constantly knocking. As they've successfully found one knock against Revenant X-Spark. Problems are just all across the board for all of these teams. And Revenant X-Spark, they just need to keep their heads down. Revival is important, and that's coming through. And the amount of smokes that are being utilized in this situation, the investment's heavy.
Oh my goodness. But even then, Team Tamilas, they want to try and get another knock. And yes, they will find it as well as Aim God goes for the knock. Proton done. Pain tries to intercept, try and slow down their aggression, but the nades keep coming through. They're pretty much blinded. But Mr. IGL getting shot from the back as Adi takes his own sweet time. The third party, it is Nebula, has been causing a lot of problems from every single team in every single direction as of yet. But in one fell swoop, Revenant X-Spark, they get taken out.
Yeah, they collapsed. Too many teams around them. They found themselves in a big pickle. They should not have backed away against Team Tamilas. They should have fought it out against him. They respected Team Tamilas too much, backed away from that warehouse, and that's why they had to pay the price for that big pinch. Team Tamilas played it well. Sometimes respecting your opponents too much also can make sure that you will be eliminated. So you have to be a little bit egoistic in those moments. Nebula, though, in my opinion, that's a really good spot. Soul is in the smack center once again. This team is just so good at snatching away the centers of the circle.
I don't know how they do it. Is it the analyst? Is it the coach? I don't know who's been pulling through with all these rotations. It has been spot on so far from Soul as well as Nebula. But as of yet, now here, another team collides here. Meta Ninja goes in for the slam, could not defend this, and Myth, they completely shut down this push and take them all out, untouched, unfazed, and Detrox secures a 3-piece in total. And just like that, again, Detrox with the highlight reels here. Whew. Myth official.
Crazy stuff from Myth. 4 finishes already on the board. Myth is now starting to feel themselves. They can feel the hands are getting warmed up. Myth just wanted to push themselves outside of the bottom 4, and as of now, they've done it. But as long as OG's alive, nothing is confirmed. The moment OG dies, Myth has successfully found themselves out of danger. But still, they need at least double digits on the board in this game itself to be around the safety block.
Yeah.
Victor Sumus is still alive as well, so that means even they can keep on pushing themselves up.
It's going to be tough, right? Considering that bottom 4's cutoff is somewhere between 24 to 28 points, I would say. So, again, there's 3 more matches to go. Get as many points as you can is going to be the way to go here, at least for teams at the bottom. In this case, OG, they've got themselves 3 finishes. Great start for them. But if they get themselves a chicken dinner right here, right now, whatever mistakes from the previous 2 games has been pretty much abolished. And they will continue to push to defend the top 12 for tomorrow itself, for the remainder of the 3 matches, I'd say.
Indeed. Orangutan, 3 finishes. I mean, just have a look at these entire moment, right? The way Myth was able to play that entire situation, Detrox, once again, the main playmaker. He played that perfectly well. Nicely done. But for Myth, the hard work is not done yet. It's just going to keep on getting even more tighter. It's just going to keep on getting even more worse. And OG, they have to dominate this game if they want to be around the safety cushion.
Yeah, man. At the same time, down towards the final 8 teams. Placement points in place. Soul finally makes their mark. Knock has been made onto his Myth official. They haven't exactly pushed themselves inside the zone as well. Circle is going to be divided between the roads of the mountain terrain. So it is pretty much no man's land from all the teams down towards the west side. That's why you can see a lot of teams kind of hunkered down to the southeast corners just because they want those high ground advantage. And Nebula Esports has been doing a fantastic job at just zoning every single team around them. But now, the circle is about to close in, and they do not have center control. Adi has already made their way through, but seems like the circle is going to favor on Soul once more. The circle is still undecided between the west and the east. And it seems like the west side, there's just not a lot of cover here, at least for Myth. Reckoning has got a small little pocket of a compound to actually work with. But aside from that, it's pretty much no man's land for every single team coming from the west side. So we are going to be seeing a cluster of teams to the south and also the east side.
Victor Sumus, even they're a part of the northern equation. Nebula is now going to be forced to move outside of their comfort zone and actually find another spot. Wildfangs!
Uh-oh.
Oh, that man almost got knocked out. This is what I'm saying. Nebula is now going to be forced to make some move. And they're actually doing so as well. Team Tumulus is right there in the close proximity, and Team Tumulus can possess a lot of threat to Nebula. First, Nebula needs to find a way to deal with the sidelines and then maybe think of the front.
Tricky situation here, at least for Wildfangs, I would say. But Nebula, they still got
Oh
all
my
the time in
God.
the world. But seems like Myth, they are going to go for the Grand Slam. Reckoning Esports going to be the point of interest. The shot has been made. Adi again making things work here. Myth drops down 2. Nebula loses, gets 2. Now, Reckoning Esports, they have to defend this. Harshil finds 1, continues his assault, but he's dropped down pretty low. He's the last man alive, and that's going to be the cleanup here coming from Reckoning Esports. But Nebula Esports, again, they're just causing so much problems.
Myth official just sent it in the end. They were done playing it passive. Myth knew the only possible way they can actually do good in this game is by taking over that compound, but Nebula from the top and Team Tumulus as well just being constant pain. And now for Team Tumulus, Nebula is going to be a massive pain in the back. How do you deal with this? Nebula from the top, they're like shooting turrets. Anyone they see moving, they're just taking shots against him. It's hard to survive against a firing squad like this.
This is my first time seeing Nebula playing like this. And I don't know if it's true or not, but it seems like the analysts has done a lot of homework here. And Nebula Esports, they look like they're practicing, but all the positions they've gotten so far has been spot on. And even here as well, they're just farming finishes. I don't know if it's intended or not, but damn. How can just one guy make so much change to teams? Like, he did it for Genesis. Without like, official notice and stuff like that, but now he's doing it for Nebula Esports. And he's looking pretty solid.
Yeah, indeed he is. Nebula Esports, even that firepower sort of helping them sustain those spots. Reckoning Esports as well, a little bit far away from this entire equation. The circle is not going to be on top of them for too long. OG's another team that has found themselves in quite the concerning spot. OG does have the high ground, but still teams like Seoul are going to be a big pain. How do you deal with them? Seoul currently in the smack center. They're also taking a fight against VS, taking a fight against OG, also taking a couple of pop shots against Wildfangs. There's too many things going on at the same time.
Oh boy. But now, no amount of analysis is going to help them out of this
Oh my
situation
God,
here.
Seoul.
With the circle down the hill. And Wildfangs still hunkered down towards the shack onto the east side, but Seoul circle favoring them. Victoria Summers is the biggest threat as of yet. The moment they clean out Victoria Summers, every single team from the south to the east is forced to be out in the open. But now with the nades coming through Victoria Summers, Goblin getting knocked off, Seoul, they are under fire. This might be the only time that Seoul is going to be at their weakest as of yet.
Even their weakest is not completely weak. They're still pretty strong. Legit. Scanning the grounds. For Seoul, they know. Today's day has been incredible for them. Consistency has been through the roof. Positioning-wise as well, Seoul has been incredible. This team is just so good in all the aspects. Be it the firepower, be it the tactical nature, be it positioning yourself in good spots inside of the circle, intel gathering, everything is just ticked.
Well, the only thing missing is a chicken dinner for them for now. But as of yet, OG now trying to find signs of life here. Aru getting picked off from Wildfangs, trying to inch their way inside the zone, but nades are coming in. But at the same time, Wildfangs are also kept at bay to try and keep Nebula in check as they closed up the distance. AKOP finds knock on Phoenix and Nebula, they are crumbling now. They've done the homework, but this time the terrain is just not going to favor them. OG Wildfangs keeping them at bay. OG also getting the reset as well. As they try to group up, but Nebula decides to book it for the full set. Nades are coming in. Aru still down in the ground, wants to be picked up. Nebula Esports did not spot this. And they finally pick him up. Actually, barely. He is actually going to bleed out with the zone forcing them. They are actually going to abandon ship and trying to make a run for it as well. As Wildfangs gatekeep them. OG pretty much pinned, pretty much stuck out in the open. Atenki in the smoke. Wildfangs can't seem to find him. Eventually takes him out. And OG loses the entire main force to the zone and to Wildfangs.
Oh no, OG. Seems like they're still going to be down in the slumbers. Just 3 finishes and 2 placement points. They're still at the bottom in the overall standings. That is going to hurt them a lot. And Wildfangs, as of now, yes, just 1 casualty. That was Kana, but even that player's back up on his feet. And look at Sensei charging forward. He knows Nebula's hurt, and those elimination points might just be free to pick apart, and that's what he was doing. Wildfangs can easily get the recovery too from that fight, so it's all good. They did take some sort of damage, but that is not enough to make sure that Wildfangs will crumble. But from the side, someone's making a move. It's Reckoning Esports. They crawl up that terrain, and they too get a knock. Wildfangs in problematic grounds. Kana eliminated from the game. 3 players still standing for Wildfangs. It means the chance for Seoul to get a chicken dinner, they just strengthen even more.
Yeah, but it's going to be tough as well because Wildfangs currently has the high ground somewhat. Reckoning is down though. Seoul also trying to inch their way inside the zone. It seems like they should be able to close the distance as well because Reckoning, they're not focusing on them. And like you said, they should be able to get it as well. Legit now gets the knock. Wildfangs, they're hurting. They may have made a mistake as well. Goten now pretty much stranded with the nades coming through. Legit knows exactly where they are. They're pushing along the lines of the zone. Legit. Time. Playing against time is what he's doing as he tries to cook up some points. Seoul looking for their first chicken dinner here in BMPS 2026.
I like the confidence coming through from Legit. Pushing all by himself with his teammate Knuckle, but the first man is already down. Knuckle taken care of. Godin is not a person that loses one-on-ones. Soul, be careful. Never give a 1v1 to Godin. He never loses those. And now up against that man, Legit himself. Can Godin surpass Legit? And yes will be the answer. Godin never loses a one-on-one. Godin now in problematic grounds, as he's got the low ground and the opponent has the high ground. But Godin instantly pushes once again. Another 1v1 being offered to Godin, but Godin knows the back lines are not too clear. He can be shot at from the back. Soul is still in the race, shooting the opponents down. It's a one-on-one-on-one.
Oh my goodness. And now Joker has the line inside. Levi cleans out Goten, and now Joker will clean him up as well. Patience from him. He won't snatch the chicken dinner away, and just like that, Soul will secure the winner chicken dinner. But what a fight it has been here between Reckoning as well as Wildfangs. A massive game between these three teams as well to try and push out of the bottom four.
I know, right? And what a way to pretty much just start off the entire day too for Soul. Now we know it's tomorrow's day. Soul's going to have 3 more games. Even if they do not do anything, Soul, they're pretty much going to be around the safety block no matter what.
Yeah, they've pretty much done the job already in 3 games. They've pretty much secured the top spot. There's no way they're getting kicked out in Group A here. They should be able to retain their spot here in the first week of the qualifiers themselves. But even then, there's still a lot to actually break down as well in that particular match, because as of yet, we are seeing a lot of experimentation for some of the teams. But for Reckoning Esports, them cleaning out the teams on the west side and then finding their ways into this position to try and capitalize on Wildfangs and pinning them against Soul was brilliant.
I guess for me, the biggest surprise inside of this entire group has to be Genesis Esports and OG just underperforming like that. Metaninja somewhere down line, we've always known that this lineup has been inconsistent in some scenarios. So I did not really expect massive performances coming through from Metaninja, but it is also a roster with a lot of potential. But specifically from OG and Genesis Esports to play this way, it's unacceptable.
Yeah, I kind of agree as well. Like, it's really surprising to see that there's not much changes coming from Genesis, and even then, their debut in BGIS was just nothing shy of amazing, right? Every single game hits a power punch, and this is the first time I've seen Genesis this week.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the MVP of that previous game, it's going to be Joker from Soul once again, getting 6 finishes, 891 damage racked up. Whenever Soul needs a savior, Joker is always the man there in the front lines, constantly getting those good numbers on the board. But you know what, back towards that conversation, and in my opinion, if a team like Soul is just performing at the top of the board, the competition just gets even more cut down. And that's why these teams need to wake up as soon as possible. And even Nebula Esports is now performing pretty well. Even Wildfangs is doing pretty good.
Yeah, this is an interesting switch between some of these teams as well here. I think Wildfangs are doing pretty okay. They're still sticking to the usual playstyle. But this new playstyle coming from Nebula Esports is actually intriguing me here, because Adi now being around the top 3, look at his damage here, 950 damage in 3 finishes. A majority of his damage actually came from his Mini 14. I believe he was using a DMR, and I've never seen him do that before.
Yeah, things do change, and over time, Adi has adapted as well. Adi's always been one of the most flexible IGLs if you talk about it. He's been a part of so many lineups. In the past, he was always with the Undergods, playing with them, and actually making sure that they qualified towards the LAN finals. But this time, Adi has found his comfort zone. He's found that roster that was needed, and now the fact that Nebula is also not making any changes to the playing floor is just making sure that the synergy is getting even better day by day.
Yeah, I don't know what is up with Nebula Esports, but I'm liking what I see. They are on the right track in terms of training a new strategy, adapting on the fly, but hopefully consistency is going to be what gets them out through as well, because as of yet, the stakes for Group A is very, very simple. Stay out of the bottom 4. But let's talk about other teams that are still adapting as well. Revenant and X-Park also going to be another team that has pretty much lost their IGL with Punk out of the equation, Ninja taking the role. Things has been a little bit shaky in this first 3 match, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, the only points Revenant X Park already have gotten are going to be the points from the drop clash. They've managed to acquire, they've managed to acquire 4 points per game, and two of those 4 points actually came through from Assista Esports, eliminating them towards Picado. So for Revenant X Spark, the early game is pretty strong. That also tells us that the firepower is on point. The only problem with them is the positioning and the late games.
Yeah, I agree. But at the same time as well, we have to close the chapter of Miramar, at least for this group here for Qualifiers 1 itself here. Tomorrow, there's not going to be more Miramar for them, but that match itself, Seoul finally getting the chicken dinner despite giving the center for 3 games, nearly back-to-back so far, and now snatching away chicken dinner. And it wasn't even a convincing one as well. Joker had to wait so patiently as well, snatching it away from Reckoning Esports. He knew exactly where he was and wait for Reckoning Esports to actually clean out Gota, the last player from Wildfangs, before taking him out.
That's the crazy part about Seoul, though, right? They just have so much trust in each other. They knew that even if Joker is the only person left alive, he can clutch it out. It's no matter what, he will do it. If you remember, I mean, the man was playing for Revenant X Spark in the past, and he clutched it out, massive time.
It was 2024.
Yeah, and he was able to pretty much just give them that win. So Joker is a man who can do a lot better even when he's in those solo situations.
Yeah, that was BMPS 2024 as well. Joker, one of the most decorated players. His performance was impeccable. Last year was a complete shaky performance for him, but this year, it's his year. Maybe if Seoul maintains this consistency throughout his grand finals, finally Joker gets his global presence.
Yeah, you know what? They don't even need to play tomorrow. They can just take a break. They can relax. I mean, of course, that's not allowed, but I'm just saying. If they want, they don't even need to play, and they will still be around the safety block. 41 points. It's more than enough to solidify yourself a good spot.
I think they're the only team that is currently safe so far. Because technically, Wildfangs, yeah, we can say they're kind of safe with 28 points here. But let's just to be sure, 30 points is where you get out of the bottom 4.
No, I don't think. I think more than 25 points, and you are pretty much just far away.
Fine, fair
I think
enough.
more than
Yesterday's
20
cutoff
points.
was like 26, 27.
Really?
Yeah.
For bottom 4?
Not bottom 4. It was 27 for
I think it was
top 12.
17 or something like that.
No, top 12.
Okay, well, so I personally still do think that the moment you get more than 21 or 22 points, you will be
fair
around
enough.
the safety cushion. So these teams don't need to try that hard. And as you mentioned, right, not a lot of incentives to actually go for the fight, not a lot of motivating factor for these teams. But maybe for teams like Revenant X Spark, a newly formed roster, they should try and practice new things, try and understand what sort of strategies they can execute in a lobby like this, since it is the best lobby we've got to offer.
Agreed. And at the same time, these 3 games, pretty much 3 teams has pretty much shown their strat a little bit here. Number 1 is going to be Nebula, another one is going to be Team Tamilas, and another one is going to be Weld Esports, who are trying to figure out how to play around these lobbies here. So I'm pretty sure in the upcoming weeks to come with week 2, week 3 in play, things is where get a little bit trickier here. But before that, let's talk about the overall eliminator so far here. Droove is still sitting in the top here with 25 finishes. Joining with him is going to be Taurus as well in 25. They are currently tied for the elimination leaders. And this is a new category for eliminators in particular. So that means the player with the most amount of finishes, regardless of whichever stage they play, is going to be given an award.
I mean, the point is, Group A and D has only played 3 games so
Fair
far.
enough.
So I'm pretty sure tomorrow we are probably going to be seeing someone at least break inside of that top 5 or maybe snatching that first spot away. Anything can happen. And Autobots Arib, of course, the performer of the day. The way Autobots were winning those fights left, right, and center, it was insane. And how can we forget that one clutch coming through from Spartan against Quantum Sparks? He was able to single-handedly shut down the entirety of Quantum Sparks, 1v4ing them.
Agreed. But at the same time, so it makes a lot of sense why the performer of the day is going to be coming from Group D, right? The stakes are so high here coming from Group A.
Yeah, they're
it's so
trying
difficult
hard.
to actually farm finishes, and you can see every single team. Like, if you get a knock, you are instantly get traded as well. So I wouldn't be surprised to see nobody from Group A actually makes it to Eliminator, but only time will tell, you know, as the game progresses as well. But let's talk about the day summary for this match as well. So getting 22 points. They've gotten the most amount of points out of all the 6 matches that has been played in today's game. Yeah, sure, buddy. Yeah. Whatever, man. Like, Group D, performer of the day, doesn't matter, man. Seoul got 22 in one game. Yeah, sure.
I mean, for Seoul, I think I expected a performance like this. But I also expected a performance like that from either Genesis Esports or OG. But right now, they're not even close towards that performance, actually just lingering down at the bottom of the overall standings. Tomorrow's day is going to be such a massive day, because if they do not make it, they're going to be relegated.
Okay, let's just talk about this as well. In 3 games, Seoul has gotten 40 over points. So that's more than 10 points per game. And this is not even the map of Rondo. Seoul has just showed absolute domination in their debut after the long break.
Yeah, I mean, they're a different beast, and it makes a lot of sense why they were the champions of the BJS 2026. But the conversation over here has to be around the bottom four from Group A and the top four from Group D, right? Because that's what really matters. Quantum Sparks, we have seen a bit of that shaky performance from them, and that is the main problem from Quantum Sparks. They just need to find that consistent spring. Speaking of a team like Seoul, we're not even concerned, but I just want to see some comebacks from OG and Genesis Esports.
Hopefully that is going to be the case here, but for now we are going to be closing up the matches here for today as well here. Both Group A as well as D has pretty much been finish up with their 3 matches today as well. They have their 3 more matches to go, which is going to be happening tomorrow. And guess what? If you guys want to follow more action of BMPS 2026 here, be sure to follow all of KRAFTON India Esports' social media, and then pay attention to it as well, because you can find amazing clips as well. If you're missed out of the game serial, there are still highlight moments from each and every single matches.
Exactly. There's always updates happening every single day. You can actually go there on the Instagram or whatever social media platform you guys prefer. You guys can look at the overall standings after the end of the stream and understand how exactly things are. And you can also look at some content pieces as well, made by us.
Yeah, I knew you were gonna say it as well. If you guys like us, follow us our social media. He's Necro, I'm ICBaby12. But we are gonna be closing out for today's show here. We are gonna be seeing you guys tomorrow, so be sure to come back tomorrow for the last 3 matches between Group A and D. See you guys tomorrow.
Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Ha. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Ha. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as Royce and I mean Rose. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move, by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Ha. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Ha. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Ha. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, close. Same city as Royce and I mean Rose. It's flat beds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't never taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move, by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as Royce and I mean Rose. It's flat beds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't never taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move, by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as Royce and I mean Rose. It's flat beds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't never taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move, by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. prime. Huh. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as Royce and I mean Rose. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking five. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move, by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Say I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Say I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as Royce and I mean Rose. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking five. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move, by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Say I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Say I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. checks, that's a bankroll. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move, by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touched down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean rolls. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bankroll. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move, by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touched down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice and I mean rolls. It's flat bets for the checks, that's a bankroll. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I'll make the time. On my next move, by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. I've been on the grind, this my prime. Huh. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait. Didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice, and I mean woes. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking five. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move, by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as voice, and I mean woes. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking five. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move, by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Yeah, sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this my prime. Let me tell them one time. Set them all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as Royce and I mean woes. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move, by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Yeah, I'm sorry for the wait, didn't think I'd come up, y'all just need a little faith. I've been patient, just waiting on the river with an ace. Gotta move real careful, we coming surveying the place. I touch down in your city, that's a rival. Y'all got one thing on your mind, it's survival. But if you wanna take a shot at the title, call the medic, we checking your vitals. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time. Said I'm all in my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, feeling real good, yeah, all in my prime. It's about that time, say your goodbyes, 'cause ain't no match for the way that I grind, yeah, I'm all in my prime. Prime time, we mile high, the gate closed. Same city as Royce and I mean woes. It's flatbeds for the checks, that's a bank rolls. I've been killing it, I'm guilty, case closed. Yeah, y'all are too basic, my reputation, borderline amazing. Good things coming, they just need a little patience. Ready for whatever, all you gotta do is say when. In my eyes, when I rise, I visualize. I ain't ever taking a break, you taking 5. Even if I ain't got it, know that I make the time. On my next move, by the time that the ink will dry. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, this is my prime. Let me tell them one time, I've been on the grind, and this is my prime. Let me tell them one time.
Okay, bro. We'll start this Fortnite maybe after some time. See you there.